converter full HD 1080p. That's so cool. So cool. I will have to look that up. Like, if I ever have issues with mine, I will definitely. Okay. Without further ado, it is 3:58. It is time for all of us to go over and
Okay.
the slash raid.
So we are live. We're live. Very nice.
I guess the lighting looks okay because the electricians screwed up my lighting.
What, actually like drove a screw into the cable? Because I've done that before.
Well, no, it's like the house lighting, like the ceiling light in the living room. Like they were messing around. Like the wiring's like super weird here. So like there's an outlet that's regulated by the living room switch in the kitchen.
Yeah, I've got something similar in my house. You turn on the kitchen light and you're actually turning on the light for the hallway because the switches are backwards. And in the 20 years I've lived here, I've never bothered fixing it. Right, I know I don't have raid alerts set up, but Sam's on her way in a moment.
Yeah, it should probably be about 10 seconds, I think.
And
well, from my end, I see that.
I've just got a message from Eric. He's on his way in as well. Oh, she's got to turn the PlayStation off, otherwise no one's going to be able to hear
her. That's true.
Right. Okay, audio's looking good at my end. I'm not peaking too much.
Just grabbing my second coffee. I'll be right back.
Let's make sure my sound alerts are working this time, because I have to keep logging in for that. Yeah, seems to be working.
You just had that because I've been slacking.
Yeah. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Brian's in the kitchen, tinkering in the fridge. Our golem, Eric, is on the way. And Sam's just turning off the jet engine in her living room. We are down a Dustin today. Unfortunately, our ranger is otherwise occupied. And I'm getting an early start on the Vespers. Because it wouldn't be D&D without the gin. Is it Friday already, Silverstone? I hadn't really noticed. I only woke up at about 1 PM this afternoon. I was up late. Blame Sam for that one. No problem, Marie. Just kind of lull yourself to sleep with my dulcet tones. As I do my best Charles Dance impression. You know, a lot of people don't realise that one of Charles Dance's earliest roles, everybody knows him as Tywin Lannister from Game of Thrones, but one of his earliest roles was actually in the Bond movie For Your Eyes Only, which is one of my favourite Bond movies, frankly, because it was the only one that Roger Moore did that was actually serious and not just tongue-in-cheek and stupid gadgets and one-liners all over the place. But he played a henchman in that. That was one of his earliest roles. He was also in The Golden Child, which a lot of people forget about as well. Right, this is going to keep flicking screen to screen until we get more people in, because I can't pin anyone. Well, I mean, I've seen it, so I'm guessing nobody else has, Rav, because it was for my eyes only. Also, one of Carol Bouquet's very first movie roles, back then, I think she was in her, this was what, 79? For Your Eyes Only came out? Or was it 81? No, I think it was 79. It's the first time you see the Lotus being featured. Not the Lotus that it transforms into the submarine, but just the Bond Lotus Esprit. And it's one when Carol Bouquet's carrying that crossbow. I actually ended up buying a crossbow and hunting with it for quite a few years because of that movie. But yeah, that was one of Carol Bouquet's first Western movies. She was a French model. She was the face of Chanel for decades. I think she is still involved with Chanel. But she's still absolutely gorgeous. But she plays a Greek woman in the film, or a Greek character. And most of her lines were overdubbed because her French accent was too strong. And I was also saying in Sam's stream yesterday that the actress that plays Calypso in the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, the one that gives you the quests in Sea of Thieves, she is Naomi Harris, who is the current Moneypenny in the last couple of Daniel Craig Bond movies. And for those of you that are fans of Skyfall, because I am, she's the one that almost kills Bond. Spoilers. It happens in like the first 20 minutes of the film. Right, we are waiting for Sam to kind of cool down the jet engine. We are waiting for Eric. He'll be here in a moment. As I said, we are down a Dustin today, but we do have a special guest coming in a little bit later to join us. I am on the lookout for a permanent player. So if you have been following the game and you're interested in the game and you can make this time schedule, 4 p.m. Eastern, I think we're Eastern Daylight at the moment, or which is 9 p.m. British Summertime, and we're playing every fortnight. If you can make this schedule and you're serious about being in the game, then I am looking for a permanent player. I know Blind is interested in joining. He's just kind of sorting out schedules, which weekend he gets his son on. I've had another couple of people that have been interested, and we're just waiting for their schedules to kind of clear up. But Dustin's missed a few episodes because he's got some legal stuff going on. He's got some medical stuff going on, which I'm not going to go into, obviously. But for that reason, he has missed a couple of episodes. So we are looking for a permanent fourth player. If we are expanding it, we may even expand out to a fifth player. And I've got scope for up to 6. So maybe 4 or 5 regulars and just the occasional guest player.
Hi!
Oh look, Jazz Nipples.
Hey Sam.
Hi.
Is it cold over there today? You're wearing a jumper.
It's just like outwards. Which way am I going?
Streamlined.
A couple of pencil erasers.
good.
Did you sharpen your pencil?
Yes.
Okay. This is why I like automatic pencils, but that's by the by.
Automatic? That's a mechanical pencil.
Well, yeah.
You're automatic, Brian. Get right.
They're called either in the UK. Most people do call them mechanical. I don't know why I said automatic, because I normally call these mechanical pencils as well. But I've got loads of mechanical pencils knocking around the house. I don't use pencil much, apart from drawing and for doing D&D. Because D&D you cannot work in ink, because you're constantly rubbing things out.
Yay, Derek!
Golem in the house!
Pump Daddy!
Pump.
Yes, we can hear you.
I guess you can't.
I don't know.
No, he sighed when we did that.
Oh,
Yes,
shit.
the Pump Daddy is here.
He's literally done with us already.
No, I'm done with my computer. That's what I'm done with.
I can kick it for you.
Please, it's barely surviving.
Okay, I need a D20 strength check.
Oh, God.
I'm dripping.
What's... Hold on.
Probably shouldn't have kicked it that hard.
You're supposed to kiss it, not kick it.
What's going on?
Come on, you're not in the land of the midnight sun, are you?
He just Thanos'd his
Is
computer,
this how
did he?
Mr. Pump always sees?
Eric looks at the computer and goes, and it's gone.
Right.
I don't know what's going on. My
I guess the
screen's...
lighting's okay with the lamp, eh?
my
Yeah, your
screen's
lighting's
going
fine,
black.
Brian.
Oh, your screen went black.
Oh,
Oh, you're frozen as fuck.
Yeah, my cursor's there.
Well, you're still in the
This is a
call.
whole new. This is the sleeping side of Mr. Pump.
Okay.
That's like locked in the basement.
You are still technically in the call, so... Did you just unplug your monitor? I think he's frozen now.
Yeah, it kind of did that echoey.
Yeah, somebody's pulled his chem out. Okay, while we reboot the golem, we shall start with a little bit of a recap. Because last week's episode was more adventure focused. In fact, I've given you 2 episodes in a row. Oh, Eric's back. I've kind of given you 2 episodes in a row where we've had some fun with the sea voyage. But things are starting to change a little.
Did you just say have fun with the C word?
The sea voyage.
Oh, I need to turn up my thing. Can you guys hear yourself talk through my mic when you're talking?
Well, we'll only know when we start talking.
No, I haven't been getting any echo.
No,
Have you lost your earbuds
Alright.
again?
I'm surprised I can hear you
Oh
guys.
no. They don't reach to the new subwoofer.
Hey.
Oh, that's weird, because I don't have the plug-in in the subwoofer. I got to, like, plug in for
Yeah,
my
you'd
right
think they'd
speaker.
be in those little speakers, but they're not.
No, you'd think they'd be on the top of your tower where there's a little port to plug into.
Well,
You probably have that option, but you'd have to flip it so that it's going through that connection.
It's okay. If you guys can't hear yourself, we're all good.
Anyway, so yes, we've had 2 relatively light episodes with some high seas adventure and some exploration, just to kind of get you into the feel. This is a very big change of location for the game, because we're moving off land onto water, but also we've moved out of Ankh-Morpork, and the vast majority of the episodes so far have been set in Ankh-Morpork. So this episode, things started to get a little bit more interesting at the end of episode 11, where black sails were constantly being sighted on the horizon.
Black sails! Yeah, like that.
No, it says it's called Black Friday, damn it. You're just confusing everyone. It's the Black Friday sales, and we don't have that in Britain anyway. We don't have Thanksgiving in the UK. We were thankful to get rid of the Americans.
We actually, Sweden has Black Friday, and I don't know why.
Amazon started over here about a decade ago, and I just boycott them. So the British generally spend every day celebrating the destruction of an indigenous species, whether it be humans or animals. It's a regular thing with the British Empire. So we don't make a fuss about it. We don't need to.
Right. It was our first, I guess. So.
Says the guy living in Viking land.
Right. Yeah.
So at the end of the last episode, the black sails were sighted on the horizon at the end of episode 10, and the captain went up at the beginning of episode 11, last week's episode, and he examined the sails on the ship, and they were not just black. There was no Jolly Roger, there were no crossed swords or crossed bones. There was a dragon motif on the sail of the ship. And the captain dealt with that rather quickly. He just boosted away on broomstick power. Because the obtuse triangle's little trick is that there are 8 broomsticks bolted to the back of the ship in a V pattern, because the ship's got a V8. There's a V8 broomstick bolted to the back of the ship that provides just enough power to lift the bow out of the water and onto hydrofoils that are mounted under the bow. So the sailing ship, which normally does between 5 and 6 knots, can boost up to 24 knots in speed. And for those of you that are not into all this nautical shit, that is more than your average naval destroyer, and I mean a modern naval destroyer, and about the same speed as a reasonable speedboat. So if you own a speedboat, you've ridden on a speedboat in open water, you're doing about 20 plus knots. And those kind of inflatable rib boats that Coast Guards use, or you see the military using, they're doing about 20 to 25 knots. So this boat is quick, but it cannot sustain that speed for long. And the captain did warn our party about this. But they were able to boost away. They got some good distance between themselves and this dragon ship. And Sam was kind of dangling herself over the side of the boat for some reason and noticed a little bottle floating by. And decided to Air Jordan her way out into the water on the end of a rope and grab this bottle.
I almost died.
You did almost die, didn't you?
Yeah.
You almost got chewed up by the boat.
Yeah.
So she actually ended up water skiing behind the boat for some time, not doing a particularly convincing job of it. Yeah, Mocha, we're playing Homebrew 5th edition because this is Pratchett's universe. It doesn't really conform to most of the world building in 5e, but the basic core rule set, and I'm working from the 5e Player's Handbook. A lot of what I do is Homebrew, though. So Sam was water skiing behind the obtuse triangle. She managed to pull herself back aboard ship with the help of the crew. And you found a little map hidden in a bottle. I mean, it's just so cliche, isn't it? The map pointed you to the last island in a string of islands called the Pearl Isles. And I will need to bring up my maps so I can show everyone where everything is. But a little string of island called the Pearl Islands, just at the mouth of the Circle Sea.
Yo Mama Republic.
the independent republic of Yo Mama.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what we were dealing with yesterday. So these are the Pearl Islands right here. I'm just pointing to them with my cursor. And this is where the map was pointing to. Now, they went aboard... they had enough distance from the dragon ship to spend some time exploring, and the party got split up. What a surprise. Most of the party went exploring across the island looking for treasure, and they did find something. However, it wasn't what they expected. what they did find were some natural caves underneath the island and a whole colony of Kuratoa, or fishmen, who were desperately trying to protect their hatchlings from these upworld invaders. Now, interestingly, the players did not engage in combat, which I was quite surprised about. I was expecting that to be quite a nasty fight, and there was an awful lot of treasure in that space if they did go looking for it. But they took the tactical decision, withdrew. Sam, using her Comprehend Languages spell, was able
Let's be honest, that was the funniest ending ever. Mr. Pump's just like, make way! Running.
And they got back aboard ship, freshly supplied with fruits and some vegetables off the island. It's a known island for things like this, but the captain hadn't really warned you about any natives on that island. They may be a relatively new addition. We're not going to find out. And on the morning of day 6 of the voyage, you were woken again with the shouts of black sails. Yet again. Not only is the dragon ship back pursuing you, but there was also another cry of black sails just as we were ending the session, where a man of war comes vertically up out of the water.
Oh, fuck.
And the last thing that the captain said was, "There's no escaping Davy Jones." Just as the ship dives back vertically down under the water and appears on the other side of the boat, where 2 Klatchian war galleys were rowing towards our team. And that's where we left things. So, at the moment, you are probably about half dressed. You're holding most of your equipment, but it's not on you. You'll need to kind of start belting on swords and strapping on equipment. Sam, you're pretty much barefoot at this point. You'll need to get your Jordans on.
Okay.
You have a couple of situations ahead. You have potentially two sightings of what we will commonly call the Flying Dutchman. I did try and think up a fancy name for this, but, it's just easy if we call it the Flying Dutchman, because that way everybody knows exactly what we're talking about. 2 sightings of the Flying Dutchman on either side of the ship. Plus, you've got the dragon ship behind you, a couple of miles off at the horizon, and you've got 2 Klatchian war galleys on your port side, rowing in. These are trireme galleys, where you've got 3 decks with oars coming out of them. So they don't require any wind power, they're going purely under slave power. Or soldiers, sometimes soldiers. So you've got 2 Klatchian war galleys coming in from your port side as well on an intercept course. The captain has already headed up to the bridge in the wheelhouse. He's shouting instructions to the crew. The crew are tightening the sails and unfolding not only the mainsails and the topsails, but also unfolding the moonraker. They're trying to make as much speed as they can. And before we start, we have our usual little prologue. Episode 12 begins high atop the Discworld. Atop the tallest peak of the Ramtop Mountains, in the home of the gods, our players sit around the game board. "Too many," sneers the crocodile-headed god Offla. "You swamp the board with your crude tactics." The bull-headed god snorts his disdain. "You worry about the little disciple. I control the game now." The other 2 players sit back in their chairs, ruminating this latest development. You play too much to your advantage. You commit too much, leaving little in reserve, comments the lady. Taps one of his pieces out on the edge of the game board. "He does," says Blind Io. yet he leaves his most dangerous piece in reserve. A blunt and brutal strategy, yet possibly effective. A large figure looms over the board and its players. Black-robed, bony fingers visible from within. A second figure approaches the board. A stooped old woman, greying hair and eyes as black as starlight. They all bow at her entrance, all except who snorts from his bull-ringed muzzle. "What are you doing here?" she whispers to the cowled figure. "Merely an interested spectator." She returns to the group, sits down at the board. "Deal me in." So the game of the gods now has a 5th player involved. And when our players recklessly desecrated a tomb under the catacombs of the cathedral in Ankh-Morpork, there has been repercussions. It wouldn't be a good game if there weren't repercussions.
Yeah, Eric, why did you go smash?
Hey, whoa, hey. Let's slow down, okay?
See what happens when we're not watching them, Sam?
I may have been there and told him to do it.
Oh.
I did. I was like, I need to smash this shit. There's something under there. He's like, yes.
Now, for those of you that are regulars in the chat, or regulars in Sam's group at least, you'll know that we've been trying to raise as much money for Sam to help pay for a legal fund. I've posted the link up in the Twitch chat. If you are able to donate, even if it's just a small amount, please do so. If you want to donate to myself, or if you're subbing to my channel, all of that will also be donated to Sam as well. We did auction off a ring of mine, which I'm actually still making for the 6th time now. I'm just not happy with it. It's got to be perfect. But we were raffling off a ring 2 weeks ago on her 1,000 follower stream. The winner has yet to claim it. Because he hasn't contacted me for details or ring sizing. And I think we were talking about this yesterday, Sam. The winner has yet to claim, so we're going to give them another fortnight. And if there still isn't a claim, then we're going to redraw that raffle. The ring that I was making is one of my own designs, my Medusa ring. It's one with the chains that kind of hang over the hand. Rough value, because it really depends on the final weight of the piece, and I haven't finished it yet, but rough value is about 500 to 600 Canadian dollars. So it's not. I was
going to say, now that you've had to restart, isn't that going up?
No, I'm not. I'm not charging for that, because it's my own dissatisfaction with my work that's making me redo it. But yes, that could still be a possibility. Oh, Blind's here. So, yes, if you can donate to Sam, every little bit helps. If every one of those 1,000 followers donated 10 Canadian dollars, all of our bills would be sorted straight away. So, just a couple of dollars is more than enough, but please do give generously. Donations, 100% of that does go to the streamer. Whereas if you're subbing, or you're using bits, or you're cheering, or whatever, Twitch, Amazon do take their cut of that. But when you are donating using the tip link that I've posted there, she will get 100% of that, because that's considered a charitable donation. So if you can donate, please do, or help us out in whatever ways you can.
And thank you for those who already did.
Don't use PayPal when you're going anonymous, because it tells the person who it is.
I think somebody made that mistake already, sir. Hark, do I hear the voice of experience?
Adam, I haven't destroyed the world yet. There's a reason. This hasn't opened.
Yet.
I don't have any more than just this, though.
That's
And
all
that
the
will
alcohol
be
you've got in the house. I've got methylated spirits in the garage, if it comes to it.
Got this.
Okay,
Matt?
send it over.
Where's Matt? Send the liquor store.
I should really do that.
He'll be on his way home soon, wouldn't he?
I think he'd be home for supper today, so that's kind of cool.
Does he know he's making it because you're playing D&D?
Yeah.
She has not destroyed the world yet.
Can you see if there is not zero, vodka in the trunk, or get a Mickey from...
Why don't you just type "bring alcohol" quick?
Need booze.
Because I like to explain myself.
I'm already on the Vespers, so this is about 1 down and 1 left in the glass. I pre-mixed it earlier and stuck it in the fridge to really chill it down. And when I poured it, probably been in the fridge for about 2 hours. But when I poured this, it came out more like fruit cordial. You know the stuff where you've got to add water to dilute it and make like a fruit drink? It came out like Ribena. Kind of all syrupy and gorgeous. It's like, yes.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
All right, I have messaged the hubby, and now we wait.
Well, at least you've got some Jack to keep you company in the meantime.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Good boy.
So, we have a situation. You have two Klatchian war galleys coming in from your left. They're about a quarter of a mile out. You've got the dragon ship sailing behind you that's been slowly keeping pace. They're a couple of miles away. They're not an imminent threat. But you have sighted the ghost ship that is the Flying Dutchman, raising up out of the water alongside you, and then submerging again and popping up on the other side of the boat for no reason other than it looks fucking dramatic.
Okay. Good reason. Sorry, you've never heard of celebration cookies, so that's not what you're eating then.
No, this
I think
is
they're similar.
No, this is a Swedish brand. So that's
Okay.
a grocery store in Sweden. But they're just
IGA is Canada's.
they're basically just chocolate chip cookies, but with like a chocolate coating on the bottom of them.
They're biscuits.
You still have
This,
IGA
get out of here! All
The
right.
distinction
Yeah.
between a cookie and a biscuit is baked fully and hard, whereas a cookie is soft and gooey on the inside, almost like a brownie.
I was today years old when I figured that shit out.
Eric's still pondering.
So wait, okay.
Hang on, I'm
Does
going to
that
roll
make
charisma for
Does
this
that
one.
make a brownie a cookie?
No, a brownie.
Well,
No,
it makes a
okay.
brownie a brownie.
So the difference between a cookie stroke biscuit and a brownie is is a cake. When cakes go stale, they go hard.
Right. Okay.
Cookies and biscuits, when they go stale, they go soft and kind of nasty. A UK supermarket called Marks and Spencer's went through a massive legal battle over this a couple of years ago with Revenue and Customs, because the Inland Revenue Service charges tax on cakes. Charges tax on biscuits, but not on cakes. And they had something like a £2 million tax bill riding on the fact that they classified this particular product as a cake, not a biscuit. And they had to prove that in court. So in the UK, the legal definition of a cake is that it goes hard when it gets stale, whereas a cookie or a biscuit goes soft. And the difference between a biscuit and a cookie is a biscuit is baked all the way through and crunchy, whereas a cookie is generally slightly soft baked and kind of bendable and gooey in the centre.
See, this is why we need Omar in our life.
No, this is why the English invented the damn language in the first place.
Why do you
I've
call them
never-
chips when they're French fries?
when I think of biscuits, I think of like the round biscuits that you cook in the oven that are like the soft.
Tea biscuits.
Yeah, tea biscuits.
Yeah, those
That's the
those
only
like
kind of biscuit.
so over here, those we call scones or scones. Which you either get as cheese or you get as fruit or with what the Americans will have with gravy and KFC.
Yeah.
That's what they call it in Quebec, but not here.
Those are biscuits.
Yeah. So biscuits over here are hard-baked cookies, whereas you can actually buy cookies now in the UK quite everywhere, but they tend to be the fresher baked, softer, kind of bendy, flexible, gooey in the centre type.
Chewy.
Chewy.
If they're slightly stale, yes.
Okay, well, I had no idea. So then that means that the celebration cookies that they say are cookies are actually celebration biscuits. They are hard with chocolate on the bottom.
That's what she
That
said.
are almost like a cracker, but they're so good. I literally just wanted to know if that's the kind of food.
Now, a
that they're-
cracker is actually classified as a biscuit, but it's completely savoury. And it's made more from like a bread, a very thin bread dough. But that's classified as a biscuit because you pay tax on crackers. In the UK, you pay tax on crackers. So crackers are the ones you normally have your cheese on, or your soft spreadable cheese and a slice of tomato and a bit of celery and some green shit.
Hey, what's wrong with KFC? KFC's fine. A little greasy, but.
More than a little, but yeah.
Yeah, like I only eat their popcorn chicken or their french fries because their actual like chicken is so full of grease. I'm like,
they opened a KFC near here recently, like within the last year, and everyone that has seen me since is like, have you been to KFC yet? I'm like, no, I don't. Why would I?
So I do eat KFC because they're cheap, but most KFC, the bone chicken is deep fried. The non-boned chicken, like the mini fillets, they use air fryers here in the UK to make them extra crispy.
yeah, I like that stuff. They do okay with that.
So those are the ones I tend to stick to because I'm not a fan of bone chicken, because KFC bone chicken always has the skin on, and I don't eat chicken skin. So the only way to get unskinned chicken is to buy the mini fillets, the boneless stuff. But it's mostly pretty cheap. When I made KFC at home, that was a huge thing. Because I made KFC at home and I used maybe 5 times the spice mix in the flour. So this was so strong and so full of flavour. And I made scones and I made KFC gravy and mashed potatoes and everything. Because my little one had just watched season 2 of Stranger Things when they're having that KFC dinner, and she said, "That's not is that what KFC was like in the 80s?" Because she obviously assumes I would know. It's like, yes, Abby, that's what KFC was like in the 80s. I'll make you some tomorrow, and I ended up making her some the next day.
We should all just go move into Omar's house. He's got all the best cracker cookie biscuits.
No, you just touch everything and it'll just piss me off.
Get this filled out.
Yeah, that's very true.
You just go around touching things and it'll piss me off.
I'd put it back.
There'll be like little sticky chocolate fingerprints over everything. I mean, look at this room. This room is like, this is my library. And also storage at the minute. But
Fuck up your library and
Yeah,
Eric's gonna
look.
push some of that shit right over.
there's a Totoro.
There will be repercussions for our actions.
Yeah, actually, Eric, none of these bookshelves are screwed to the wall, so yes, you could actually quite easily pull them over on yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She's Canadian. It will be syrup all over your stuff.
Oh,
Oh man.
oh, diabetes, you fickle friend, you.
Yeah.
Right, the captain has ordered all the sails to be unfurled. The ship is making its full speed, or as much as it can. Oh, you caved and went back to the Diet Coke.
No, I said I'm trying to do one a day. This is my one. I'm still on the same one as the beginning of stream. It's like that.
So it's
not
flat.
That empty.
Warm
So
and
it's
flat.
flat?
Warm and flat.
Those are good, Blind.
Yeah. I just need it to calm down the alcohol.
It shouldn't be
And then it's
burning.
good. It does.
It's Jack Daniels.
Well, no, fine,
Course it
fair
burns.
enough. Yeah. Mind you, I'm not a fan of Lafroig for the same reason. There's too much peat in it, and it makes me kind of gag a little. I prefer my Highland single malts than the Islers, but that's just something that I developed over time. Even now, after years of drinking whiskey neat and at room temperature, because I drink whiskey at body temperature, like you would a brandy. It tastes better. I still can't drink Islers without coughing. And I look like such an amateur when I do it. I'm a pro-consumer here. Okay, so the captain has issued full speed ahead from the ship. The ship is starting to pick up pace. What are you guys going to do in the meantime?
Well, I gotta finish getting dressed and put my stuff on.
Actually, before we do any of that,
Armor on too.
I need a D20 Constitution check from all of you.
Oh,
Me?
have we gotten our sea legs?
Well, Mr. Pump will now that Mr. Pump is actually awake and
Yeah.
on board ship while it's moving. This is the first time this will affect you, Eric.
How is that going for everyone, by the way? Me being awake and moving around about the ship.
I think it's scarier for you
Oh.
because you're holding on like this and you're like,
Well,
things are happening.
I wasted it, guys.
Oh, so
Why?
did I.
There's my 20.
Yeah, I got 20 as well.
Okay, Brian and Eric, not only do neither of you suffer any seasickness during this day of adventuring, you also can add yourselves one inspiration point each, which you can use at a later point to re-roll a dice.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that.
I didn't get a 20, I got a 2.
Can I
I'm
get
sick
two?
as fuck.
Can I get 2 inspiration points, please? My
So
new dice aren't here yet.
those things do look evil; they really do. It's the numbering on them. Is that like a rune? Was it a runic style font?
Yeah, I think so. That's the one that he uses for all of them. But yeah, it's a runic style, it seems.
Do they also glow from the inside, or do you have to use a UV light to get them to do that?
Yeah, that's probably a light. Yeah, I don't think they're battery powered or anything.
They could be tritium powered. I've got loads of tritium powered stuff just knocking around the house. Okay, Sam, you are not feeling well. You're stumbling around the deck as the ship's kind of rocking and reeling under the weight of the full sails, and you have quite a bit of difficulty getting your boots on, getting your equipment strapped onto you. In fact, you're having to grab hold of Mr. Pump, who is basically just stood there like a statue on deck, not even flinching.
Sorry, I'm a statue standing on the deck.
Thanks, Mr. Pump, for holding me up.
Grab onto the pump deck.
Hold a little bit of seawater, did you?
Sam, you also notice that your leather, the special leather armor suit that Janet, the armor smith, made for you, seems to have shrunk very slightly in all the seawater.
No.
Leather and seawater doesn't mix.
Oops.
And
So it's
the armor
more
feels just a little bit stiffer.
Start doing push-ups.
Get the white gun!
So at some point you're going to have to get some, either some animal fats or some wax to kind of condition down the leather. The leather is treated, of course, otherwise if it was untreated you'd be wearing what would look like dried seaweed. It would be as hard as rock after your water skiing incident the day before. But you do need to take care of your weapons and armor. For those of you that are using conventional steel weapons, as in most of what Brian is wearing, you need to regularly check for rust. You are in a saltwater environment. Brian, since you're actually getting dressed at the moment, decide how much of your armor you are going to wear. Because as lightweight as the chainmail is, you are kind of wearing half plate as well.
Yeah.
And that's going to weigh you down if you go overboard.
But you said it was like really light though too.
It is really light, but that's just the armor that was made. You've got your gauntlets, you've got your boots, you've got all your equipment on you. You're carrying a mace and a battle axe, remember? So work out what you're going to be wearing, because if you do go over, you're going to sink. Now, Mr. Pump can sink alongside you and have a conversation as you go down. Just imagining Mr. Pump there, sinking down through the depths with a little teacup and saucer. Just, okay, so, yes, so lovely tea party, wasn't it? As you're both just sinking down to the depths. It was
now
lovely.
I'm wondering, is there by any chance in that potion selection a potion of water breathing?
Well, you don't know. There were a couple there that were unlabeled.
Yeah.
And
You're just gonna start drinking them. Hope for the best.
Turns into half a
I thought I
cat.
had potion of water breathing, but I don't. It's potion of climbing.
As Brian turns into half a cat. Oh, remember that. That could come in handy. Okay, so it takes a little while for you to get your equipment together. The captain has roused all of the crew, even the ones that were sleeping, because this is the morning shift now. So all the crew are awake. The ship is fully manned and effectively at battle stations. The bosun is clanging the bell just by the ship's deck to get everybody to battle stations. And you see on the top deck, and you can see down into the second deck, or the first deck. You can see down in the first deck that all the cannon batteries are being uncovered, the cannons are being loaded, and kegs of powder are being laid at the side of each cannon. Shot is being piled up. They're running and pulling out all the stores, getting ready for what could be a nasty old fight.
We got 2 dicks, do we?
Omar's like, yeah, I can have half a bottle and not feel anything, bish.
Yes, I can have half a bottle and not feel anything, bish.
I've had this much and I feel nothing.
No, I usually drink because I can't feel anything.
Oh, that got depressing.
We all start hugging him.
Okay.
Oh
I
no.
can't. I gotta go into the corner and just be like, Omar.
As Sam finally manages to strap the rest of her gear on, very slowly, Mr. Pump, you're sticking mainly to the center of the boat.
Yeah.
But longitudinally down the center of the boat, and surrounding the masts, the base of the masts, there is still this wooden shed, which you are now seeing for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
So if you imagine the deck of the ship, normally you'd have an upper row. And then an open space in the center where cargo can be lowered in.
Right.
And then on that deck which would be the gun deck, you'd have all the cannons and cargo space at front and back, or crew space in this case. And then the very bottom deck of the ship, which is right down in the bowels of the ship, that's where you were strapped down for the first part of the voyage, and you were basically surrounded by cargo, food and supplies, and you also had some of the special cabins for some of the more senior crew. So from where you're standing, you're looking at the deck and you're seeing what looks like a wooden shed. The kind of thing you'd have at the bottom of your garden that you keep your lawnmower and your garden tools in. Not that Mr. Pump knows what a lawnmower is. And coming out of the roof coming out of the roof of these sheds are the main mast and the foremast. So this shed is maybe 30 feet long, all wood, very beautifully carved, very beautifully made. It's intrinsically part of the ship. It's not something that's been added on. This is part of the ship. and you can see where the masts come through the roof of the shed. There's brass, brass plates and brass bushings to hold everything tight into place. But you're trying to stay as central as you can, so you're kind of sticking with your back to the shed, just trying not to rock the weight or change the centre of gravity of the boat too much. And you notice that as you move towards the front of the ship, the bow seems to dip a little down into the water. And the ship starts to lose just a tiny bit of speed.
Okay.
Now, off to the left...
Yeah.
Off to the left, you can see that the Clatchian war galleys are approaching quite rapidly. These war galleys, under full complement of ore, they do make a fairly hefty speed. Easily enough to match the obtuse triangle when she's running under wind power. But obviously, because that's man-powered, they can't keep that up for long. While you're all pondering this, and while the rogue is distracted...
I'm pondering. Distractedly pondering.
What I'm pondering?
Are you pondering what I'm pondering?
I think so, Brain, but I'm pretty sure it's your turn to wear the dress tonight. I'm not sure, Brain, but I don't think the donkey would like it. While you're all pondering this, the Flying Dutchman, the floating black hulk of a sunken ship, pops back up out of the water alongside you. It's about 30 or 40 feet away, but you can clearly see the crew on board the ship as the ship begins to keep pace with you. The ship is crewed by, well, the kind of things you saw in Pirates of the Caribbean. Skeletons, zombies.
Last time you said undead.
You've got what look like humans that have been transformed into partial shellfish. You've got the guy from the film that's got the kind of shark hammerhead, but a man's body. And the vast majority of them are zombies of some sort or skeletons. And this is broad daylight you're seeing them in.
Maybe we'll find Mr. Turner. Dad!
It's bad. Well, the Flying Dutchman and Davy Jones, I think I can get away with, but Mr. Will Turner might exceed the copyright on that one just a little bit.
Yes, I think it would. Do you not fear death? Adam's just starting to quote. Yeah.
Save the ship. Save the crew.
Ah, shit. Okay, so Brian, did you decide on your armor?
Well, I think maybe I'll just wear the auberk, but I'll still have my boots and my gauntlets on.
Are you carrying your shield?
Yes.
Okay. Could be handy for water skiing later. Kind of boogie boarding behind the ship.
Just lay it down and stand on top.
Basically, yeah. For those of you that are using magic spells, which will be the rogue and the cleric, can you make sure you select your spells for today? I'm going to start being a little bit more strict on these rules now.
Would Mr. Pump be aware that his position on the boat is causing the boat to slow down?
Give me a d20 insight.
Insight.
Wisdom.
-2. It's a 6.
You don't, but the bosun does.
Okay.
And screams over. It's like, "Hey, statue man! Stop moving! Get to the back! We need the weight at the back!"
Huh?
Hangs his head.
Okay. Alright, so I'll move to the back slowly.
As you're moving down to the back, one of the crewmen who you've been regaling with stories of your adventures during the evening, kind of throws you a little salute. "We are about to rock. Salute you."
stop yawning, Sam.
I can't.
She's had a shot.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm the one that just woke up.
Okay,
Gone.
don't even.
Okay. The Flying Dutchman is keeping pace with the boat easily. At this point, the captain is starting to get rather nervous. He has heard legends. He's heard the stories. None of you will know about this, but from what you can tell, there is a ghost ship beside you, crewed with zombies, and you're not happy about this. The captain gives the order, and the broomsticks... The captain gives the order, and the broomsticks kick into life, and you feel the bow of the ship lurch up into the air as you are pushed from behind by your magical V8. The boat lifts up onto the pylons, and you are hydrofoiling. You leave everything in your dust. The Klatchin war galleys, gone. The dragon ship on the horizon winks out of view. But the Dutchman doesn't. And the Dutchman keeps pace. Can I get a perception roll from all of you, please?
Well, I wasted that 20. Let's see what I get this time.
13. Not terrible.
I'm oblivious. I must be working on my armor because I only got a 5.
Oh, I got a 20!
Woo!
Nice.
Okay, so Mr. Pump glances over to
For
the...
blind.
Mr. Pump glances over to the Dutchman and notices that there's a lot of activity on the deck. The rogue, however, notices that there is more than just activity. She sees crews manning the guns. She sees a lot of people moving around drawing weapons. She sees rigging being pulled tight, even though there's barely anything holding these ghostly sails together. She also sees what could be the captain standing on the quarterdeck, waving. And he's doing it quite cheerfully.
Please tell me you just wave back.
That was the plan. But I could fucking kill us all.
I'm just picturing Miracle Mike. Have fun storming the castle!
Yeah, like...
What I imagine is that...
You went, hey!
What I imagine is that you wave back and he goes, no, back there.
That wasn't for you.
Yeah, I totally want to wave back at him.
Okay.
Hey, buddy! I mean, fuck off.
You wave back at the kind of black silhouetted figure with the tri-corn leather pirate hat. And just as you do so, the captain screams, "No!"
No! Fuck off!
There is...
I need another shot.
There is a whisper of fog that rolls across the deck of the ship.
Well,
And out of the fog steps the figure.
I'm going to start re-rolling my new character.
Shit.
This isn't gonna go like our D&D games like a couple of days ago, or is it, Sam? Respawning?
Yes.
Total party wipe?
Oh!
It was at this
No.
moment that he
No,
knew
I know
he
what you
fucked
mean.
up.
No.
Oh my.
Everybody run, get down.
All the crew see the fog and scatter. They kind of get themselves as far away from the edges of this fog as possible, almost as if the fog is toxic and poisonous. And you see the captain standing there. He's wearing a long leather coat, black with what might have been gold edging and gold trimming that has long since worn away. Brass buttons that have gotten dull and kind of greeny, coppery colour as they've aged. As you kind of move up, you see all the leather waistcoats, perforated leather, and then you see what looks like that kind of squid face for a beard. and the huge leather three-pointed hat.
Hello there.
I don't like him already. Fuck.
The captain, you hear the thunk as brass-plated boots hit the deck of the ship, and the whole ship
You happy
goes
now,
quiet.
Adam? Adam asked you to do that too. He's like, "Where's the thump thump?" And then you just did it.
Hello there. How are you today?
Run.
I'm not unhappy.
Well, cat got your tongue or something?
Who is he talking to specifically?
All three of you.
Oh, okay.
The captain who's standing up on the quarterdeck is just paled and frozen in fright. The bosun has dropped the clanger for the bell, and the person that was at the wheel is no longer at the wheel. He's hiding behind something, and the wheel's just
What's the
spinning.
balls at?
Bosun. The boat's swain, or effectively the third in command. The bosun. Lovely day for a voyage, eh?
It absolutely is. I can't wait to finish it. What are you doing?
Alive.
Oh, I'm very
Alive,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm David Jones, Junior.
Heavy.
Junior.
All this
Oh
time
hell,
I've been
nice
saying
to
Davy.
meet you.
Oh no, Davy Jones was me da. There was this thing with this crazy old pirate and a jar of dirt, and next thing you know, I've inherited the family business. He reaches up and unclips two little wire hooks that have gone over his ears and lifts off what would have been the squid beard, which you can now see has been made from rubber gloves glued together.
Seriously.
Okay.
So, how's business?
Well, you know, we actually tried to make a go of it. We tried to do the good thing. We tried to help people, helping souls across the seas. But you know, they see the Dutchman. They think Davy Jones is after them, and they start shooting. And after a while, if you're treated like the bad guy, you become the bad guy.
We didn't shoot.
We didn't shoot.
Yet.
So does that mean you're going to help us?
Well,
We don't shoot?
that remains to be seen, you know. Obviously, my crew need supplies, they need equipment, and they need the occasional bit of plunder. Got to keep the boys happy, eh, boy?
I literally just pictured all of them. Yeah. Like every single one. Is there? What specifically do you need? Food? They don't eat.
There was a lot of background noise there for a second there when you spoke.
Yeah, that was.
Oh,
What you got going on there, Sam?
cars. We're
Okay.
good.
Well, you know, we're a pirate ship. It's equal fair shares of everything. But you know, there's two Clatchian war galleys out there that look far slimmer pickings than you, and you seem to be well equipped. I'm here to maybe just negotiate.
Well, we are going on quite a long trip, and we've only started the first leg of our journey.
Oh, that's very inconsiderate of us. We could always try and come back in a week or two. Yes, I'm just pulling your leg, sir. The one with the bells on. So, I'm here to negotiate before things get any kind of messy, and before we have to start making repairs.
Okay, what's your negotiation?
Well, I don't kill you, and you give me something in return.
Give you shit.
That actually seems pretty fair.
I thought so too. Maintains the reputation, you know, the family honor.
Adam.
You see why I was practicing this accent last night when we were playing Sea of Thieves?
Yes.
Welsh accent, especially the Welsh valleys, is a hard accent to do.
God, I want to say things, but Mr. Pump wouldn't get any of it. Like,
while you're kind of standing there dumbfounded, David Jones Jr. is looking around at the three of you, inspecting your clothing. He's got a very good eye for good quality clothing. And your armor has been made by master. He's also noticing the weapons that you're holding. He notices the dagger tucked into the rogue's belt. He notices the mace that's kind of hanging from a hook on the cleric's belt. And his eyes kind of, where there would be squid tentacles, his actual eyebrows actually raise at that. Oh, I sense a touch of destiny about yous. And you, big fella. He turns to address the golem. I've seen many of your ilk before, but never ones that were free-willed, should I say. You'd make a handsome member of my crew, that would be certain. We can skip the undead part because, you know, you're a golem.
I need to protect my friends.
Aye, we're in the same business, you know. We just do it at the point of a cannon. But, you know, as I say, things sometimes get a bit messy, and we're trying the new public relations side of the business here.
I'm sorry, but you are not taking our golem.
Oh, no, it's entirely voluntary. Any of the crew that wish to join our ship, you are more than welcome to. We never take anyone against their will. Sometimes against their blood, but never against their will.
Can we discuss?
I thought that's what we were doing!
Us, not
Oh,
you.
okay. Davey,
Sorry, guys.
you hear the clink, the thump as the brass-plated boots step across the deck, and he starts looking around at the ship. He's not seen one quite like this, and he's kind of eyeing up the shed and looking at how the mast is rigged up. All things that one of you noticed before you set sail on your voyage.
Okay, guys. I'm not cool with any of this. I can't get rid of my shit. Fuck no, we're not getting rid of our golem. So we either sweet talk this guy out of this, or we destroy his face hole.
You're not seducing Davy Jones.
You don't know that. This guy's different than his dad, okay?
He's still the leader of an undead mob of pirates aboard the Flying Dutchman.
And I
Is
have
it
Air
okay?
Jordans.
And you know,
Is it okay?
having a woman on the ship is bad luck. We all know that. Look
Is
what
it
happened to the
okay if I,
Titanic.
Is it
Is it
okay if
okay
I
if
talk
what?
like a normal person between my between my teammates?
Sure.
I just don't want this to take forever.
Do we even have anything in trade?
No, he just wants
So-
our armor, which I don't want to give up. And I'm
No.
fucking not giving him my dagger. I need it.
We could
We
offer.
do have her card though.
We could offer to
I
take
could.
the other ships, perhaps, to help him take the other ships.
But he already said that they're slim pickings and we're the winner for it.
Yeah, but if he has both of them or all of them,
Are we gonna be terrible people like that?
Do you want to be terrible people or dead people?
Well, I don't fucking know, okay, Eric? I guess we're gonna be terrible people. Okay, and what if he says no? Then we demolish his face?
Okay, what? I mean, I don't. Something tells me that's not gonna go well, or at all easily,
or tells me that's not gonna go well, but I don't see that.
Okay, I take that back. It's not gonna go.
Blind, having 2 ships would be a great thing, but they've only got 1 crew, and our players know nothing about maritime management. They're still figuring out port and starboard at this point.
Also, I assume if we join his, I assume if we join his crew, you guys would have to be dead.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't like the thought of what I'd have to do on that ship.
Just to be clear, you're not okay with that. Okay. Just, yeah.
So, how we doing over there?
Yeah.
Sure. Hold on.
1 second.
No problem. Take your time.
So, but
my boys have 20 guns trained on you. Take your time.
He did say he'd come back later.
So, I guess we need to think about what happens if neither of these ideas work. Like if we have to give him stuff, what do we give him?
I can give him the fucking dead horse that's in my my bag, but like I don't know what else.
Give him the cart and shovels too.
Yeah, I'll give him the wheelbarrow. Okay, well, I don't think it's a good idea for us to give him all of our shit, and if he doesn't go for this idea, we either give him our shit or we attack. What if we hold him hostage?
But even still, if we were actually able to take him out, what's the rest of his crew gonna get to?
Yeah.
But is the rest of his crew gonna demolish our ship with him on it?
And also, how do you...
The guy appeared on your deck in magical fog. How are you planning to take him hostage?
That's, yeah, like...
No, how will you, Eric?
Oh, wait, what? So, like... But he's got a boat that can just go underwater. It doesn't, you can't sink it.
Do we know that though? Do we know that we can't sink it?
As characters, you do not. As players, you may do. This is where we get into the concept of metagaming.
Yeah, right.
This is frightening shit. Okay? Just want to tell you that right now.
While you're discussing this, you hear a shout from the quarterdeck as the first mate relays to the captain that the broomsticks are overheating and starting to burn out. The captain cuts the power, and you feel the boat suddenly slow down and the bow drop back into the water.
Can I ask Davy...
Fancy boat this! Very nice!
Can I ask Davy which Weevil he would choose between two? I watched it. I watched the movie.
Oh, it's a bit of a trick question, eh, boyo? It's always the lesser of two evils.
All right, so
this is rough. Okay.
Yeah, this is fucking great. So here's the thing, David. We've got stuff to do. We really, really do. But them guys don't. There's 2 ships over there that we can assist in capturing everything and all of it. But we need our stuff. Is that something that you could make happen. If we help you.
So, you're suggesting that you help my ship take out those 2 Klatchian war galleys, the sweaty, unshaven wretches that they are, and we keep everything aboard the ship, and then we let you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't
Please.
need anything. We just need our stuff so that we can get this stuff done and, you know, save the world and stuff, you know?
I'm gonna need another one of those.
But there's
Yeah, you
also
do.
the dragon ship as well. The dragon ship might have some good stuff on it.
Where is the
Where is
dragon
it,
ship? Can we still
It-
see it?
It
It's
was,
just kind of disappeared off the horizon when you boosted away.
Okay, I didn't know that. We could explain that.
Dragon ship, you say?
yep.
Like a dragon on a ship, or a ship made out of a dragon?
Honestly, we aren't
Well-
too sure yet.
Kind of dragon-looking type people.
That could be interesting.
Okay, I give them kind of a representation of the sigil that they have on their flag.
But they have been constantly following us, and that is another person that we are willing to assist with because
So,
they're after us. We don't know why.
I was right. You do have a touch of destiny about you.
Exactly.
Smart.
David stares at your blank faces for a moment. What? You don't know the prophecy?
Continue.
Don't enlighten us.
I haven't heard it.
They don't even know the prophecy, and they're carrying the artifacts. No.
The artifact.
Right. I tell you what. You help us take down those 2 triremes. We get everything on board. Every soul that chooses to becomes a part of my crew. And if we have time, and if I'm still in the mood, because, you know, tea time rolls about very quickly on a busy day, I might even let you help me take out that dragon boat that you mentioned. That could be interesting. Because if that is the prophecy, that will make life on the Circle Seas very interesting. You have yourself a deal. And with that, the fog envelops him and he disappears.
Worked.
The moment the fog disappears from the deck, the Dutchman steers hard to port, and the boat almost pivots on its keel. The captain's looking down at you with this look of, they ain't paying me enough for this shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I should have gone for 50.
But you didn't.
Well, let's put it this way. What if there is any future treasure that we recover that you get 25% of it?
Are you saying this to the captain?
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the fact that we already made a deal, I would kill you where you stood and cut my losses now. As it is, if I ever speak of this, David Jones there will hunt me down every time I set foot on water. So try not to get us into any more bargains. And we'll see if we can get out of this one alive. Luckily, those Klatchians, their ships aren't armed. But there's dozens of the little buggers on board.
So what's your idea on the best play to do this?
We let the Dutchman lead. It knows what it's doing. And we offer support from as far away as possible.
All right.
He shouts orders to the bosun, relaying them to the other, who relays them to the other crew, and the ship comes about hard. You feel the ship pivot almost as if they've dropped the rear anchor and it's dragged the boat around, and they tuck in behind the Flying Dutchman, who is outstripping them by far in speed. You've dropped down to about 5 or 6 knots, the normal sailing speed. The Dutchman seems quite happy to continue doing 24, 25 odd knots, scooting across the water towards the 2 Clashian triremes. After a few moments, you notice that the triremes have stopped rowing, and they're desperately trying to turn these very large, big, unpowered ships away from what's coming at them.
Retreat! Run away!
Oh, there's no bun-buns here, unfortunately.
Hey, but I have a holy hand grenade.
You do, yes. It takes the Dutchman less than a few seconds to close the couple of 100 yards to the triremes. It takes the obtuse triangle a few more minutes to do that. But they're on a boat in the middle of the sea. Where are they going to run to, eh?
Run on the spot.
Just run around the deck in circles like the hamster.
Hey, it's Drew.
The other pirate lords are watching. Drew! I'm so happy that you're here. I know I didn't answer your text message, but I can't until I'm done this.
Drew, you missed the negotiations with David Jones Jr. The Dutchman disappears under the water and pops up in between the 2 triremes, and you hear the shriek of the crews as they suddenly realise what's going on. You hear the oars start to beat. I'm getting feedback from someone.
That's probably Sam.
The oars kind of pull in on one side and are rowing on the others to bring the nose of the ship around. They've unfurled the stripy red and white sail to give them just that extra little bit of speed, but it's too late. And Sam, you still with your 20, you notice that David Jones has appeared on the deck of one of the triremes. You see the green fog rolling over the deck as he appears on board the ship, along with many of his crew.
Oh, okay.
Once you pull within about 200 yards, the captain orders the ship to broadside, and the cannons are pulled into place.
No.
Hurry home,
So close.
man.
Right. We are going to be entering into turn-based naval combat. And since I've never run a belly button combat encounter before, this is going to work a little bit different from normal. I'll still need you to roll for initiative. And I'm going to roll for initiative for the Calachians and for the Dutchman.
Wait, I have advantage on initiative.
20. Unnatural 20.
Seriously, I rolled the same thing both times. So 4.
I got an 11.
What a beautiful number. I'm sure you're very happy with it.
Great, it's great.
Yeah, I love it. Great.
Hopefully that's like maybe I wasted a bad roll on the initiative. That would be good. That would be fantastic.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so while you're aboard the obtuse triangle, I'll give you 2 options for combat. You can either take control of the gun crews. Brian and Sam, you can take 1 deck each, and they will effectively be firing on your command only. So on your initiative, the cannons on one side of the ship will be fired.
I'll take really good care of my deck.
Okay. I hope you're fully aware of everything that's going to be required for you if you're in gun command. Once you get within close enough range of the war galleys, you can then disengage from gun crew duties and potentially board the ship. Okay, and that goes for all of you. So you can remain on board the ship and command from the ship, or you can board the ship and go hand to hand with the Klatchian pirates. Klatchians in general are usually short, brown, unshaven, and very sweaty. They have a love of extremely strong coffee and rose-flavored gelatin-based sweets.
I hear you.
I'm waiting for Omar to realize
What?
I wasn't gonna drink until I was drinking with him.
I've got to go down and get
Because
some
I
more.
hydrated you.
I need to refill.
Hydrated you.
I've only got
Drunk.
water at the minute. I need to refill.
Okay, fine. Do it with water.
When you talk about boarding the other boats, is Mr. Pump included in that?
Mr. Pump can jump.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure that he can jump. He can stride, maybe.
Mr. Pump can jump. He's just never had need to. And he has to be able to jump from a secure enough position because just the sheer force of Mr. Pump taking off would probably crumble flagstones underneath his feet.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
What Mr. Pump
Boats
cannot
probably go
do,
like this.
what Mr. Pump cannot do is swing over on a rope with a dagger stuffed between his teeth.
No?
Plunge the dagger into the sail and slide down it.
Oh. You want me to Air Jordan my way to do some friggin' Pirates of the Caribbean type shit?
I could climb halfway up the mast and then just lean to one side, and then I'll just
Tip the entire boat
That's
over.
It's gonna freak everybody out on the ship.
Hello, have you accepted the word of Uthla? Would you like a pamphlet? And we're coming back again. We're back. Would you like a pamphlet? And we're back again. So yeah, Mr. Pump can engage in hand to stone combat if he wishes to. But you'd have to be pretty close, and you'd have to be able to make a small jump across to the other ship.
Yeah.
Alternatively, you could leap off and grab onto their anchor and just drag the whole ship down to the depths.
You can borrow my Air Jordans.
Or you can borrow Sam's Air Jordans.
Is that actually an option?
Yeah, if Sam lets you, yeah.
They're magical.
Yeah.
I'm fine with
Size
that.
to the wearer's feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I need a refill. So let's take a quick 5 minutes while our players work out what their combat strategy is going to be. I'm going to get a refill, and we shall be back in a moment. So we are just waiting for everybody to get back. All of my Vespers are doubles, so technically this is a quad. So that's 4 shots of gin, 2 shots of vodka, and about 1 shot of vermouth. Lovely. Lovely! Yeah, Rav, that's if they were winged boots of springing or striding, but these are literally Air Jordans. And I homebrew the shit out of my game, remember? But Mr. Pump is a magical being, so we will allow him a certain amount of leeway regardless.
Okay, so why did Eric just open the window? Is that so that we can tell when it's dawn that we need to start cutting things short?
That starts pretty early, honestly.
So that's our cue when we start seeing light, right?
Let's see when
No,
the sun rises.
I would say your cue is when Eric starts snoring.
Yeah.
Hey, that only happened, I think, like once.
Just let's not talk about it.
Yeah, Rav, that's kind of the problem with doing a full homebrew campaign, is that we're running from the player's handbook. So the basic core rule structure is 5th edition, but 90% of the items are homebrewed items. So yes, if it was a specific D&D item, I would call it by its proper name. But because I made up these Air Jordans on the spot, literally on the spot, Sam said something and I thought, you know what, let's go with that. Yeah, okay, fine, you can have those. So much of this game is homebrew. I do try and stick to the spirit of 5th edition, but the Pratchett verse is a very complicated and very well-established universe in its own right. And a lot of the magical rules that Terry Pratchett sets up in the books don't necessarily gel with 5th edition. So I've kind of had to balance them out a little bit more and pretty much make a lot of calls on the fly based on a particular circumstance. And that's just purely from my knowledge of the books. I think my mic is coming in a little bit hot, so I'm just going to bring the volume down a touch.
But just FYI, sunrise is 4:43. And that's like literal sun above the horizon, so it's going to get light well before that.
Yeah, so you're going to start seeing like some kind of lightning of the sky in the next 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Sucks for you.
Yeah, I wanted to show off my favorite shot glass. It's a place in Colorado called Downstairs at Eric's. When I found out about it when I was visiting that town, I was like, well, obviously
I gotta have that.
If you called Eric, do they give you a free drink?
I tried, but no. But they're also, I love their motto, because everywhere else just sucks.
Bold.
Yeah, it was good. Hey, it was good food. It's good pizza. So,
if only Dyson had chosen that for their motto.
Yeah, that's smart.
Okay.
It doesn't say it's trademarked, so I guess they could still grab that.
I don't think it's quite the Dyson vibe.
No.
Okay, so with turn-based. Oh, Sam's back.
I'm listening. I'm just switching over the laundry. I hear you. You can continue
Okay.
in a second.
Okay. With the turn-based combat, we will go in as essentially turn-based order. All of the Dutchman's crew will take their turns on their go. All of the Clatchians will take their attack on their turns. And for the time being, you're at ranged fighting. So if you do have ranged weapon or ranged magic, you can make use of that now. If you do get too close to the ships and you end up boarding and fighting ship to ship, well, then we're just into regular melee combat. From where you're standing, you can see that these triremes have 3 decks of oars. And you're counting at least a dozen oars on each deck.
Would it be 1 person or 2 person per oar?
You don't know that.
Right.
But that means there are at least 72 people on board that boat.
Yeah.
If 1 person is manning a single oar, it's at least 72 people. If there are multiple slaves rowing each oar, then that could be multiples.
4.
Then the question, are the slaves really a threat? Like, will they engage in combat?
Well, again, this is something that you don't know. They may be crewed by slaves with just warriors aboard, or if they are true pirate ships, they will all be working hard. The captain would end up going down there and rowing if need be.
Yeah.
It's that kind of a democratic ship. So it could be that all 72 plus crew are warriors of some sort. And if they've been rowing for most of their lives, they're not going to be small warriors. They're not going to be like the weedy, nimble types.
I also was wondering, the thunder wave that I have.
Yep.
If I were to stand at the edge of the ship somehow, would that technically be usable against a nearby ship?
Yeah. The way Thunderwave works, Thunderwave is a cube.
Yeah, it's a cube that emanates from me.
Yeah,
so
it's a
that's
cube
one
of
side.
force. So you are one side of the wave. Now, you can be one corner of it, you can be one point of it, or you can be one flat side of it. You shape it however you choose to. If you want, you can have you in the center of the cube, and you slam your fist down on the ground, and the thunder wave emanates out from you in all directions.
Yeah.
So you tell me how you wish to shape the spell before you cast it. Well, before you attack.
Yeah.
Because these are technically baked into your... Yeah, because these are technically baked into your knuckle dusters.
Yeah.
You are one side or one edge of it.
Yeah.
But if you were to slam the ground in front of you, if you were to do that superhero landing and slam the ground in front of you, it would go out from you in all directions.
And just push the ship down.
Well, given that it's Thunderwave and it does critical damage against some objects, you probably end up splintering the deck underneath you, which means you would fall through the ship.
Yeah.
So bear that in mind as well.
It's a matter of how because like you talked about pulling the anchor, me grabbing the anchor and pulling a ship down, but then like how do I get back?
Just walk to the coast.
Well, if our ship drops their anchor, I could just grab that. And
or you could grab on, you could grab onto your ship's anchor and climb back up again.
Okay, so if I do use that, I'm probably going to save it for the dragon ship. Honestly, because that one scares me a little more. Like, yeah, a bunch of people is bad, but like I feel like maybe the dragon ship is more equipped to fight, perhaps.
You know nothing about the dragon ship other than the sail motif that the captain described.
Right.
Omar had his clock and calendar come up. I was saying, "Are you timing, Sam?"
Oh.
No, I was legit actually seeing what the time was here. Because we're playing on the 30th, and I always end up mixing up the today with Saturday. Because by the time we finish the game, it's Saturday morning,
Saturday,
and I always give out that date by accident when we're talking about the next game. But yeah, our next game is Friday the 13th. That could be interesting.
Oh boy.
What if this situation was a paid visit from the Queen Anne's Revenge? Just spice it up.
What, just Blackbeard makes an appearance, does he?
Yeah. That's the 13th of August, Sam.
Oh.
Because you aren't going to be home.
Shit.
Well.
I love how you have to tell me that. I knew when you told
I marked it down on my calendar, that's all.
Yeah.
So D&D's not happening on the 13th of August.
Can we make it happen like a day before or something? Or you'll be working.
I gotta work. Yep.
Yeah, same.
God.
What about the day after?
What, the Saturday night?
But bear in mind, let me check. So
Because I could potentially do a Saturday.
It could maybe, because like I'm done at 7 at night, but like wouldn't be able to start till like 8, so it's like 2 o'clock Omar's time.
And you'd be exhausted.
What are we talking about? The Saturday?
No, the Thursday.
The Thursday. Okay, well, what about the Saturday?
I can't do the Thursday.
Well, Sam's gonna be down here all weekend
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
All week. Okay.
because she's got the kids down here.
I just ditch my family and go to Brian's house, and we're like,
Fun. It's fun.
Well, he's got better internet than you have, that's for sure.
fucking, yeah. He's got the tweet internet, I got the moose, okay?
Sam, my phone has better internet than you have.
Fuck off. I know. Everybody's got better internet than me.
It's called 3G.
Yeah, but you'd have to
just
bring
don't.
your laptop, wouldn't you?
I don't have a
Okay,
laptop.
so... Okay, we're obviously we're not going to be doing the weekend before or the weekend after because of scheduling. Let me know if you want to do a day or two earlier or a day or two later. Because if we roll it to the following Monday or Tuesday, or we do it the Wednesday or the Thursday beforehand...
Do you work the Sunday night, Brian?
We don't have to sort this out now because we're in the middle of combat here.
That's true.
Well, like you're talking like you heading back Sunday morning, and then us doing it. Well, conceivably yes.
We'll figure it out after, but that seems like the best bet.
Because I wouldn't be working until nights. Like since it's days on Wednesday, Thursday, Monday, Tuesday is going to be nights, so I wouldn't have to go into work until like 7 p.m. So, depending on your time frame, like on how quickly you get home,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like it's about 4 hours and a bit maybe. So, yeah, we could probably do Sunday night.
Okay, well, we can work around it.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Yes, Blind, this is instead of 2 weeks, because Sam is going down to Brian's for the weekend.
Well, not my place. Down to Matt's.
I'm going to my in-laws.
Well, that's what
Brian's
he
house.
says. That's what he says.
I'm gonna hang out with her though.
Okay, you're closing on the Klatchian war galleys. You can already see that there is fighting on the decks of both of the Klatchian ships. David's crew has already overrun the ships, and you can see that some of the oars on the top deck suddenly go slack in the water.
There. Look,
The top.
they got shot glasses, just as big.
It's adorable.
And because the top deck oars go suddenly slack, the oars beneath them get tangled up in those top deck oars.
Omar's gonna hit you.
Okay, so they're probably going to slow down a bit.
They're going to slow down enough that because, well, if the bottom two are still rowing, and the oars are still going around like that, but the top oars just drop, because those people are now in combat, those oars are going to get struck and start getting tangled up.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take more than a few minutes before oars are broken, oars are tangled, oars are pulled out of the sockets, and both Klatchian war galleys are dead in the water. At this point, the captain waves down to the gun crews, and the gun crews stand by as you close range. What are you going to be doing for your roles? Are any of you going to be commanding the gun crews?
Commanding? Jericho, don't. Please fucking don't. You're gonna turn off the computer. It's not gonna be a good scene. Don't do it.
Because I
No.
think that's almost
I'm
going
just
to be
gonna
a
go-
little limiting if we do the crews. Because, like, the crews usually can fire by themselves. Like, they'll have a crew commander that's doing a spotting for them. Right?
Yep.
Well, then again, I don't really know that.
You might know that, but the player doesn't. Well, the character
Yeah.
doesn't. I did suggest you all watch Master and Commander as research for this week's episode. I'm guessing none of you did.
I did that. I mentioned the Weevils earlier.
It's a damn good film, though, isn't it?
It is.
No, I'm just going to go to my...
I still think that's one of Ridley Scott's finest films. As an overall film, it is a fantastic film. It's not historically accurate, but if you want to learn about naval combat, Master and Commander does it very, very well.
I had seen it before as well, but it had been a long time.
I watched all 4 seasons of Black Sails just because that's Master and Commander, but with boobs in.
That I want to see, but I don't know where to see it. Like,
it's on it was Amazon Prime. It was an Amazon exclusive.
I'll check that then.
On Netflix.
I doubt Amazon would have
Amazon Prime.
given up the rights to it. Okay, so are any of you going to be staying back and commanding the gun crews?
Probably not. Like,
I don't think so. I think I'm gonna just do what they had said and go down and do the one side and not command, so that I don't fuck up.
Brian, have you got booze there? Because Blind's telling you need to take a shot.
Ooh, yeah, buddy.
I need to take a shot. I do have some 8-year-old rum, but I don't know how well that's going to go over because I had my medications.
Yeah, you pedo. 8 years old?
Yeah. 8-year-old Bacardi.
Nothing under 18, that's my rule.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't... I probably shouldn't command
no,
any...
the booze is 8 years old, not me.
No, I'm talking about booze, nothing under 18.
Yeah, see?
Okay, so, you're all going to be... You're all going to be staying up top.
I probably shouldn't command any guns because it's going to take Mr. Pump way too long to tell anybody to shoot.
Fire.
Pop.
Okay, so as the ship starts to close distance with the Klatchian war galleys, the 3 of you make ready on board. You have ranged magic spells that you can use. You have ranged weapons that you may be able to use, but until you are actually deck to deck or deek to deek, you're not going to be leaping across.
This is gonna be rough going down, I think. Oh, I got like way more than you. I got like a double compared to yours.
You're lightweights.
Wait,
I
am I
took
supposed
all
to...
I had, okay?
You bloody lightweights.
Okay,
Nothing
let's
left
try
to
not
give.
to gag here, because I'm not good with shots.
Oh, hang on.
Yep.
I believe in you. Wait, you're talking about... He fucking glugs it.
You're not supposed to shot scotch.
It's fine, you're gonna shot
You're
scotch.
exempt, Eric. Too late.
I just spilled it. Ugh.
That's warm.
You could have just held it in your mouth and savored it.
So Shimon is one of the newer people in our community, and he's actually a Pratchett fan.
Oh, welcome, Shimin. Welcome, welcome.
Really cool.
We are currently sailing the Circle Seas. I'll bring up the map so you can see where we are. Our players left Ankh-Morpork back in episode 9. Episodes 10 and 11, they have been sailing through the Circle Seas, and they're on their way round the edge of Wonderland through to the edge of the Disc in order to reach these tiny little island archipelago here, which is the Dragon Watch Islands. Our players foolishly released a dragon that had been imprisoned in a mountain for 1,000 years. The dragon is now wreaking havoc and revenge across the entire Disc. Because, frankly, it's pissed. And our players are sailing round to the Dragon Watch Islands in an attempt to reason with it. They haven't really thought up much more of a plan other than that yet. You can just hear the sarcasm, can't you?
I do have a question. When you put us in there, did you think, like, Sam's gonna release this fucking dragon and it's gonna start the whole thing?
No, I haven't. I have absolutely no expectations on you because at that point I'd only sketched out this campaign in bullet points. I could change anything at that point. The only thing that
didn't know if we would actually release it or not?
No, if you hadn't, things would have happened. But releasing the dragon was not your only option in that scenario. I just know people well enough to know that they're going to release the dragon.
That was kind of what I was wondering. If you know me well enough that you know shit that's gonna happen as you're making it, be like, okay, this part of the story will work great because there's Sam.
Yeah. Writing the next 20 episodes of this game, that's exactly what happens. Oh, right, okay, yeah, Sam's definitely going to do this, so we can add this, and then this happens, and then all shit breaks loose, and then we blame Sam, and then Eric's going to come in and have to save her, Brian's going to have to revive her a couple of times, Dustin will fuck off somewhere else, because that's what he does, and that's that combat encounter.
He just described our D&D sessions perfectly.
Oh, so there you go, Shimon, that's the entire campaign. Sam gets into shit. Brian comes over and saves her. Dustin, the ranger, fucks off somewhere and does something else. And all hell breaks loose. Currently, we are on the 3rd episode, which is day 6 of a sea voyage. And they're in trouble. Our crew has a boat with a dragon sigil on its sail chasing them. They have 2 Klatchian war galleys filled with pirates ready to attack. And the Flying Dutchman and its captain, David Jones Jr., has made his presence known, and they've negotiated to assist Davy Jones in taking the 2 war galleys. So, we are almost within range of the Klatchian war galleys. Whatever weapons you have, get them ready. Whatever spells you have, get them ready. Because it's at this point that the quartermaster shouts, "Fire!" And all hell breaks loose aboard this ship.
Oh, you got like turned off.
I think he does.
5 guns on the top deck let loose, and you see smoke flying everywhere as the whole ship, at the top deck of the ship, is engulfed in cannon smoke. Below decks, the second row of guns let loose, and you see wood splintering, you see oars breaking and shattering, and you see bodies kind of being catapulted up into the sky going, woo! The Dutchman at the top of the round goes in first, and the crews engage hand-to-hand on the decks. You can see that the Dutchman's cannons are firing, but they're firing a green spectral kind of mist. And you don't imagine that these are cannonballs. Whatever's shooting out of the Dutchman's cannon is flooding across the surface of the decks, engulfing the deck in that kind of green fog. And more of the Dutchman's crew are then materializing on the decks of the ships. You see zombies, you see skeletons, you see disfigured humans transformed into crustaceans and coral and fish or shark-faced men fighting hand to hand. Stand still so I can stick you at the pointy end. Stop moving, damn it! I don't know which one to hit.
Throws up in a bucket, splashes everybody.
No, just gets 2 swords out, hits them both. Sam, your turn.
I'm down below on the cannon, so I guess I will fire.
No, you aren't commanding the gun crews. The guns are all fully crewed. You're up on the top deck waiting.
Oh, I thought I was on one of the crews. Okay.
You said you weren't crewing the cannons.
Okay. I thought you meant, are we, like, being the ones to say fire, like the ones that were leading.
That's what you would be doing. So the guns are actually crewed by 3 men. Each cannon has 3 men operating it, and each row of cannons on each side of the ship has a commander, which commands the cannons to fire.
I thought it was on the cannons. I misunderstood. Okay.
So you're up on the top deck, engulfed in black powder smoke as the cannons are fired, and you're witnessing these Klatchian war galleys being torn apart by the cannonballs. The Klatchian galley at the moment is about 300 feet or 100 meters away from you. They've waited till they're in point blank range to fire.
Yeah.
I'm not close enough yet, I don't think.
Do you know what the range is for a firebolt?
Well, I'm actually looking for an angle right now. I can check that.
I shall get my spell book
Probably
out.
the same as mine.
Yeah, 'cause I don't know if I'm
Firebolt
gonna reach either.
is 120 feet.
Ah.
So you're at the moment you're out of range.
Okay. I'm gonna wait then.
Because I think mine's
They're ripping them
only
to
60,
shreds at the moment.
but mine's a camp.
Guys in the audience, are you hearing the sound effects as well?
Sam's traffic.
Oh really? You can hear it a lot? I'm sorry.
It's not your
Oh,
traffic
Once in a
sound.
while. Yeah, mine's 60 feet.
That be the last port of call.
Is that better? I closed the window.
It wasn't you. I've actually got naval warfare sound effects playing in the background.
Oh,
Fuck.
You buggered off before I could say anything.
I've heard a little bit because I unmuted a couple times.
I want to hear this.
actually, now that I read this, it's probably not going to work. Because it says flame-like radiance.
Sound
I
effects
love
here
this.
are courtesy of Sword Coast Soundscapes on YouTube. He's listed all of this as royalty free, as long as we kind of drop him a little name drop if we're
Yeah.
using his sound effects. So that's Sword Coast Soundscapes on YouTube.
I like it a lot.
Apparently, when I created this character with D&D Beyond, I had an automatic, choose your starting inventory and stuff. And I have 4 javelins, but I'm gonna assume that we're gonna ignore that.
Javelins, no, but if you want to grab something off the deck and use it as a javelin, I will allow that.
Yeah.
Can I just pick up a
Okay,
cannonball?
you're the only
You
one
can
that
pick up a
throw that
cannonball
far.
and hurl it. I mean, it'd be far more effective than picking up a chicken.
Do you actually have whale on this, one of your sound effects?
Grab a chicken bazooka and let it rip.
So that's what I'm listening to.
Okay, so, well, but it's not my turn.
Okay,
No,
Sam,
he
it's
doesn't
still
have
your
to.
go. Do you want to tell us what you're doing?
Oh, I said that I was waiting. Like,
Okay.
I don't have anything that would be all right for then.
Okay. You're going to hold your action.
Yes.
Is there anything else you want to do? Do you want to prepare any potions or have any equipment ready?
I'm gonna draw my sword, my dagger, sorry. But that's it.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to give you hints here just while you get used to the setting. You do have the option of climbing up the mast, up into the top of the sails, and then as the ships get closer, you can leap across, or you can use your dagger to take you across. Hint,
You're so
hint.
right. I can Air Jordan from that shit. I'm going up the crow's nest. Do it.
Right, okay. So you jump, and you jump a clear 20 feet up into the air, grab hold of one of the cross beams from the cells and start pulling yourself up. Mr. Pump, you watch her go, thinking, there goes my ride. Okay, so you're going to hold your attack until you're in range. So, Eric, it's your turn.
Alright, I guess I'll pick up a cannonball. And just chuck it at something.
Monk of the hand?
Okay. Give me a ranged attack.
Ranged attack.
So d20 plus your strength in this case, plus your proficiency.
Do I have proficiency in?
You would have in strength, you're a barbarian.
Oh, I see, yeah. Which should be...
You're a barbarian.
Strength.
Yes, he doesn't use teacups with the pinkies.
No.
Oh, my God. That's a natural 20.
Okay.
I'm getting worried there. One.
Is this for real?
My dice don't have, like, any painting on them, so it's kind of hard to... I have
They're
to look real close.
Master of deja
Yeah, I
vu.
know.
Well, to be fair, those are just dumb dice then, aren't they?
Well, yeah, they were made to be, like, very precision, so I think that was a choice.
No, they're made for you to paint them yourself once you get them.
Could be.
I use that crayon on mine and get.
I don't.
Yeah, actually, crayon works very well.
I don't have a steady enough hand to do that.
That's why you use crayon. You rub the crayon in and just wipe the surface. Use uranium. That way they'll glow in the dark.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Now,
You're in Sweden.
There's like a Kickstarter that I'm thinking about joining in called Dragon's Eye Dice.
I saw that.
They have like a dragon eye in the center of it.
Eric is in Sweden. Sweden has the largest international nuclear waste storage facility that's actually built into the side of a mountain.
Do you know where
Wow,
that is?
does that actually mean that Dark actually was like legitimate scenery? Because Dark was filmed there. And they were showing like is one part of the series where they had like all these radioactive barrels in the cave.
They built a nuclear waste storage facility where all the nations from around the world can actually rent secure storage space. And they basically hollowed out the inside of a mountain to store basically millions of barrels of depleted uranium that's been recovered from radioactive sources or reactors. And Sweden is the only country in the world specializing in this. The location is highly secret. Duh.
Don't want anybody to get their hands on that. Yay! You got home a Mickey!
It's gonna be so different. I'm gonna drink it thinking it's whiskey. I'm gonna be like,
Just chug it. Just chug it.
Fine.
Just straight from the bottle. But yeah,
And I will have to put it
Sweden is one of the only countries in the world that has an international agreement to store nuclear waste.
I think we've thrown Sam off completely.
Yep. So if any of us can get hold of uranium easily, it's probably Eric.
uranium.
Right, Eric.
All we need is a DeLorean.
Mr. Pump, you rolled a natural 20.
Yeah.
So I will basically give you 2 shots. You picked up 2 cannonballs and hurled them both.
Okay.
You need to roll for damage. And remember, you're doing double damage, so that's 12d10
What?
per cannonball.
12d10. Good God.
One cannon shot is 6d10. You've done double damage because you've critted, and you're throwing 2 of them.
It's probably just going to be easiest to do on
If you've got an app or something that can roll it, or I can roll the damage for you on the webcam if you prefer.
hang on, let me so is there a in addition to it?
Nope, just straight
12d10.
12d10, and then just double it.
Okay. Where's my where is it? Come on. Oh, here. Probably.
So my app, which I don't know if you can see because of glare, you can see the dice are actually moving
yeah.
around with the...
Whoa.
So you're supposed to shake this and then let it settle, and then it adds up the total in the corner. So that's 68 damage from 12d10. and you can change the color, and it uses the motion sensor in your phone. So if I do that, it keeps changing the dice roll until you lay it flat or you stop.
I have this app.
It's called what is it called? DN Dice. It's free app.
And dice.
So D the letter N Dice. Free app.
D&D,
Everybody
3D
get
RPG
it
dice.
now.
That's the one. Very handy.
I'm just gonna do this.
But I still prefer rolling dice old school.
Can't install app. Your
Right, by the
device
time
doesn't have
Eric has
enough
added
space.
up his attack roll, the battle will be over.
Sure, here we go. Okay.
Mini dice roller. That's the one, right?
Okay, so that was
Dice roller?
57.
just D and
on the
dice.
first one.
67?
I don't,
57.
57.
I don't have enough space on my phone. I need a new SD card. I have like 7,000 photos.
Okay, you probably got like
51.
a lot of Snapchat videos too.
And videos. Yeah.
Okay. Right, the cannon crew turn around and look at you in somewhat shock. And you can see them mentally sizing up the benefits of having the ship refitted at this point. All you need is like a little Mercedes logo on the top of your head so they can aim you.
Right? Just install him to the ship and be like, this'll work.
Okay, Brian, what was your roll? What was your initiative roll? Because I didn't write you down for some reason. Was it 3?
I got 11.
11. Okay. Right, okay. Clatchins are going to go next. And there is just a flurry of hand-to-hand fighting on the deck of the ships. You see more of the oars either break or sag as the people rowing the oars just give up. The oars are either too tangled or they're broken because of the drooping of the oars from the upper levels. And more of these Clatchian warriors flood out onto the decks. But not as many as you expected. We talked about 3 rows of 12 on each side of the boat, so potentially a minimum of 76 warriors on board these boats. You're counting less than half that. Considerably less than half that. Because the bottom rows of oars, the bottom 2 rows of oars, have stopped rowing, but they're still in the straight out stage. The ones that aren't broken or tangled are still in the kind of ready position. So there are still crew holding on to those oars at this point. Okay, Brian, your turn.
Well, I'm not even sure if my Sacred Flame would have any effect, because it's almost sounding like it needs to be a body, because it's radiant damage, not fire damage. Plus, it's only a 60 feet range.
Well, you're definitely out of range, unless somebody's going to throw you over to the ship.
Yeah, because I still have to wait at this point to figure out what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to hold my action for now.
Okay, are you casting any spells on yourself or the party? Hint, hint.
Well, I could definitely...
Blind Eye keeps complaining that when I start drinking I give away too many hints to the players. And he knows I'm doing it because I say hint, hint.
Yeah.
Because I can do the bless thing again, so... I can't remember if that's a free one or if that's one that I spend.
Fact.
Yeah, that's a free one. But it still uses a slot. So that was 1 die 4. Oh, these things are hard to pick up. And we get a floor roll, so I'll have to do that again. Oh, yay! I got a 1. So everybody gets a 1 to their saves and attack rolls.
Woo!
Yay!
Okay, slight change there, Brian, because this is probably a difference from Advanced to 5th edition. When you cast Bless, you just cast it. The person who's using it rolls the extra dice on each roll.
Oh.
So it's not your roll that will determine what they get. So Sam and Eric, and I'm assuming yourself as well, whenever you do a attack or saving throw, you get to roll an extra d4 and add that to the total.
Okay.
And given that you're going to be doing some acrobatics when boarding the ship, that might be useful. It is concentration, up to 1 minute, which is effectively 10 combat rounds. But it is concentration. So, Brian, if you are casting other spells, that will break the bless. So, just bear that in mind. Okay. Dutchman's turn. You see the entire ship disappear under the water again, and then reappear on the far side of the 2 galleys. And more cannon fire erupts, more fog kind of cascades over the 2 trireme war galleys. As the Dutchman's cannons fire, and then the ship disappears down under the water again. The fighting on deck continues very aggressively, and you see that the number of Klatchians that are engaging in battle are actually quite high. Given that these are pirates, and they're facing pretty much imminent doom, you would probably have expected more of them to have surrendered by now. But, you know, it's combat and it's early days, and the evening's only getting started. Sam, your turn. You are now within about 150 feet, or say about 50 meters of the other ship.
I think I'm just gonna cast Shield over who's around me.
Shield is not a spell you cast preemptively, it's a reaction spell. So if you are about to be hit, then you say shield, and then your shield pops up, and that just increases your armor temporarily for that attack.
Oh.
So it's not something that you bring up and you leave it up permanently for a period of time. It's more, oh hang on, there's an arrow screeching towards me, shield. That's how you use it.
Oh, okay. Where's Mr. Pump?
What was the add-on from Brian's spell? Real quick.
It's an extra d4 for attack rolls and saving throws.
Okay.
Because I'm up top right now. And I'm wondering how close Mr. Pump is to the base of the mast.
He can't really go that far.
But I can throw my shoes that far.
You can drop your shoes down to him if you want, yeah?
That was kind of the plan. I can rope myself over, he can't. So my plan was to drop down my Jordans.
Your sneakers?
I'll only trust them with my crew.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, so you unlace your Jordans. You kind of lean down and just start to aim, and just screw it because the whole boat's moving while you're doing this, and you just drop them. Eric, you see them you see a pair of black, red, and white sneakers come falling out of the sky and bounce on the deck in front of you. Anything else you want to do, Sam? You still got some movement if you want to get higher up into the ship, or if you want to walk out to one of the ends of the supporting beams.
do I have enough movement to grab rope out of my bag of holding?
You could. That would be. I'll allow that as a
Yeah, I was
bonus
wondering
action,
if
but
it's-
remember, you're up on a ship. There's rope everywhere.
That's true. Okay, yeah, I'll just go to the end of one that's closest to where we're pulling up on the ships, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like if we're
The leeward side?
yeah. I don't know what side we're pulling up
Yeah,
on.
it's
but I
the
wanna
right
see
hand.
the side that we're pulling up on.
Okay, there's the left hand side of your ship that you're pulling up against. So, as far as you're concerned, it's the left hand side. But yeah, okay.
Okay, then I want to go on the left hand side.
You head up to the topmost sail, and you're walking across the sail spar. Can I get a dexterity saving throw from you, just to see if you
That's what
keep your footing? So this is with all your extra bonuses plus the extra D4.
Uh, 14.
That's including the D4. What did you roll?
I rolled a 6. I have dexterity 7 for saving throw, and I got a 1 in my d4.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. You make it. You're kind of grabbing on a little tighter than you normally would because you're still a little bit on the seasick side. And bear in mind the ship is, but the higher you get, the more the ship is swaying around at the top. And by the time you get to the end of the mast, you've pretty much wrapped your arms around the wood spar, and you're going slightly green.
Sounds about right. Okay.
Okay, Eric, you've seen a pair of black, red, and white sneakers land on the deck in front of you.
Yeah. So I'll grab those. Am I aware of what they are?
You've seen the rogue wearing them, and you've seen the rogue use them.
Okay, so then.
Okay, they magically enlarge to fit your table-sized feet.
You know how to tie a shoe, right?
They're magic. Do I have to?
No.
Okay, good.
They're Velcro.
Auto lacing engaged.
Right.
Yeah.
Your shoes are now tied.
Google,
Dude,
how
how
do
are
you tie a
laces?
shoe?
Right. Yeah.
Will you tie it for me?
Oh, that would have been funny to have Google come out and tie the shoes.
Google's still dangling around your neck.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what's the current situation?
So you are about 50 meters or 150 feet from the Clutching War Galley.
Yeah.
The first volley of cannon fire has gone off. The cannons are now reloading. You've just tied a pair of sneakers onto the bottom of your stone feet, and you feel just a little bit lighter, a bit fleeter of foot. Your jump distance is now multiplied by 4 times.
How do I figure out my jump distance normally?
So jump distance would normally be a certain amount of feet plus
here we go.
your strength modifier.
Yeah.
Mommy's gotta tie your shoes up.
There's a granny bow and the bow's sideways.
Right.
Oh, Sam's got to climb all the way back down and tie his shoes for him.
Number of feet up to my strength score if I move at least 10 feet on foot. Are we using those rules or are we
Yeah.
just... Okay.
So your jump distance is basically, what, 15, 16 feet? Now multiplied by 4.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So how is this going to affect our boat if I try to jump?
Well, they're magical, so we don't know. It was probably going to be better than if you tried to jump without them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the boat's rocking, don't come knocking.
Okay, so is it just the one, or there's two boats that we're fighting, right?
There's two Klatchian triremes. Both
Well,
of
yeah,
them
but-
are between you and the Dutchman at the moment.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll try to jump on the nearest one.
No, you're not.
Oh,
You're 150 feet away
Oh.
from the boat.
oh, I missed that. Okay, missed that one.
50 meters, 150 feet.
Yeah.
I'm doing it in metric and freedom units.
Right, yeah. Okay, well then, I'm not gonna do. I guess I could just try
15
cannonballs again.
times 4 is 60 feet.
Yeah.
So you can only jump 60 feet.
Yeah. So I guess I can just try the cannonballs again.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be able to jump to anything.
D20 attack roll.
Piece of party.
Plus a D4, right?
Yep. Not for attack rolls, no. Oh no, sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah,
Plus plus the D4. Yeah.
Ooh, I got 6. So 16 plus my,
Strength.
which is
8, isn't it?
8. Yeah, 5 plus the proficiency.
So,
So that's over 20.
24 for the one arm, and
Yeah.
same again for your other arm.
All right. Other arm is. Ooh.
A little bit off kilter.
So 12 total. Thankfully, I didn't roll a 1. That was a 2.
Okay. The first shot hits. The second shot kind of drops short and lands in the water.
Okay.
So it needs 6d10 from you.
Yeah. Come on. What is that? Did it just decide to not do that? Alright, that's fine. Do it this way. $42.
Okay. Okay. Clutchians. You see that the oars have not moved. They're still held in the perfectly horizontal position. As if whoever's rowing the bottom two decks is just waiting for instruction. You see more flurry of activity on the deck as the last of the Klatchian crew spill out onto the rear part of the deck and the front part of the deck. And Sam, from where you are, you see a Klatchian siege bow being swung on a pivot over towards your ship. So imagine a harpoon gun, but the kind of harpoon gun that's towed by 3 or 4 oxen. Or sorry, pulled by 4 oxen. So this thing is huge. The bow is swung into position, and you see the Klatchians winding the string back. The other war galley is too involved with what's going on with the Flying Dutchman. They are doing the same with the siege bow, rather optimistically, I would say. And again, fighting is still going on aboard the deck of the ship, but it's getting less fierce and more, oh shit, we're all gonna die. As the crew of the Flying Dutchman are starting to take over. And the fight is certainly turning in their favour very, very quickly. A couple of the Klatchians that have been struck down are kind of crawling along the deck, blood flowing over the deck of the war galley. They're out of the fight, but not necessarily dead. The Dutchmen know that there's no benefit in killing these people. They want them for their crew. They want them alive. And if they're injured or wounded, that can be fixed.
Well, just kill them and raise them.
If deaths happen, they're not bothered. They can raise them. But if people are wounded or injured or dismembered, they can certainly augment them through magical means and bring them back to functioning states. which is why some of the more crustacean-looking crew have basically crab legs in place of human legs, and crab pincers in place of arms.
No peg legs or hooks?
Possibly, you can't see from where you are. Okay, Brian, it's your turn.
Still continuing the concentration.
Okay, so you're holding on to Bless. Okay, moving back to the top of the round, it's the Dutchman, and the Dutchman is... You see the Dutchman sink down below the water again. And this time when it comes back up through one of the war galleys. And then all hell breaks loose. Because suddenly every Clashian on board that ship is now fighting inside a ghost ship. And they're now on the Dutchman's home turf. Sam, your turn. You are now about 50 feet away from the Clashian war galley, or about 15 or so meters. So you're certainly within magical range, and you're certainly within, well, you would have been within jumping range, if you had your Jordans on still. It's getting very close to touching together and boarding the ship. And you can see below you the crew are starting to get planks ready and grappling harpoons ready to kind of throw the grapple hooks over and pull the two ships together and drop the planks so the crew can then run across. At this point, you can either jump, you can use your blade, or you could probably just cut a bit of rigging and swing across.
Still get your firebolt too, though.
I know, and I thought about the firebolt, but if all of our crew are going on the ship, then I don't really want to set it on fire.
Firebolt doesn't work like that. Firebolt's not fire. You're thinking fireballs. Firebolt is more like a giant laser beam.
That just attacks a specific...
It's, yeah, a specific target.
Target.
You still got to do a ranged attack. No, you don't have to do a ranged attack. It's just straight damage. But it's more like a laser beam than it is a ball of fire. Of course, if you hit anything flammable, that could ignite, if you wanted to hit something flammable.
I will wait until more of the team are going over, more of the crew are going over. I will use Firebolt on somebody that's... Well, there's cannons up top, right?
Up top?
Yeah, up top their ship.
There's no cannons on the Clashian ship at all. They're hand-to-hand fighters only, and they've got the big crossbows, one at the front, one at the back.
Okay, that... I want to attack somebody that's manning the crossbow.
Okay.
With the Firebolt.
Okay. Okay, so ranged attack, so roll d20 plus your spell attack bonus.
Which says 1d10.
No, this is to hit. This isn't for damage. This is to hit.
Right.
So give me d20 plus your spell attack bonus, which is on the back of your character sheet, up at the top.
So that's only an 8 in total.
Okay.
And die 4.
Oh, right. Okay, +1.
You're supposed to roll higher than a 1, come on!
I know!
Okay, the firebolt misses, and you strike the deck instead. Roll your damage. Your 1d10.
4.
So you do... The firebolt hits the deck of the ship, and you see a huge scorch mark on the deck right next to where the siege bow is. There's a few little licks of flame, but they go out pretty quickly with all the water spray and the wind. Okay, what about your movement? You still have your movement. You're clinging on to, with dear life to this ship at the moment, because you're still very seasick.
Yeah. Am I able to cut one of the ropes near me to prepare to swing over? Is that enough movement?
If you want to do that as your bonus action, I'll allow it.
Okay, I'll do that to prepare. Cause
You can swing you can swing in this action as well, and that will be the end of your turn.
I feel like I should wait until there's more crew going on to it, or else I'm going to die. So I'll wait.
We've got all the Dutchman crew that's already swarming the deck of the ship.
The deck of that ship that we're on?
Of both, no,
Where
of
we're
the,
going
of the
to?
two of the two triremes. The Dutchman's crew are all over it. They appeared in a poof of fog.
Swarming like ants.
Okay, that makes me feel a little better. I guess I can swing over then.
Okay, you unsheath your dagger, slice through one of the rigging lines, and you swing across to the other ship. You can see roughly where you want to land, but you're going to be a little bit short. You're going to have to make a jump to make it.
Okay.
So, I'm going to need an athletics roll from you. Or actually, in your case, you can use dexterity. So,
Oh, excellent.
make yourself a dexterity saving throw. And we'll see if you manage to grab hold of the rigging on the other ship.
$20 in total. I rolled a 13. I have it as 7 for dexterity saving throw.
And you've got your extra d4 as well.
Oh, right. Every fucking time. That was the floor. It's a 3.
So 23 total.
Yeah.
Okay, you swing out on the bit of rope. You're kind of hanging on for dear life, just waving your arms and legs all over the place as you fly across. The rope slips out of your fingers and you go flying towards the kind of ladder rigging that's running up the side of each of the masts, and you just hit it like an orangutan in a net. You manage to land roughly where you want to be and you grab hold of it, but your arms and legs have poked through the kind of woven square holes that the rope has been made, and you're just kind of clinging on like that. Are you shouting or screaming anything as you go?
Oh yeah, fucking George of the Jungle all the way.
Not Wilhelm?
No. No, George of the Jungle.
So you swing across sounding like Goofy.
Excellent.
Okay, Eric, your turn. You are within 50 feet of the boat. The crew are getting ready to grapple and board. You are certainly within jumping distance.
Within just jumping distance, but like only just. Is there a chance of missing?
If you get a really bad strength roll, yes. And this isn't a saving throw. This is this is either acrobatics or athletics.
I mean, if there's one thing I'm good at doing is doing real bad at rolls at the worst times.
Well, if you take a bit of a run up, I'll give you an extra couple of feet on your jump distance. And you've got to make sure you're wearing spandex and you land in the sand and you pull your knickers up at the back afterwards. And make sure a little Japanese guy isn't holding a little white flag to say that you've like stepped over the jumping point.
I guess we'll go for it.
Heath, do you still have your free rethrow?
I do.
You still have your inspiration.
I do.
I don't, but you do.
I do. Thank you.
Why? What happened?
Okay.
What?
That's a 12 plus my strength.
Plus your strength, yep. Well, this is athletics, so yeah, plus your strength.
Yeah. So it'd be a 20 total.
And the extra d4 that you get...
Is that for...
No, that doesn't count here. That's not a saving
Yeah.
throw. Okay. So, a 20 in total.
Yeah.
Okay, you kind of shuffle your way to the very edge of the ship, where there's a gap between the railings, and you kind of... imagine these are your feet. You just tip your feet down over the edge of the wood and start pressing into the hull, the side hull of the ship with your toes. You lean forward like a sprinter getting ready in the blocks, and you push off. And Golem fly. Golem flies a clean 50 feet between the two boats, kind of angled slightly up in this beautiful, graceful, curving arc.
And misses the ship.
Oh no!
Overshoots.
Golem lands on the ship, but we're not too sure how yet.
I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
just gonna say.
So I'm going to need a dexterity saving throw from you. So you get your D4 on
Yeah.
top of it.
That is
Okay, Blind Eye's there to catch you. Blind Eye, you've got a brick wall flying towards you at about 15 miles an hour.
quite tastes the same.
Dexterity is +1.
Francis, hi.
So, well, it's not a 1, so that's good. That's a good start. It's a 4 plus a 1 plus another 1.
Okay.
6.
Flying or air jordaning is a new experience for you.
Yeah.
And you haven't really come to terms with the idea that you've got to kind of tuck your feet underneath you to prepare for landing.
Right, yeah.
Instead, you go down onto the deck head first. You go down through the deck
Oh no.
head first.
I went through the dick hit first.
You hit the dick with your head.
Whole new meaning to head.
Yeah.
It's the wrong kind of head.
So, using your Air
Wrong
Jordans
kind of
and this
dick.
beautiful, arcing, graceful parabola, you give heed to the dick. Not only crashing through the dick, but landing on the deck below.
Pull out, man! Pull out!
So,
So we didn't go all the way through.
oh no, he's not gone all. He's deep throated, but he hasn't gone all the way.
Oh, good. Good. We were all clapping for him, watching him in the air.
Yeah.
Like, go, Gollum, go!
I hate to say it, but I think Mr. Pump might be a little apprehensive about jumping back.
We'll teach him.
I can't even make you roll a saving throw for a concussion, so I mean, this is pretty much it at this point. With the end of your go, or with the end of your turn, as you kind of like you're lying on your back, staring up at the deck above, you look around the dark lower deck of the ship, and you see lots of glowing red eyes looking straight ahead.
Wait.
It's the Klatchians' turn.
Oh, wait.
The Klatchian war galleys are dead in the water. The fighting is still happening on the deck of the ships, and the crossbows or the siege bows are being swung into position. The first of the siege bows is fired at the obtuse triangle, glancing off the hull. We rolled a 4, and even with their bonuses, that's not going to be a hit. The second siege bow at the rear of the ship adjacent to you also fires, also misses. The other Klatchian war galley, that's actually fighting inside the Dutchman. Those crossbowmen are not really sure where they should aim because they feel like they're aiming at their own ship now. But they fire nonetheless. A miss. And another miss. They're really not good with these. Don't start already, Sam. It's not even midnight
Sorry.
over here.
I don't know. Yeah. Fuck. I just messed up.
Okay, Klatchians, that's their turn. They're off. You can see from where you guys are that there are more of the Klatchians down on the ground, either crawling around wounded, but they don't seem to be laying down their weapons just yet. Brian, your turn.
I'm
Come
gonna
on over,
continue
Brian.
underground. Well, like, are we close? Like, they haven't got the boarding planks out yet.
We got them out. They didn't use them yet.
They've got them out. You're still about 50 feet away from the ship, so the planks aren't that long.
Yeah, I'm gonna still go one more round of concentrating on the bless.
Okay. Okay. Back to the top of the round. Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman is almost looks like it's swallowed one of the war galleys. You can see the ghostly green outline of the Dutchman, and inside of it, the war galley seems to have been swallowed into the belly of the Dutchman. There are Dutchman crew crawling all over the hull of the war galley. The zombies, the skeletons, the crustacean men that have been transformed by living underwater are crawling all over the bow, over the sides of the ship, all over the decks, attacking what they can. They're also, as they're going, they're looting the inside of the ship for whatever they can take. Sam, your turn.
Omar,
You
you're
gotta
hydrate.
hydrate.
Yep. That was a quad and it's almost gone. Jesus.
It's kind of bad when it's always the mod's
Quad?
job to remind the streamer.
Well, I always, whenever I bring a drink up, it's always a double, because that's a little bit less than a single in there at the moment. So I normally bring up a double. I brought up four measures. So that's 4 shots of, sorry, hang on, 3. There'll be 4 shots of gin, 2 shots of vodka, and a dash of vermouth in there. And
Wow.
that's kind of all that's left. I mean, some of that is melted ice as well. Lightweights.
So you said that I was grabbing onto something. Am I still a little bit high up?
You're
Like
still
the
high
rope
up.
where they-
Yeah, but you've landed
Okay.
in... Imagine if you were to weave rope into a ladder
Yep.
with lots of little squares. That's what runs up the side of the mast so that the crew can climb up to the higher levels to tie the sails up or to untie the sails. You've grabbed onto that.
He wants you to finish it off.
Want to see what Sambo's holding first. If I finish this off, we're going to have to take a break while I go and get another one.
True.
What's
Sorry,
that?
I just like Thornbury cider is made in Thornbury, which is near where we live, but it's the Tragically Hip, which is so cool.
But you don't want to mix that with the vodka.
So,
Oh
but
heck no, that's
it's
for
not-
Matt.
Oh.
But it's not Dickens.
Is Matt playing as well?
Yeah, Matt takes my turns for me.
Matt can just roll
Alright.
dice. He's going to be better at it than you are.
Yeah, Matt, can you roll my dice? Because I fucking suck. Come here, do that again. Look at him. Yeah, he's prepared. Just fucking
All right.
Check.
Well, chug away, sir. Chug away. You're behind.
Yeah, you're behind us all. I'm gonna start climbing down.
Okay. You scramble down. It doesn't take you long to get down to the deck.
Excellent. Enemies around me?
You can see about 3 or 4 Klatchians around you. They're engaged with some of the other crew. So if you want to wade in and start swinging, you can do.
Gonna use my throwing stars, actually.
You sure?
Yes.
Are
That-
you
Damn,
sure?
that's called a hint?
Remember, because the enemy are engaged with other people, you get to use your sneak attack bonus. Which means if you use your dagger, which does significantly more damage than the throwing stars and doesn't require a throwing attack.
You're back.
Okay, you convinced me.
3 times or 4 times damage.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Right, so you've got, let's say we've got 3 in front of you. You can engage at least one of them. You need to roll your d20 attack roll, plus all your bonuses for your weapon, plus when you do your damage, you'll get the additional dice for sneak attack.
That's a lot. Okay.
Well, that's why you're a rogue, and that's why you're a sneaky bastard.
Out of the 3 that are in front of me, how many are already in an encounter with another?
All of them. They're all fighting. They're all fighting for their lives at the moment.
All right. The fucking middle one, I guess.
Eric, what level is your character? You're level 8?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you gonna make all the other guys level 10 or something?
Oh no, they're way higher than everyone.
Oh, great.
These are experienced pirates. You guys are novices in comparison.
Well, I meant specifically the red-eyed dudes that I'm staring at.
Oh.
Yeah.
Haven't got to that yet.
Yeah.
Okay, what was your roll, Sam?
I rolled an 11, and that's including the D4 from Brian.
That's an 11 to hit. So d20 plus your dex, plus your proficiency, plus your weapon bonus, which should be like plus 9.
You're right, it is plus 9. I didn't do the 9 part, so I've got 20 in total.
20 in total. Okay, so you hit. So roll your damage for your dagger, and another 4d6 for your sneak attack. You're a rogue, remember? You're a sneaky.
Just realizing it now.
You would get this on your darts as well if you were using your throwing darts, but your dagger does more damage and you're really close quarters. They're like 2 or 3 feet away.
This is always so confusing. It says 1d8 plus 2, and then it says 1d4 4, like times 4.
Okay, so the first dice, the 1d8 plus 4?
2.
1d8 plus 4 is the raw damage of the blade. The 1d4 is the fact that it does zombie damage, it does necrotic damage as well, and you absorb health from the guy that you've hit. So you gain 1d4 damage. He takes an extra 1d4 plus whatever it is in damage. You get that. You add that 1d4 plus whatever it is to your health.
Okay.
And you roll 4d6 sneak attack as well.
Okay, let's just start with the 4d6. 6!
So does that die 4?
9.
Does that actually boost your hit points?
12.
She's leeching health.
16.
She's literally
16.
leeching health out of the people that she hits.
But wouldn't that
16.
only have effect when she has damage on her?
Well, technically, yes.
Okay, 16 for sneak, and then the d8 was 6.
Plus,
2. It's plus 2.
so the d8 is 8.
Yep.
Plus
and
your
then we
sneak.
got- What did I just say? Fuck! What did I just say?
16?
I just said it. I think so.
Okay. Come on, math.
Yeah,
24.
16.
So that's 24 damage total.
That's it, right? I don't have
Right.
any more that I gotta do.
No, add your d4, the d4 plus for the necrotic.
Justin's in chat.
It has a d4 plus a. In brackets, it has an H.
Yeah, so that's health. So that's 1d4. So you just it's basically a straight
Just the one
1d4.
then, and it's 2.
So you add
Just
2.
the
So in
1d4.
total, that's 26 damage on a single attack.
That's fucked up.
And you gain 2. You heal by 2 health points. Now you haven't taken any damage yet, so that doesn't affect you.
No.
But that's 26 damage on a single attack. That's how powerful you are if you're sneaky. If you go face to face, you're not going to do anywhere near that. But if somebody's already in a fight and you sneak up behind them and like do them the dirty, you do a hell of a lot of damage.
Holy.
Which is also why you use your dagger and not the throwing knives. The throwing knives are for ranged use.
And they just have 1d6 on it, and that's it.
Yeah, you don't get any of the
Nothing
bonuses,
special.
you don't get any of the leeching health. But that extra 1d4, that's how much health you do, that extra 1d4 damage, and you actually take that damage and heal yourself with it. So you're stealing his life energy every time you hit. So,
Crazy sauce.
that Klatchian is dead. Because he wasn't in the best of shape to begin with. I mean, a little bit too much like triple brewed coffee and baklava. He's not exactly in the best fighting shape to begin with. But he's dead.
I don't want to, like, take away any of my attack points, obviously, but I still gotta ask. You said that I was incredibly seasick. Does that, like, mess with my attacks at all?
It would, don't remind me.
Okay, just kidding. You know nothing.
Okay, Eric. You are in the you've crashed through the hull of the ship. And you're now in the second row of what would be the rowing benches. And you're seeing red glowing eyes all around you. With your superior night vision, because you are a golem after all, you see that this deck is entirely manned by golem.
I knew it! Family!
See, what did I say?
Ohana.
Ohana means family. Family means we try not to die.
So I'm aware how I work, right?
Yes, you are self-aware. Number 5 is alive.
Do I have anything to write with?
Not really. You can use the blood of your enemies, but you'd have to go up a level.
You sure it's
No,
not just
not-
dripping down on
Not rebellion, revolution.
You don't keep a little notepad and a pencil in the back of the hatch there just for emergencies. That's
we'd
not
probably,
really
like
you.
rumble around and then like write on the paper.
Yeah, and then who knows what would happen? You'd be
Yeah, right.
you'd be body
Rise
popping
up,
during
fellow
combat.
rowers. Take control.
Google Translate.
Witch blind is not a bad idea.
Wait,
Yeah.
does Google have a pen?
Well, yeah, he's gonna draw maps and show you where
Yeah.
things are, because he did that in the city.
Okay, well, do you want to ask him?
Yeah.
You have options.
Google, hey Google, can I borrow a pen?
The hatch pops open. Hello, insert name here.
It's my favorite.
If you'd like me to make notes, I can do that for you. He pulls up a long, like rolled up scroll and what looks like a little charcoal stick.
Can I have 25 copies of this?
Just the stick. Actually, no, he could write. He
Just
could
the
just
stick?
write all of it out.
He licks the end of the charcoal, waiting patiently.
Oh, do I want to make them all free? I mean, I feel like that's what I would want to do.
That's what we all want to do.
Can't we all just get along?
Especially me. Like, I just want
Why
to see.
can't we be free? Why can't we be free?
I am
Okay.
literally standing here beside myself.
Did anyone?
Are they all stone golems?
By the way, did anyone see where I mentioned the triple Spider-Man meme?
Yes.
when
I've not been watching that. Oh, I see Dustin's in. Hi, Dustin. Dustin, are you jumping in?
Okay, so what is it that gets written if I want them to be free? Just I am free, or
Well, you have to tell me. You don't know. Does your character know this? Did the players tell you what was written on your chem?
I don't know that they ever did.
I don't remember.
I don't think so.
Make a guess. See what happens.
You wouldn't have put it in there and then be like, by the way, this is what we wrote.
You could ask Google.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Google, what do I write to make Golem free?
He flips up the little Arrow 404 sign. I'm sorry, I'm unable to find any information about that subject.
Okay.
Just kind of think along what the scenario is. So Google's like a little imp.
Yeah. Or is it just
What
empty
are you
paper?
What are you trying to have him do?
Remember, he ran out of the box and went searching for the best prices on some of the items for you when you were still in the city.
Which means that he could.
Dustin, it's the same code as last week. It's exactly the same code every time.
Yeah, because I want.
He's coming in! Yay!
I
This
need.
is so good.
I want to make them all free, so I could just ask Google to do that, perhaps, and see what happens. Probably get another 404, but
If that's specifically what you're asking, you will get a 404.
Damn!
all right. God, what was it?
Because I'm just thinking, like, literally, what are you wanting him to do?
Brian can't make it any clearer at this point without telling you what to do. And the ranger has emerged from the fog.
I want. I don't.
Okay,
You're looking at the situation.
Eric, while you think about this, and think about it
Yeah.
very carefully, because you don't have much time to do this.
Yeah.
I'm going to summarize quickly for Dustin what's been happening. The last thing that happened at the end of the episode was that you not only sighted black sails behind you, which was the dragon boat pursuing. You also had the two Clatchian war galleys running alongside you on an intercept course. And right at the very end, Davy Jones's boat, the Flying Dutchman, appeared out of the water. Now, the players, well, certainly the captain knew who Davy Jones was, and he knew of their reputation, but Davy Jones is no longer in command of the Flying Dutchman. It is now David Jones Jr., Davy Jones's son, who is taking up the family business and is a little bit more PR friendly when it comes to piracy. He doesn't want to damage the goods. And our players have struck a bargain with Davy Jones that if they help take down the two Clatchian war galleys, Davy Jones might let them on their way. At the moment, the Flying Dutchman is sandwiching the two Clatchian war galleys between you and it. The obtuse triangle is about 50 feet away from the closest Clatchian war galley. Davy Jones's spectral crew are already fighting on board the ship. And Eric has borrowed Sam's Air Jordans, leapt across to the other deck, and crashed through the upper deck of the ship because he didn't stick the landing. And has found a hold full of golems that are being used to row this Clatchian warship trireme. Dustin, you're going to need to give me a D20 so I can get you into the combat order.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Initiative.
Was that Bolognese, Sam?
Yes.
That's a 6.
6. Okay. Can you also give me a D20 for seasickness for today? Was that erotic Bolognese eating?
Is that a con save?
I'm trying not to spill.
Con save, yeah.
10.
Now I have to try to look like a pig. Did I do good?
Eric thinks he's got it.
No, you just look like an angry hooker.
Fuck.
I like how my idea got
No
laughed
teeth!
at.
No teeth!
It bothers me to, this is a really random fact and I'm sorry, but it bothers me to put my lips on like a fork or spoon, and I need to use my teeth.
That's a woman thing because they don't want to mess up their lipstick. I don't know why it's a your thing.
But I don't have lipstick.
Exactly, that's why I don't know why it's a your thing. But women generally do that because they don't want to mess up their lipstick. My mum used to do it all the time. It really irritated me.
Oh yeah, I gotta try to do it as quiet as possible so I don't get a dirty look from Matt.
And the kind of stainless steel scraping along your teeth is not particularly nice. Especially if you've got fillings.
Oh, I know that, because I had a fork hit one of my metal fillings before. Like, they do epoxy now, but wow.
Yeah. Most of my fillings are still metal because they're from like 20 years ago. Okay, Dustin, what was your constitution save?
10.
Okay, so you are seasick. So you're going to be a little bit at disadvantage in some of the activities that you might be doing later in the game.
Alright.
So I just had a moth fly into my keyboard for some reason. I think I might have left one of the windows open. Okay, Dustin, that puts you at the bottom of the combat order, which is fine. We're currently with Eric, who's below decks on the Klatchian War Galley, encountering some other golem.
Okay. So I want to ask Google to look at the paper in the back of my head and put it back. So open, read, put it back, close, and tell me.
Okay, insert name here. The imp scamps out of the little box that's hung on the chain around your neck, climbs up your shoulders, and suddenly your lights go out. It's almost as if you've just blacked out for however long. You don't know how long you're unconscious. But the next thing you notice is that you're suddenly awake again. Your eyes are open. You feel like you've had a couple of drinks.
You got a raid.
And nerdy northerners are in the house.
Woo!
Zach, thank you so much for raiding. Welcome, welcome.
Did I do that plural?
So, a little recap for nerdy northerners who are joining us. We have our adventurers who are now sailing across the circle seas of the Discworld. I'll throw up the map again. They have left Ankh-Morpork. They had a mild adventure last time in the Pearl Islands, where they were looking for treasure and almost killed a load of fishmen who were just protecting their eggs. They have now been attacked by 2 Klatchian war galleys with the kind of trireme or like rowing warboats, as well as they've been pursued throughout most of their journey by a mysterious ship with black sails and a dragon motif on it. Yeah, Brian hasn't done the Raiders command yet, unfortunately. We need to do a
I
raid.
thought I did, but I guess
So
I
they've
just made the raids.
they have been pursued by what a very evil-looking boat with black sails and a red dragon symbol on the sails. However, at the end of last episode, the Flying Dutchman made an appearance, and it just pulled itself out of the water next to them, and Davy Jones himself appeared upon the deck of the ship. But it's not Davy Jones anymore, it's David Jones Jr., Davy Jones's son, who has inherited the family business, but is a little bit more PR orientated, because, you don't want to damage the merchandise, and has offered the players a little bit of a bargain to spare themselves and their crew and their valuables. He'll take the 2 Klatchian war galleys with their help. So our players have now pulled their ship, the Obtuse Triangle, up alongside one of these war galleys. The rogue has leapt across into the rigging amidst all the cannon fire. Our golem has borrowed the rogue's Air Jordans, which are boots of jumping of some sort. I made them up on the spot. But it's borrowed the Air Jordans and leapt across one ship to the other, crashing through the deck because he didn't stick the landing. And our cleric is still on board because he's out of range for most of his attacks. The Klatchians are being ravaged by Davy Jones's crew. The Flying Dutchman has actually come up underneath one of the Klatchian ships, absorbing it into the Flying Dutchman, and all of the Dutchman's crew are swarming all over the ship. And right now, our golem, Eric, having crashed through the deck of one of these triremes, has discovered that the ship has been powered by other golems, although the conventional non-sentient types. So, our golem it gives Google the instructions. Google scampers up his shoulder, opens a little hatch in the golem's head. The golem kind of blinks out, just suddenly blacks out, goes to sleep, has a bit of a moment. After a few seconds or a few hours, the golem doesn't know, he comes to consciousness. And Google is standing in front of him, just in a little box with the hatch open, scribbling away frantically, and says, "Hello, insert name here. This is what is written on the piece of paper inside your head."
What does it say?
It says, "Free."
Okay.
At least you didn't have to read it.
Can Google how many golems are here?
You see the imp jump off down the box, and this blue, green, purpley like streaking around the deck of the ship, and then jumps back to you and jumps back into his box. The little hatch pops up. There are approximately 16 golem on this level, and another 12 on the level before.
Holy crap. Wow. Shot for the whole party!
Oh, I'm gonna have to go and refill if we're gonna do that.
Run.
Okay, so, right, sorry guys. Give me a moment. I'm gonna go down and refill my booze. I'm just gonna bring the bottle back up. It's
Mr.
just easier.
Pump has to figure out how many frees he's gonna write.
28 golems.
That's insane. We're gonna have a whole litter.
So this is one ship out of two?
Yes, we are on one ship. Brian's not. He's still on our ship, but we're on one of the bad ships. The Flying Dutchman is currently engulfing the other one.
Right, but I'm just saying that's what? 56 potential golems?
True.
That's 28.
If there's some on the other one.
I mean, I would think that's what that's. It'd be weird to have them on one and not the other.
Yeah. What is this gonna do to the boat when all the golems are like, whoa?
They get up, just start walking, and everybody starts
no.
walking through.
Oh no. Where are they gonna go when you free them? I can't bring them back to our ship.
They could take over the boat, potentially. Who's gonna stop them?
Regardless, they can walk back to shore. Like, they
Yeah,
can
that's
walk back
also-
to any island.
I'm about to
All we
create-
know is that we can have
brought the
them
bottle.
not
Are we
rowing
losing
anymore.
Mr. Pump? Is he gonna become like this leader of a new?
He's like, I'm staying with my kind.
Right, that's another quad, because there's no ice in there.
This is got a very Detroit become human feel to it.
Right, has everybody else done their hydrates?
Convert.
No, not yet.
No.
I still
Convert.
gotta pour mine.
Convert.
I'm just gonna go with the single shot like Sam did last time.
One of us.
Double.
Yeah,
Free.
I'm going
That's
single
exactly
shot.
what this is.
I'm
You're
gonna.
Connor or you're Marcus.
Yeah.
Just freeing all the androids.
Okay, so there. That's closer to a shot, right?
Yep.
Well,
Ah,
one
you're
sip
doing
for
it
me is
double
basically a
this
shot. So.
Our
Okay.
shot glasses are huge compared. Like, mine's almost hand size. But I'm
These-
prepared.
I think these
Justin,
like
are you
2
ready?
ounces.
Sam, this is a brandy snifter.
Yeah, I got some-
As the Swedes say,
This
skål.
skull.
School.
Good.
Skull.
Or, as the Hungarians would say, egge segedre.
Oh, I don't like vodka anymore.
Eric, don't
Not at all.
don't shoot it. Just leave it in the mouth and enjoy the flavour.
I can't. If I'm doing
There's no
the
flavor of
motion,
that.
it just happens.
Right. There's a lot of golems on board this ship.
There's what? What did you say?
There's a lot of golems on this ship.
Yeah.
How many did I say? Was it 32?
It's 16 plus 12, I think is what you said.
38. Okay.
And then Dustin kindly reminded us that there's another ship that probably has a whole bunch more.
28.
That's 28, Omar. It's 28.
Doing that
Okay.
rogue math there.
Yeah.
It's late.
The rogue map.
That's that Discworld math.
You've got to remember to carry the W. I always forget
Right.
to carry the W.
Of course. Okay,
Math
so
here is different, so it's hard to know.
I'm not
What to write down
the
Okay, we always do the refresh,
the golem is not gonna figure the math. The golem, I'm just gonna say, write free that many times and put it in each golem.
Okay, the hatch pops closed. After what feels like less than a second, the hatch pops open again, and the blue, green, purpley octarine streak just kind of zigzags all the way around the deck. It disappears down into the lower deck, and you can hear the kind of skittering sound that its claws are making. And welcome to Zach the DM, our special guest for tonight.
What?
Nice!
Hi.
Can't hear nobody.
Shiver me wood timbers. So,
Nobody.
Musu, who is the ship's bosun, is going to be getting involved in this combat round, and we will need an initiative roll from Musu. Or is it Musu? Musu?
Not sure if he can hear you yet or not, though.
Yeah, he was like, I can't hear nobody.
It usually takes me a minute or two to get everything switched over.
It does take a second for everything to connect.
And if he
I
doesn't
actually
have his
have-
settings on his speakers, like I have to redo that every time. Redo my mic,
Yeah,
redo
same
my
here.
speakers.
Okay, I think this might work. I have no idea what I should have put down for this Raiders command.
Just say welcome.
Okay, so if I do Raider,
Okay, so while Zach gets himself sorted, he's definitely got audio. He's currently muted. We are making progress. Eric, Google streaks around all of the golems in the ship's hold, replacing the little scroll of paper in the hatch in the back of their heads with the word "free."
You all hear me?
We can hear you, sir. Can you hear
We
us?
can.
I think that's a no.
okay, that kind of glitched a little bit
As you say, you're gonna fix that, bro.
there. I don't know why it didn't pick up the chicken soup.
Because you have
Oh, because it's not subbed. Streamlabs is not subbed.
Not
Stream
subbed.
Elements is not subbed.
and you did not put a space after the period, and it looks like it's a website.
Yeah. I was just fixing
Right, can you hear us, Zach? Your mic is working fine.
Zach has his channel too, right?
I can hear you all now. Hello.
Excellent.
Hey.
Alright!
Welcome aboard,
Yeah.
matey.
Arr.
Arr.
So, Zach is playing Musu, the ship's bosun, and we're going to need an initiative roll from him to bring him into the game.
Arr. Of course, right away. Arr. I rolled a 10 on the dice, plus a 3, 13.
30. Wow, okay, that's pushing you up the order.
Arr, I be coming in strong.
Okay, so, Musa, you have pulled alongside the two Clatchian triremes. You have the Flying Dutchman that's kind of shot up out of the water like a submarine blowing all its ballast tanks and absorbing one of these Clatchian war galleys. Meanwhile, your captain's ship, the Obtuse Triangle, has pulled alongside. You're about 50 feet away, but you're slowly closing the distance. You and the crew have your grappling hooks ready and your boarding planks ready. You've already seen Samantha the Rogue climb up into the rigging, Errol Flynn her way across, and land in the rigging of the other ship. And something you thought you would never see in your lifetime, but you see a giant 9-foot rock golem don a pair of Air Jordans and jump from one ship to the other, clearing 50 feet.
What the fuck am I getting into?
Clearing 50 feet, completely bollocksing the landing and going headfirst through the deck of the Clatchian war galley.
All familiar.
It'd be just a Tuesday. So, Eric, you are below decks. The little Google imp has scampered around, replaced the chems in all of the golems, and all of the golems suddenly sit up. Rather than in their straight, upright posture waiting for instructions, they kind of sag and relax a little and start looking around at each other. Then they look at you as the only person that is unfamiliar here. Sam, you don't get bonuses for ninja throwing forks.
Break my screen.
Practice on Matt.
Okay. That I can do.
Eric, do you wish to give any instructions to the golems?
Oh.
Right? It's like, oh god.
Okay, I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay, we'll give you a moment to think about it, and we'll do that on the next round.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Musu, let's take you next.
Who'll be next to me on this ship?
You've got about 6 of your crewmates. You're on the upper deck manning the guns, so you're commanding the cannon batteries. The first volley has gone. You have reloaded, and you are ready to fire again. You're 50 feet.
Action, I'd like to yell down. Are any of my party members on the ship?
Mm-hmm.
You've got the golem and you've got the rogue aboard the ship.
Oh.
The cleric Brian is currently still on your ship. He's maintaining his bless spell, and the ranger has just joined us because he was incredibly seasick.
All right. I look to the ranger. I'm going to inspire him. Ranger, you must be strong. Don't lose your dong, and that is why I'll sing you a song. I'm gonna fire off a volley of cannon. Ah! Arr!
Dustin, if you're not inspired by that, you really don't belong here, do you?
Yeah, that's just the inspiration I needed.
Okay, so Sam and Eric both have 1 inspiration point already. Sorry, Sam and Brian.
Just to be clear, did you say don't lose your dong?
Yes.
Don't lose your dong.
Okay. I like to imagine that Dustin's response was, that's a thing? That's a possibility here?
Well, you are all standing on the deck.
I don't know anything about pirates.
You are all standing on a pretty hard and pretty solid wooden deck. I can do I can do this entire game in a New Zealand accent. It'll just be painful. Trying to do the Welsh accent early for Davy Jones Jr. because Davy Jones was his dad, and Davy has taken over the family business. Trying to do that Welsh accent for as long as I did was painful, and I am sorry for anybody I've insulted. Okay, so you have inspired the ranger. You still have the option to command the crews to fire.
Yes, I would like to use my action.
Okay. 5 cannons all go off in simultaneous fashion. And I will need 5 attack rolls from you. You are +4
Natural
to
1
attack.
on the dice.
No, well, no.
Great start.
Natural 1 on the dice.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I'm not even lying about it. I wish I would. I would feel a lot better.
I'll be right back, guys.
We're getting into their D20. We get the colorful one. See how she does. A 5 on the dice. A 15 on the dice. We're getting a landing. Good work, Philip.
One more.
A natural 1 on the fucking dice.
That's like 3.
Okay,
Here it is.
Getting the
You're
work
all
done.
gonna lose your dongs.
so we have 3 1s, a 5 and a 15. So 3 of the cannons misfire, and don't do anything at all. 1 of them fires and falls short. 1 of them hits. So can I get 6d10 for damage?
I'm gonna roll her in a dice roller. Yeah,
6d10 is too much math for anybody. After this much gin, 6d10 is just too much. I'm drinking anyway. I don't care if anybody's redeeming.
27.
27 damage.
Okay, that's 60-10 from now on.
What the heck was that? That looked really weird, Sam. Because it was just on the edge of the screen.
I'm eating food, okay?
Should I clip that?
Clip that, please. Yeah.
What did I do? Did it look really bad? Can you eat food nowadays?
Yeah, most of us have been drinking already, Zach. Most of us have been drinking.
I'm so jealous.
Do you have alcohol? Zach, we are
I think he's gone to get alcohol.
we're redeeming shots for the whole crew.
I think he's taken a preemptive action and gone to get
I
alcohol.
think he booked it. He's like, y'all are drinking? I'm out. Go and get
He
it.
needs to get rid of some dice. That's what he needs to do.
Dice jail.
So what was that? 5 natural ones?
That was 3 natural ones, a 5. There was definitely 1 hit.
There you go.
Hey.
Red wine.
Red,
I must say,
Red wine and still red rum.
I am a fan of a good Malbec. Brian, you've got 8-year-old rum, you pedo. Sam's moved on to the vodka. Eric is drinking Lafrogue. Is it 12?
It's a quarter cask.
The vodka was a mistake and a half. Whiskey
Okay.
tastes
And
great.
I am drinking Bond-style
And-
Vespa Martinis, which is just gin, vodka, and a dash of vermouth. So that's neat
Okay,
booze.
Here we go. Are you ready?
No, I'm not ready.
Wait, what? Wait,
Not quite sure.
Oh,
what
there's a
Sam
clip.
is
Hang on, there's a
doing.
clip.
Wait,
Okay.
oh.
Oh.
See what I mean?
Oh wow, that was a
Yes.
gobble. That was a
Like,
full
what are you doing?
Sam. That was a full
eating
Thanksgiving
food.
turkey gobble.
You enjoy your food, Sam. Don't worry what they say.
Sam, just kind of
Thank
wipe
you.
up around. You know, just give it a little wipe down.
Y'all wouldn't be clipped if you were eating food. Assholes.
Hey, I've been sitting here eating my cottage cheese and nobody's done anything to me.
Hey, the other week I had a full English tea here with little triangle sandwiches.
You barely ate them.
I ate 2/3 of them, and the cakes. All the cakes were gone.
There were cakes, not biscuits.
See, I just forego the sandwiches and go. straight to
You
the
were really eyeing up those egg and mayo sandwiches, weren't you?
cakes. Yeah, I might have been.
Egg cress,
I know I was.
egg cress. Oh, obviously free range. Egg cress mayo, butter, loads of black pepper, and a little touch of paprika.
Ugh. Yeah, that sounds great.
I had to do a double take when I saw her do it. I was like, what the heck?
Right. Okay, Musu, that's your turn. It is now the Klatchians' turn. The Klatchians still have access to their bows, their siege bows, mounted on the front and the rear of these war galleys. The 2 that are pointed towards the obtuse triangle fire. We have 1 hit and 1 miss. The hit, there is an arrow strikes the side of the hull and embeds itself into the hull of the obtuse triangle, barbs springing out on the inside as the Klatchians start winding in the harpoon and pulling the ships closer. Musu, on the other hand, is quite happy about this because it means he can board the damn ship quicker. The other Klatchian ship, which is currently enveloped by the Flying Dutchman, takes its 2 shots. It gets 1 hit. And because it's actually inside the enemy ship, it's technically shooting at itself. Which was not the smartest idea from the Klatchians. But generally the Klatchians are greasy, brown, unshaven, like a lot of coffee, and have a love of baklava. I do like a bit of
I know what I'm
baklava.
gonna do once I board the other ship.
With the pamphlets.
Yeah.
You know, I could totally cosplay as a Klatchian pirate. I could totally cosplay as a Klatchian pirate. I really can.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
You could.
Okay, that's the Klatchians' turn. There is still combat on the deck of both of the triremes, because both of the decks are swarming with the crew from the Flying Dutchman. You've got zombies, you've got skeletons in combat, you've got what looks like chimera men that have been maybe lost limbs in battle and have had crustacean limbs replaced. You've got one guy with the head of a hammerhead shark. I mean, come on, it's Pirates of the Caribbean here. I'm just going visual. And they are swarming all over the decks of the 2 ships. Davy Jones made a deal with the crew here that if they helped him take the 2 Klatchians and take as many lives as possible for his own crew, he would let them go. Because, you know, piracy these days is more of a PR process. It's more about the social media side of it than the plunder side of it.
If this battle go viral, we don't have to work again.
Who's got the little Google picture box?
That's me.
Right, Brian, you might want to take out your little picture box and start snapping some prints.
That's actually was just in the back of my mind right there. I should bring out the camera and take a picture.
Basically, it's a tiny little imp that's maybe this big in a little box, and he's got an easel and a load of coloured paints. And he hates doing nighttime pictures because he runs out of black really quickly.
You gonna scrapbook this at the end, Brian?
Maybe.
No, you're gonna wait till you get back to your cloister, and you're gonna project these up onto the wall for all of the other acolytes to see. And this is where we were in combat. And this is where I handed out the leaflets to the heathen unbelievers. And this is where I had to print out extra leaflets. But it was a good thing those evil little gnomish artificers sold me the miniature printing press. And I was able to print out extra leaflets. And this is where the golem went crashing through the deck of the ship. We all laughed. And this is a picture of me standing beside the ship as it was sinking. Brian, it is your turn. Grab that picture box.
Yeah. Grabbing the picture box.
Make it a Kodak moment.
So I'll have a picture of Sam backstabbing the one pirate. There's a big hole in the deck.
Also,
And then we got all
and
the
then there's
Dutchman crew.
you drinking, Eric.
Okay, so Brian, you take out the little picture box. It's about a small box about the size of a pack of cards. It's got a tiny little hole on it, a little button and a hatch on the top. And when you push down the button, there's a little pin that pokes down and prods the imp inside to wake him up. And he starts painting. After a moment or two, a little piece of paper spits out of the front of the picture box. with the artist's rendition of the scene in front of him. He's done very well. He's no Rembrandt. I mean, this is definitely not like the Haywain. But he's captured some of the action. You can see there's some smoke there. You can see the green glow of the Flying Dutchman. What the hell was that?
It was Matt. It's okay. It was Matt.
And he's done actually a pretty good job.
Impressionist?
So
kind of an impressionist picture.
So Brian, you tear off the piece of paper and just give it a quick shake to let the paint dry.
Yep.
Meanwhile, are you still concentrating on your bless?
Yeah, I should still be able, because that would kind of like just be like a free action. Like I can still concentrate
Yep.
on the spell itself.
I love how we're all fighting for our lives and Brian's taking photos. Yeah. Say cheese, don't
So,
die!
yes, no, and I'm spent. Okay, Brian, you're concentrating on bless and taking some holiday snaps. Dustin, it's your turn. You are on deck. You have your bow handy, so you are within 50 feet of the enemy ship, so you are able to target if you wish.
Okay. I'm considering two options. One, I don't know how much a couple of my friends would like, but simply because I see the other ship trying to make their way across, probably with this harpoon.
They have harpooned your ship, and you did feel the kind of thud as the harpoon hit the hull of the obtuse triangle. The pulls retracted and they kind of stopped pulling towards you. So they're actually pulling you towards them, which means you're closing the gap between the two ships much quicker.
Okay. Part of me wants to sever this. Part of me wants to just shoot somebody.
Hi, Mark.
Since I was given inspiration, I will take advantage of that though, and I'm going to fire off at somebody that I can see across the way.
Okay, inspiration, if you want to use it, gives you the ability to re-roll one of your dice.
Okay,
So
so it's
if-
not like a extra D6 on
No.
top of my roll.
That's what Bless does. You're not included in the Bless spell. It's only 3 people can be affected by Bless.
Okay.
But what Inspiration will allow you to do is to re-roll one of your dice. So if you roll an attack roll before the total is determined, so i.e. before you finished adding up all your bonuses, you can choose to re-roll using Inspiration and re-roll the dice. Whatever that result is, you're stuck with it.
Okay, gotcha.
So there are plenty of Clatchians easily within range of you. Your bow does have the scope on it, so you do get the extra bonuses on your bow attack.
Okay. I'm gonna take advantage of that scope, and I'm actually gonna see, are the cannons on the main level, or are they down below?
The Clatchian ship has no cannons.
It has no cannons.
It's
the Dutchman.
It's the Dutchman has their cannons, but their cannons are quite mystical. Your ship has 2 rows of cannons, but the Clatchians have the 2 harpoon guns. They're harpoon guns. They're siege crossbows that are mounted on the front and the rear of the ship. Basically, the Clatchian war galleys are basically a road. They basically got loads of 3 layers of oars coming out the side, like the old Greek war galleys would have, and a very small sail. So they're powered by human power or slave power, or in this case, which your character doesn't know, they are golem powered.
Right. Okay, then I'm gonna look for somebody that's maybe manning the harpoon.
Okay.
And take aim at one of them.
Okay, give me a ranged attack.
Casey had his volume down, I guess. Type in chat to say hi.
I am.
Howdy, Void.
It's
Welcome.
Inspiration. 'Cause I rolled a 4. I already know. I don't care what.
You somehow feel inspired to try again.
Yes. was barely better. What does the... Okay, so I rolled a 7 on the die this time. What does the scope give me as far as a bonus?
So you get your dex bonus on top of it, and I think you get +2 for your scope.
Plus
it's
2. Okay, so that should give me a +12 to the 7, because I'm already a +10. So that should make it a 19.
Okay, roll for damage.
Alright.
You'd have been fine with the 4.
Yeah, I didn't think that would.
Whoever would be fine with a 4 for an attack, except a superpowered ranger or a superpowered barbarian. Eric is the only one here who would be fine with a 4 for an attack.
A rogue should get like +10.
If she remembers which weapon to use.
Well, like with my Cavalier from Advanced D&D, it's like, yeah, like I could still hit even with a 2. It's like I just didn't want to roll a 1.
Cutting it close, isn't it? Definitely cutting it close.
I've done that, where it's like, 2 or better.
Again, Sam?
That was a 7 to
7 damage. Okay.
Like I said, fast metabolism. Keep going.
Okay, we are back to the top of the round, and it's the Dutchman's crew. The Dutchman's crew are swarming all over the second trireme. Basically, the trireme has been absorbed within the spectral hull of the ghost ship. And you can see zombies and you can see skeletons crawling all over the hull. The trireme is almost lifted out of the water by the Dutchman. The 3 rows, the 3 levels of oars are no longer paddling. Excuse me. And the crew of the Dutchman are just swarming all over the ship. You can see the ghostly shapes going in and out of the ship's hull as they sweep inside looking for things that they can salvage and then sweep back out. In some cases you can see that some of the Dutchman's crew are pulling the souls of the Clatchian pirates out of the boat, knowing that the bodies will just be dropping dead and the souls are being pulled back into the Dutchman itself. The cannons continue to fire, but at this point the Dutchman's cannons are not actually doing physical damage to the triremes. They are just... the volley fire is just sending more of the crew aboard the ships. Sam, it is your turn. You are clinging onto the rigging, you've dropped down onto the deck, you've used your sneaky abilities to do some serious damage to one of the crew, i.e. he's dead. There are 2 more within easy reach of you that are fighting with other members of the Dutchman's crew. They haven't noticed you yet.
Okay, I will attack the one on the right with my dagger.
Really? The one on the right? Okay.
Straight off.
Right, give me an attack roll. Remember to add your D4 inspiration. You've still got your... Sorry, you've got your bless on there still, so remember to add your D4.
Mm-hmm.
Better not have rolled a 1 again.
If she rolled a 2, she'd still hit.
29.
Exactly. Right, okay, what was your dice roll?
19.
Oh, that was so close to double damage. Okay, so roll for damage. Remember to roll your sneak attack damage and your necrotic damage to heal yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, from all the damage you haven't taken yet.
Okay, necrotic damage was 4. Thank you.
So you gain 4 health points, which you don't need, but...
Again, don't need. And you said how many of these?
So 4d6.
6, 9. Okay, I only got 12 in total.
And your weapon damage?
Well, the +9 hit was added on.
Okay, so you've got your weapon damage +9, and your 4d6, and your d4.
You you got to do your damage for your base weapon.
So you've got to roll the dice for your dagger.
Was that the 1d8?
Fuck, you're right. That's the one I forgot.
It's alright,
There's
chat, bear
so
with
many
us.
dice for one attack. This is crazy.
You do like 40 damage per hit.
I know. Okay, it was a 5. It was a 5.
So you got 5.
Count it all.
Go 5 plus 9, which is your 13.
Yeah.
So that's your weapon damage. How many sneak attack damage did you do? 4d6. 12.
No, 12. It was 12. Yeah. 12.
Okay, so we're up to 25. Plus your d4 necrotic damage, which you absorb as
4.
health, as 4.
Yep.
So we've done 29 damage. Okay,
Holy
he's
balls.
gone.
I forget every time to keep track of it.
No, he's just gone.
He's obliterated from the face of the earth.
Okay, now I'm seriously, I'm gonna let you. How do you want to do that one?
Oh, that
He
seems
means
very
kill.
dark.
Just
That's very dark.
Go on, give me the finishing move. Cause he's gone.
I know, but it's so dark what I thought of. I was just gonna jump on his back and like.
Okay, you're a rogue. That's fine.
I mean, that's
normal.
yeah.
Okay, so
Very dark for D&D.
you leap onto his back. You leap onto his back. You grab his hair, yank his neck back to expose his neck. Sorry, yank his head back to expose his neck, and you run the dagger through, severing the head completely.
That's like my least favorite thing.
Completely
to see,
severing
is
his
like a
head.
split.
And in confusion, you're looking at his head as his body drops to the deck of the ship. Meanwhile,
Sharp dagger.
you soak up 4 points of his health, even though you don't need them. You soak up 4 extra points of healing. You've still got your movement available to you, and you've still got your bonus action. Remember, you've got a bandolier full of vials with lots of sneaky stuff in there.
No, I know.
They're
Still
not.
that guy that's fighting though.
They're not all potions. Remember.
I know. We're not having difficulties at the moment though. I'm going to climb up a little bit. I want my next attack to be fun.
Okay. Okay. So using your movement, you bear in mind you're barefoot at the moment because you haven't got your Jordans on.
Okay, then I use my toesy
Yeah.
woesies to climb back up the
Yeah,
mountain.
you've just got little Hello Kitty
little.
socks on, with little pink stripes on and little hearts on.
No, they're camouflage.
It's not very roguish, is it?
No.
Little pink stripy Hello Kitty socks with hearts on. Okay, using your camouflage Hello Kitty socks, you leap vertically back up into the rigging, climbing up out of the range of any of the other fighters. Musu.
Wait, we gotta have a group shot first.
Oh, again?
I
Group
redeemed it.
Boy, oh boy,
Yeah.
oh boy.
Oh, that's so much. Who did that to me?
Nostravia.
Wait.
This is gonna be like the equivalent of like 9 shots for me now.
Well, yeah, Brian. Now you're gonna get on our level and see how every other D&D game is played.
That's-
I have an idea.
hang on.
Character has an ideal.
If Blind Eye doesn't say it fast enough, I'm saying it. Facts.
Oh yeah, that's
Pain is
true.
the price for glory.
All right.
Yeah.
Cheers, dudes.
Hello.
Salute. Okay, so Zach, because you're kind of late to the game, this is a 750 milliliter bottle from IKEA that is was filled full with Vespa Martini, which is 3 parts gin, 1 part vodka, and a dash of vermouth. I've got probably about a triple left.
Are you ready?
This is
for
every D&D session.
Yeah, I go through
You
about
drink
half a
that
bottle of
much?
gin every D&D session. It's the only way I make it through these sessions.
Kind of smooths the story out.
I need sponsorship by a
Who's
gin
are sailing a
manufacturer.
little bit.
If any of you work for a gin company, please sponsor me, because I'm only getting through these sessions because of the
You
sheer
want that?
quantity of gin. I'm going through half a
Plenty
litre of gin every
marijuana to
session.
Keep up.
Right, Musu.
My own heart.
It might be a challenge for you if you want to try and keep up.
Your cannon crews are currently reloading. The ship is now broadside with the Clatchin War Galley. The grappling hooks are being thrown across, and planks are being lowered. So you can either continue to fire, or you can lead your crew across onto the deck for hand-to-hand combat.
Arr. I'm gonna yell to the two that hit last round. Arr! Jennifer! Kristen! Keep firing! The rest of you! We're raiding the ship!
Jennifer. What was that?
Arr, keep firing! Arr!
It's like,
Keep fire, Jennifer!
but I broke a nail. I was like, shh. Hold on, we're reloading. Hang on, we're reloading. Right, okay, so we've got 5 cannons. I need 5 d20 ranged attacks, and you're +4 to hit.
21, 16, 12, 14, natural 1. Arr.
So that's 2 hits, so 60, 10
Can't hit anything.
times 2.
Stormtrooper.
So basically 12 d10 at this point.
Arr, damn it, I only have 11. Oh no! Arr. 9, 18, 14, 24, 26, 32, 33, 43, 51, 59, 61! I did it.
61 damage.
Years of it. I knew math would one day come in handy.
That poor guy that just got hit by 2 cannonballs.
Yeah, but fucking Pythagoras, whoever's used that in real life.
Arr, now.
Apart from me and everybody who plays Warhammer 40k.
If I rush onto the deck, or at least my movement, how many enemies are within 30 feet of me?
If you go straight over... Okay, so crossing from ship to ship will be difficult terrain. So that's going to be 20 feet of your movement. Because you're kind of walking across a boarding plank. You'll get another 20 feet on your deck, and you've got at least 3 enemies within range. And you'll be effectively fighting side by side with the rogue, but who is actually hanging from the rigging at the moment because she just decided she didn't want to be on a single plane of existence.
Sorry, did you say he's got another 20 feet on his dick?
20 feet on your dick. You've got 20 feet worth of deek and 20 feet worth of difficult terrain. So 20 feet over the hairy balls and 20 feet on the dick.
Yeah, but right now we're going dick to dick.
Okay, we are. Okay, that's true. Sorry, I'll amend that. We are space docking,
All
so
right.
I do need to amend that.
Space docking. You're docking
Oh.
dicks.
There will only be 3 enemies upon the top deck.
You've got 3 within easy range.
Of course.
You've just seen the rogue fell 2 of them, and she's leapt up back into the rigging of the ship. And there are 3 more within easy range of yourself.
What about not in easy range? How many people do I see?
Not in range, you've got... You can see 7 immediately on the deck. 4 of them are manning the 2 crossbows at either end of the war galley. And 5 are on the main deck. Most of them are already engaged with the crew of the Flying Dutchman. Now, if you go across, you'll be attacking for yourself and 5 other of your crewmen. The cannon crews are still obviously tending the cannons and reloading, but I'll give you 6 total attacks on your turn.
I'm going to, as we rush across, as an action, I myself am going to cast Charm Person. Are these undead I'm facing?
No, the undead are actually your allies. These are Kalachian pirates. Think brown, hairy, greasy, love of coffee, and baklava.
I need a wisdom save for one of them.
These guys are not going to be high in wisdom, I'll tell you that.
good. My DC is a 16.
I rolled a 7, so the total is 6.
Arr! Ye, sir! Ye head across. Brian has a pamphlet and ropes for ye. Crew, kill the rest!
Okay, so 6 melee attacks. You're attacking with sabers or tridents, so you'll be +2 to attack.
So does that mean I'm gonna have someone run up to me and ask for a pamphlet?
You will actually.
21, 21, and then 11. I don't think 11 hits.
So 2 21s hit. Yep.
Rest are lower.
11 is a hit.
Oh, 9. 10. 7.
Okay, anything below is 11's a miss. So we've got 3 hits. So 1d6 plus 2. It's a good thing this is a 3-hour YouTube video of battle sounds, because we're like 2 hours into it. So what was that? 28?
20, just total. 0, 2, 0.
20? Okay, well, one of them's close.
That's what she said.
Damn it, Jennifer, I need you over here too.
But I told you we were on a break!
As if you just freaking roast us right now.
Okay.
My bestseller. I don't get it.
Yeah. It's definitely a season 6 joke.
Yep, yeah it is.
Okay, two of them are looking extremely wonky. One of them goes down. How do you want to do it?
I'm just gonna have all of my sailors, as they classically do, jump on and grab at the hair of the scalp.
Okay. Okay, so one of the Clatchian pirates, who was engaged with a skeletal crew member of the Flying Dutchman, is accosted by 3 of the crew of the Obtuse Triangle, all of whom decide that he really needs to rethink his treatment of his roots. And he so needs to get a little bit of body in the hair, and maybe a feather cut in the back. Of course, Jennifer is busy, so she's not available to do this. So, in the process of retrieving the hair, they manage to take off most of the scalp, and one of them slips at the blade and takes off most of his ear.
Alright, close work, gentlemen.
Okay, Eric, you are down below with a crew of Golem who are now waiting in bated breath for you to tell them what to do with their lives.
Well, I realized during this whole...
We are not Golem. We are not Golem. We are not Golem.
Want C-3PO, lead your people.
What if we moved the dice tray to Dustin's spot so that we could see Eric's face?
Oh, hang on. We don't care about Dustin's face, do we?
Well, we do, but
No, that's fine.
Picture.
it's easier to put it like in the middle because he's not moving at all, right?
Okay. Sorry, Dustin, your face is no longer part of the game.
That's okay.
It's kind of funny where he was moving it so it covered his entire picture.
No.
You could also have moved the cameras so that it wasn't behind.
No, it's just where the little cutout is placed on the screen.
Yeah.
You get my helmet. That's what's important.
There we go.
So
It's all about Dustin's helmet. Yep, there we go.
while I was thinking during that whole round, I remembered that we technically owe everything on the ship to the Flying Dutchman.
Okay.
However, I don't think Mr. Pump wants to just say you all serve the Flying Dutchman now.
Well, the Golem technically aren't alive. And the Dutchman is only looking for souls to join its crew.
Right, but also the Dutchman was interested in me.
Yeah, that's true.
So
You were effectively cargo. And if he was interested in you, it would be for your resale value as an automaton. The Dutchman's more interested in souls to man the ship. Because for every soul he collects, he's able to continue his work. So, yeah, if you were to assume that the Dutchman's not interested in the golem, you would be fairly accurate in that assumption.
Okay. Also, are they all the same size and build and everything?
They are all pretty much identical. It's almost like they came from the same factory.
So...
It's like they've all got Toyota on their foreheads.
Make sure the brakes are good.
I want to... Okay, so I'll say the ship is yours to take. But I'm going to point at a random one. God, how can I do that? I want one to come with me somehow.
Maybe the one that you're lying on top of?
Sure.
You're kind of dry humping this golem that just had a bit of rock crash through the ceiling and land on top of it.
He's like, you brother now.
I mean, it's like two teenagers in the back seat of a Volkswagen Rabbit.
Yeah. Golem wife.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna tell them all to take the ship, but I want to somehow try to bring one back on the ship with me. On the.
Okay.
Yeah.
You issue the instruction to the golems that, first of all, you are free. The ship is yours. You come with me.
Yeah.
He decides, the golem that you speak to decides that because you freed him, he does owe you some loyalty and follows you. The other golems, freed from their programming, so to speak, get up from the oars, pull the oars through for the hull and snap off the handles, forming crude clubs or staves that they can use as weapons. And they slowly begin to file out in a very orderly fashion, very German of course, but file out in a very orderly fashion up onto the upper decks of the ship. You can see through the doorway that the golems on the lower levels are also doing the same process. The words have affected them, and they have heard your instruction. But these golems are now free. They have their own free will. Now, they don't have the abilities that you have. They don't have the ability of speech. They don't have the ability of fully cognitive thought. They don't have the emotion that you've garnered over the several episodes that we've played through.
Right.
They haven't crushed the arm of a street urchin.
Yeah.
They haven't catapulted a chicken at ballistic speeds into a brick wall.
They didn't smush all the bun buns.
They haven't smushed all the bun buns.
They don't
pick up
have
that
bun
monkey librarian
PTSD.
either.
There is no bun guilt for all of these golems.
Yeah.
So
Viva la revolution!
it's not quite as ordered as your perhaps birth into the world was, but the golems very calmly file out the door and merge with the other path of golems as they come up the stairs. One of them stays behind, looking at you, waiting for instruction.
How do I get him over? That's gonna severely mess up the boat to have two golems on at the same time. But
Having all of these golems moving on the boat is severely messing up the boat.
yeah, no,
Because the boat is just rocking around like
not necessarily this
trireme galley with
Right.
28 odd golems is rocking around the Christmas tree.
But if I get a golem to come back onto the, I forgot the name of our boat.
The obtuse triangle.
The obtuse triangle. Yes.
Okay, hang on a second, Eric. This is now getting into the realms of grooming.
Well, hang on.
You freed this golem. It feels obligated to you for its freedom, and you're now bringing it back on board your ship?
That's not what this is about.
You should come back to your room.
Like some wires?
I'll tell you that the idea is, in case something happens to me.
Don't say that.
I know.
There's-
So it's like no.
No.
There's a backup.
I catch this tape later.
There's a backup golem to put my chem into.
Whoa. You're treating this guy like an emergency hard drive.
Yep.
Okay, so
I freed 28 golems. I can take one of them for that purpose.
You're planning to pull the chem out of him and insert yours as a surrogate body in case you are damaged in combat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful that that's not going to happen.
Right. Step yourself down from lawful good to lawful neutral.
That's fair.
And that is very significant in this campaign. Because
Yeah, going that drastic of a step.
yeah. If you want a backup body, and you've already freed him, and you're now using him as a backup vessel, you're seriously on the path to evil.
That's not.
You're a monster.
That's not what I'm hoping for. But I, like.
My friend Jeff here is great. I love him to death. And when I break my leg,
Of course, yes, we are so calling him Jeff. Blind, get Jeff on the phone. He's in the game. Jeff is in the game.
Oh no.
The way the way I think of it is that when I experienced the damage that cracked me, I experienced mortality for the first time.
Yes.
Fear.
And yeah, within that I experienced fear and the idea that I can die, and it is it's not there it is finite.
It's not that you couldn't die before, it's just that you didn't know and you
Yeah.
didn't care.
Right. But now I do, and now I do know and I do care.
Yeah, before you would
So
have been
I'm thinking
decommissioned
about-
and stripped for parts.
So I've realized that obviously I don't want that. So how can I prevent it?
Okay, so do you intend to lie to this this freed golem about his purpose?
I should have I thought about this in between the freeing and I wish I had thought about it before the freeing.
Okay, can I say that if you were a human, you would be bordering on necromancy about now.
Yeah.
So we're talking about raising the dead to carry your soul.
Yeah.
So by stepping you down to lawful neutral, I'm being generous.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Do we have a necromancer?
Honestly, if we get into an evil state in this game, things will be triggered.
I mean, that's not I do not want that. I do not
Because
want to be-
the overarching guardian of good and evil in this game is the dragon that you freed.
Right.
Now, he treats all magic users as borderline evil because they are the descendants of the people that imprisoned him for 1,000 years. So if you descend into evil, then the person you will be answering to is the dragon that you tended to in your earlier days, that you bonded with, who actually gave you some of the abilities that you have. So effectively, your god will turn against you.
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to add, Eric, I want you to add to your character sheet, not only are you now lawful neutral, but your deity is now the dragon that you tended to.
Okay.
That is your god. And if your god is to appear before you, we have an epic throwdown. Because we know he can melt through stone.
Right.
My child, where have you gone so wrong?
I just realized that
Brian, fire up that printer, man. We need pamphlets. Stat. Stat.
I just realized I've effectively started down the path to the dark side, because fear leads to anger.
Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to something.
I didn't know that any of this could happen.
Well, of course you don't.
Star Wars, Sam.
As a character, you won't. But I think I've told you since the beginning that this game has been written from 3 points of view. You're only playing one path of this game as the player characters. You could have chosen to play this campaign as evil, or play this campaign as neutral. But you've gone down the good line because it's comedy and it's fun and it's Sam's first time ever playing D&D. But I wrote this story to have 3 parallel storylines. And Eric, you are now bridging one of those storylines.
Is this? I just want to, out of curiosity, is this like? Am I making a good case for why?
No.
Damn it.
You're so close to me saying, Anakin, I have the high ground.
Yeah, I'd say like at best, like you can come back. Like every good character can make a slip up and come back.
Yeah.
But it's like it's how far do you go with it? It's like
right, yeah.
You can always get right to that point where you're about to remove it. You're like,
yeah, and
what the fuck am I doing right now? You bring them back. And you're like, Jeff.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking sorry.
And also Eric, also the fact that you would have to have somebody in cahoots with you to transfer your chem. And if you instruct,
how are you gonna take your own out?
If you instruct Google to do that,
no, I don't think I could.
If you instruct the imp to do that, the imp may refuse.
Right.
I mean, Google's kind of evil, though. Isn't it?
No, Google's completely neutral. He's absolutely neutral. He's just a search engine.
Because there is, and honestly, there is a high probability that I will become attached to this golem as like a, a brother.
I think so too.
Yep.
My little brother Jeff.
So, while the idea
going
starts,
to murder you one day.
While the idea starts as fear and like the idea of mortality, that's not necessarily where it's going to lead.
One day, Jeff, I shall rip out your brain and replace it with my own. And she will be alive! Yeah, okay. You are now lawful neutral.
Yeah.
Your deity now is the dragon. You don't know its name. But if the dragon appears before you, you will be confronting your own god.
Yeah.
That will alone will have an impact on your character. I mean, this is fantastic character play, and I've said this from the beginning, Eric. You're playing this golem, which was technically an NPC that I gave you.
Yeah. And
you've been playing it now for, what, 7 sessions? And not only have you gained freedom, you've gained emotion, you've gained a conscience as well, because you've done harm. You've turned into the Thanos of Ankh-Morpork, because you were just killing everything in sight, purely by accident because of all your natural ones.
Every time I try to do anything normal, I'm like, I very, very gently, and then Omar's like, roll strength roll. Fucking
Eric, get better dice.
Working on it.
Okay, you are now lawful neutral. Your god is now the dragon, because he will judge you when he sees you. And he doesn't have to hear about it, he will know. He will judge you instantly on sight. Okay, the other golems are free. They're moving up onto the decks. You've kept one. Jeff is staying with you. So make a note on your character sheet that you've also got the other golem, Jeff. We will roll up his stats after this session, because he will be He'll be a little bit lower stats than yours. He'll probably be more like level 5, level 6.
Yeah.
But we'll roll that one up separately. Okay, it's Klatchians. The Klatchians have been decimated. There are 2 left on the bow crossbow, and they're barely able to stand at this point. The 2 left on the aft crossbow attempt to take a shot. One gets a crit. One gets a 14, so that's definitely going to be a hit. So, the obtuse triangle takes 8 plus 2, 10 points of damage. That's the first major damage it's taken, actually. The Klatchians sink another harpoon-style arrowhead into the side of the hull, pulling it close and just locking the 2 ships together. The impact of the 2 boats hitting hull to hull is enough to tip the boats inwards, and the masts kind of lock together and the rigging gets tangled. Sam, can you make a dexterity saving throw, because you're up in the rigging at the moment?
Damn it.
I did send you a message on here, Omar.
God, Cain and Abel, Jesus, that's
15.
that's not actually far off. 15's a pass, so you're good. So you managed to maintain your grip on the rigging that you're climbing in. The 2 ships, the obtuse triangle and the Klatchian war galley, are basically smashed side to side. So whatever oars were left on the side of the hull are completely splintered. There's bits of wood flying everywhere. The grappling hooks are over. All the ropes are pulled tight, the boarding planks are down, and the rest of the crew of the obtuse triangle pour across this deck, itching for a fight and a doner kebab and chips at the end of the night. That's a joke for the British few that are in the room. Okay, Brian, it is your turn.
So they're rushing towards us now, right?
No, you're rushing towards them. There's not many of them left.
Okay. I'm going to use bonus action to take a snapshot, and then I'm going to advance.
Kodak moment. Are you going for the straightforward level, or are you going to go for the wonky angle? Are you going to go for the kind of Dutch portrait? I'm a big fan of the.
I'm going to go for the panoramic view.
Okay, I'm a big fan of the wonky angle because it makes the picture look more interesting. Good composition. If any of you follow my Instagram, you know that I love a bit of a wonk.
Do.
I really do love a bit of a wonk.
Well, that's kind of a selfie angle, because selfies are like that.
No, it just makes the picture a bit more dynamic. Okay, you're going for the straightforward. You're going for the super panorama.
Yep.
Okay, so you press the button. You hear the ow from inside the box as the imp is poked with the needle, and he starts painting. And after a few moments, the piece of paper is spat out the front of the box, but it's a little bit longer. You tear that off, give it a good shake, just to wait for the paint to dry, and tuck that in your robes. Okay, what else?
Sorry.
And I'm going to advance.
You're taking dick pics right now.
He's not taking a picture
exactly
of the
where
dick.
Sam's mind was going, I'm pretty sure. It's a little bit longer this time.
It's not a
Give it
picture of the
shake.
deek, it's a picture of the entire environment.
When you're
The
taking
deek
pics of your
included.
dick, when you're taking pics of your dick, it's all about the angle.
Well, that's why you need to get the wonk on. Because if you get a wonk on, it makes your dick look bigger. Every shipbuilder knows this.
Y'all are real fucked up.
Every shipwright, every carpenter, every shipwright knows that if you want to make your deek look bigger, you've got to get a bit of a wonk on. Are we all taking shots? Because my glass is empty again.
Good choice.
I don't know, but I think we're
Here.
confusing Adam.
Adam, what about Zach? This is his first time here. He's probably like, what the actual fuck did I fucking do?
Quite well.
This is Zach's first time here as well. What the hell is he thinking?
This is one of my most casual D&D sessions. Normally, well, it's because like all of my D&D sessions, everyone pays, so it's very like hardcore in the game. There's no like out of game chat. So I'm fine with it. I enjoy it.
Dustin, yes you can.
Drink me wine.
We're all amateurs.
Sorry, what was that, Omar?
You are able to distinguish Mr. Pump from the other golems.
Okay.
Mainly because Mr. Pump has got his brass knuckles and he's got the kind of like lightning bolt scar on his chest that's been filled in with brass.
He's wearing Google. There's like subtle differences. He's probably got a scar that they don't have.
Oh, it's not subtle. He's got a Google Pixel hanging around his neck on a little box on a chain. Hello, insert name here. If you'd fill in your warranty card, I'd be able to address you correctly.
I think Blind's ready for this.
I really want there to be a moment the next time that Google comes out where he sees the other golem and he's like, hello, insert name.
I have an idea, Eric. I'll just message you.
Okay, Brian, you've taken your panorama. You've had to track very slowly to make sure the imp can keep up with the painting as you've done your panorama. Okay, that's your bonus action. You can clamber across onto the deck and start doing some fancy stuff now if you want.
Yep.
Dick.
Clamber onto the deck and use all of your skills on this deck. Do I need to bring up that advert to make sure to at least let people understand what the fuck we're talking about here?
Why would we do
How
that?
long is it? It's like 3 minutes.
I'll tell you what. Okay, after Brian and Dustin take their goes, we're going to take a short break because I need to nip to the loo and refill. And what I'll do is I'll put that commercial sketch up and play that while we take a quick break. And I'll get a massive copyright strike for it as well.
I didn't get a copyright strike for it.
Yeah, you're not cross-loading onto YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube gets you.
Yeah, because I'm cross-loading onto YouTube.
Charm guy I sent over to Brian.
Sam, what was the video called?
It's I think. Hold on.
Well, it's in Discord, isn't it?
Okay, one of you just send me that link. Okay, sorry, Brian, it's your go still. You've taken your photo.
Yeah. So I'm going to pick up my shield. And I guess I could use the axe.
You going for the axe?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will run across the board to get onto the other deck. Now you said the ballista guys in the front, they're still active, right?
One of the ballistas at the front is still active, yes.
Now I'm wondering.
Got it.
Like how far away is it approximately?
From where you are, you're about midship on the boat, so talking about 20, maybe 25 feet.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna move in that action, like in that direction, and I'll bring the axe and slam it down on the deck.
Okay.
What?
You go at the dick with your axe, freezing everybody into place. Anybody that is standing on the deck of the ship, you are now frozen in place, and you will require an opposed strength check to break free. Zach, that includes yourself and all of your crew members.
Did I just go forward from where I was going? That's what I was projecting, because he did a cone forward.
Oh yeah, but that's taken into account, all of that as well. So you've frozen everybody in the front half, the bow half of the ship. You've frozen them to the spot. So there is, on impact, there is an inch of ice that is thickened on the surface of the deck, freezing everybody's boots into place. So either you can pull yourself free of your boots and walk around barefoot, or you can try and pull your boots free of the ice. Really, that only affects Zach and the other crewmen of the Obtuse Triangle. So we would need 6 opposed strength checks on your next turn. Okay. Brian, that's your movement, that's your bonus, and that's your attack. Okay, Dustin, you are still on the Obtuse Triangle. You've seen the cleric scamper over the boarding ramp, and he's attacked the deck of the ship, which you're not quite sure what he's doing, but then you've remembered that he's carrying the Frost Lich's axe, and you see that there is ice crawling across the deck, like an ice road trucker as he descends into the frozen water.
Does it make anyone easier to hit, or no?
Everybody that you would shoot at is now at disadvantage for any saving throws. I will give you advantage to hit them.
Alright, there's about 7 or 8 still on the ship over there.
You can see 6 still standing. 2 of them are on the bow ballista. The bow crossbow, the big siege crossbow, and there are 4 more still standing.
Alright,
Gee, thanks.
I think I've attacked the one on the ballista. On one of the
Because I can
ballistas.
raise the dead.
So the 2 on the rear ballista you have done some severe damage to. They're they're struggling to stay upright. They're pretty much no longer in the fight. The 2 on the bow ballista, you've done damage to one of them. He looks like he's got 2 arrows sticking out of him. The other one's taken a few swipes from a sword, so you can see he's bleeding quite badly. On the deck, there are 2 that are still standing quite comfortably. One of them's still very much in the fight. He looks a little bit more skilled than the others.
Joshua!
Sorry, I just have an internet issue, so I'm just waiting for it to work.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. You said there's one that looks a little sturdier than the others?
There's one that's still
or
fighting
middle?
very, very vigorously, yes. Okay, well, give me an attack roll with advantage.
Okay. I believe I have a hunter's mark for a bonus action.
Okay.
And then I'll use that spell, which, yeah, that's a bonus action. Concentration up to an hour. Deal an extra d6 if I hit a specific target. So, and yeah, I'm gonna use my longbow. That I've got my scope on that guy.
So 2d20s, and we'll take the higher of the 2 rolls.
Okay, so first one's gonna be 27. I'll roll the second one. 27 and 18, so the 27.
Okay, roll for damage.
Okay. Of course, that's a 6, but then I also have, I believe, the hunter's mark on top of that, which should do an extra d6. So that'll be 11 total.
11 damage. Okay. Right, he takes a good solid hit. He's still standing. Okay, we are, what are we, 1:30 in the morning, my time. So, we're going to take another short break. Let's take 10 minutes. For those of you that need to nip to the loo, grab some more drinks, grab some snacks, we'll do so. And we'll be back with you shortly. In the meantime, I'm going to play this YouTube video that's probably going to get me a copyright strike. And we will, this should be interesting. Okay, I will see you guys in a moment.
Like me, you find it very hard to keep your dick dry. I left my dick unprotected and it was warped out of shape in no time. I could barely recognise my own dick. Imagine that. Then I discovered Draper's New Zealand style dick seal. The best way to take care of your dick in 3 easy steps. First, wash your dick with soap and water. Then, wait for your dick to dry. Once your dick is clean and dry, paint your dick with Schaefer's dick seal. I used to be too embarrassed to invite
Oh, this is a different one.
But now, my
Uh-oh.
I even have pictures of my dick. Check out that dick. I'm gonna send this to my secretary. Barbara always loves to receive
Well,
my
it's
dick.
too late now, right?
After all, summertime is
stop it.
all about spending time on your dick.
Oh, yeah.
I'll often have 20 to 30 people on my dick at once. That can really wear your dick out, causing dick
So much cut.
and discoloration. But with Schaefer's dick sealant, my dick stays a nice golden brown colour. Who wouldn't want a golden dick? I used to never let children anywhere near my dick. My dick was too dangerous for
this is
cods
the
to
one.
play on. But it seems like every cod in the neighbourhood's been on my dick this summer, and they've all had a good time. My dick's over 70 years old, but it looks brand new.
I used to have
Part of
kids
the reason
playing
why
on
my
my
neighbours
dick
are
all the
jealous of my
time.
dick. Wasn't that right, Jum?
Yes, you've got a nice dick, okay?
His pipe is always on my dick, begging me to know the secret of the perfect dick. If you like Schaefer's dick sealant, check out Schaefer's New Zealand style cock. I had a huge hole in my dick, but I fixed it by jamming some cock in it. You'd be surprised how many things you can fix by jamming cock into them. Have an extra large hole in your dick?
Schaefer's
Try
dick
Schaefer's
sealant.
African style
Don't put it
cock.
on your penis.
Just go to your local home improvement store and ask for the big black cock. Schaefer's New Zealand style dick sealant. Don't put it on your penis.
Oh god.
There's also a helpful number on the back. Hi, I've got a question about my dick. Schaefer's New Zealand style. Hey, get that squirrel off my dick. He knows he's not allowed to come on my dick.
Okay, folks, we are back and we are having some existential discussions about the golem and his bag of spare parts that he now has acquired. This could get interesting, especially when your god meets you for judgment. Okay, we are still in combat, albeit very much sparsely. Most of the combat work has been done so far because there are very few Kalachians standing on the deck of the ship. I've got 4 that are still standing, but barely. 2 of which are on the rear ballista that are very, very badly injured. So we are at the top of the combat order. It is the Flying Dutchman's turn. And at this point, you all see that kind of green fog roll across the deck of the Kalachian war galley. And David Jones Jr. himself steps out onto the deck of the ship with his senior crew standing behind him. Well, this has gone very well, hasn't it? We have claimed many souls. Which of you still standing will join the crew of the Dutchman? And which of you will choose to be struck down where you stand? You see the Kalachians look in horror as they see the figure of Davy Jones step forward. The long leather coat, the tri-pointed leather hat, the beard of wriggling rubber gloves, because we know it's a fake beard. And they weigh their options in their hand as they stare at the crew standing behind them, and you see them begin to drop their weapons. As they do so, a horde of golems come charging up onto the deck. Some of them holding wooden staves, some of them unarmed, and they are looking around in confusion at what's gone on. Well now, we have automatons below powering this ship. Will you join the Dutchman? Will you join me and me crew? Or would you prefer to stay behind and take your chances? I have no need for the ship. The ship is yours no matter what. I just want the souls. Sorry, I've changed my accent from Davy Jones there, I'm sorry. I just want the souls. The ship is yours, Okay, boyo, the ship is yours. I just want the souls. Those who will join me, step forward. Those who wish to stay and take your chances below. And those of you automatons who wish to join the crew, you are welcome.
As the bosun of the ship, a ship's officer in charge of the equipment of crew, join you is something we will not do.
You know, we had this chat earlier, and you were kind of helping us, so you've already got a free pass here. It's okay. I understand you want to feel part of the adventure here, but no, that's all taken care of.
Take a sit on the deck.
Sam, you're still muted. You and your crew, you are free to go. You have helped us with our particular present. We have claimed some souls for the Flying Dutchman. The crew, and he looks around at the rest of the party that are on deck. All of the adventurers here, you are free, but I will ask one final favor. You mentioned there was a boat pursuing you with the sails of a dragon.
Yep.
I'm curious as to what's on board. Will you help me again?
So I'm thinking it'd probably be a good idea because it would get them off our ass.
All of you but Eric and Jeff, look in unison back to the obtuse triangle and up at the captain that's standing on the foredeck, and he's shaking his head vigorously. I know you want to find out what's on board that ship. I want to see what's on board that ship. Eh? You've been very handy in this fight.
What if we did this? Okay, so kind of a private discussion. What if we were to
not me
go on Davy Jones's ship, the Flying Dutchman, to go attack that, have him wait here for us, that when we're done, we come back.
Have who
that
wait
would have the obtuse triangle wait here. Because that will kind of alleviate the pressure of us going through and attacking another ship.
Jones
still have us there.
Jones shakes his head at that. I'm asking you a favour. Sorry, I've gone Irish there, sorry. I'm supposed to be Welsh. I'm asking you a favour. You are not obligated to do so, but you've proved yourself in battle, and I applaud you for that. Even your automaton down below has proved himself in battle, and that surprises even me. Will you fight with me one more time, and I will share the spoils on this run? Or you are free to go about your way, and I'll take on that dragon ship on me own. That is my final offer. As he does that, he steps back. You hear the clump of the brass soles of his boots striking on the wooden deck, and the fog rolls in, and all of his spectral crew disappear from behind him, leaving just Jones standing there with you on an empty deck. All of the Clatchians are gone. All of the golems are gone. It's just the wee 4 or 5 of you. And David Jones Jr. himself.
Brian can see it on my face. He's like, well, she's gonna do it.
Well, I'm tempted as well, because just like you said, like,
Refill.
I'm interested to see what's on that ship.
Oh, refill, and I redeemed a group shot a long time ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I don't know why.
It's really starting to hit me too.
Good.
That's why I'm getting so quiet.
Okay, well, Dustin's made it clear what he wants to happen.
Yeah, you did. We're gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to put this one to a vote. I think it's gonna be difficult not to. Oh no! Oh shit.
That's not good.
There's zero chance I'm having this without anything.
She's run out of Diet Coke. We've got a Diet Coke emergency.
It's like I've been taking mine straight. Like, I've had coffee and I've got like a bottle of water, but like I haven't been mixing it with anything.
That was
I'm
entirely
in the
straight.
kitchen.
That's empty now. I've finished the bottle. It's what's left is in the glass. That was entirely straight liquor. This is the only way I can run this game.
I'm in the fridge and all I can hear is, she's run out of Diet Coke. I'm like, fuck.
I don't speak like that. She's run out of Diet Coke.
It's gonna have a more baritone sound to it, Sam.
I've just got. I keep slipping from Welsh into Irish now that I've had this much to drink, and I've got to stop doing that.
Oh, it's fan-freaking-tastic.
Because Captain Trent of the Obtuse Triangle has a Northern Ireland accent, but Davy Jones is David Jones Jr., and he has a Welsh accent, and that's the accent of the hills and the valleys. So I keep
And then
slipping my accents because, yeah. Anyway, right. You can stay with Davy Jones and take on the dragon ship, or you can cut your losses and head back to your ship and move on with your journey.
Think of the leveling up we could do.
She's doing chases at him.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to put this one to a vote. Let's drink first. Let's drink to it. Let's drink to our decision.
And Sam Squared just showed up.
God.
Sam.
Good evening, Miss Whipperman.
Why am I doing this?
Oh, why are you
folks.
people doing this?
Cheers. Which in Hungarian means up your health. And if you're a Westerner and you don't speak Hungarian, you mispronounce it, and it comes out as up your arse.
Oh.
Nod Mashoy.
Hey, take a drink for me. Oh.
Nod Mashoy. Big smile. We've broken Eric.
Oh, you're going straight to the bottle now. No shots?
For Sam. She said take a drink for me.
Okay, well, you know, I can be mean as well.
No, or don't. Be mean to someone else. She's chasing. Sam. Too late. Too late. The answer's already there. Everyone, water! Yes.
Yeah, I don't want anybody passing out on me, so hydrate properly.
I did it.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing I'm drinking my Sobe Life water.
Now, are you serious, Sam? Would you be able to make the schedule?
She would hate this game. She would hate this game. Oh.
Honestly, Whipperman, if you want to join, I'm looking for a 5th member of the crew. Dustin's got some stuff going on in life right now that means he can't always make the episode on time. So we definitely want another full-time member of the team on board. So if you are interested, let me know. You don't need to know anything about D&D. I will kind of coach you through it your first couple of episodes. And yes, it would just be you getting drunk. That's absolutely fine. Because that's mostly how I get through a game.
And if you want, Sam, I can throw in a sausage.
This Sam?
Dustin,
Sam.
you and that sausage.
That's it.
No, he's sending a sausage to Sam Square just to entice her in.
I'm going to need a sausage emote, aren't I?
I'm almost thinking you might.
Yeah.
Do it as a follower emote.
The only thing, Sam, the only thing I will insist on is that you order a set of actual dice, whether it's eBay or Amazon. You can get apps for your phone that will do dice rolls, but if you're a first-time player with D&D, I would always insist you print off your character sheet, you fill it in with pencil, and you use real dice. You roll dice for real, because that's what gets you hooked. Once you've been playing for a while, then you can use all the online tools and do all the fancy stuff for you. But if you're going to be playing for the first time, roll real dice in anger, because that's the whole joy of the game.
And then get another set of dice when those dice betray you.
And when those dice let you down multiple times in a row, you buy another set of dice. And then you buy another set of dice. And then you end up with 15 sets of dice, like Sam has already.
You just gotta watch the earlier episodes, Sam, because it'll explain itself there. I think it was like, actually, it was in the first episode, was it not?
I think it's the first few episodes it was used the most.
It was literally episode 1 when our Webster here nearly died. And I, as the DM, I had to take control of the cleric to save one of the party members because she effed up that badly.
Okay, but you know what? It would have been great if it was just a nice puddle that I could take a bath in. Y'all decided.
No, I'm talking about episode 1, not episode 3. Episode 1, when you were fighting the captain of the bandits and you died. And I had to power slide the cleric in for a home run just to heal your ass and stop you from dying in the first episode of the game.
Did I die?
Yeah, that was back in the Skyrim setting of the tower.
Now I need to
That
go
was in
back
the
and watch it
basement.
again because I
Yeah.
don't remember dying. I thought I had like 3 health left.
No, you were dead. The cleric had to do a little baseball power slide in to touch you with his big toe, just to do
you
the lay on
failed your
hands.
death saves.
You had failed all your death saves,
Shit.
yeah.
Okay.
That's
There was,
actually,
just there was just the 2 of us down in the jail cells.
and I think
just
that's
the 2 of you.
Because
That's-
Dustin was already upstairs.
Yeah.
I hadn't come downstairs. I split the party, and Eric wasn't with us yet.
Eric hadn't joined the campaign back then.
Oh my lord.
Yes.
You
Okay.
don't remember the big night with the shield?
That's before we
He
got
smashed-
teleported
he
to the
went and
dragon.
smashed you against the wall?
Eric didn't join us until episode 3, which was once you'd found the dragon already,
Right.
and you were exploring the Orichalcum. That's where you found Eric in one of the broom closets.
Yeah, because that was the same tower that we went through that portal to go
Yes.
to the dragon's area.
Yeah.
That I
the
remember.
night-
So you guys
Yeah.
well,
already
the
lost it.
commander
Maybe
that
if I
we
was drunk.
fought.
Sam
I thought it was
Squared.
episode 2.
Sam Squared.
If
If you
you
want to join, you're in good company. Don't worry.
It could have been 2, but it was
Yeah.
one of the first 2.
No, it was episode 1 because episode 2 was when you met the dragon.
Yep.
Okay.
Every time I'm with Sam and we talk about this, like I say how I'm doing D&D on Friday or whatever, she's like, I watched that and I have no idea what the fuck is going on with you guys. She's like, I can't follow it
It's alright,
all.
neither do we.
Yeah. Yes.
She's like, maybe if I was drunk, I could follow. I'm like,
Yeah.
I think it's the opposite.
The only
I
person
think
that's got
it's
any
worse.
clue of what's going on is me, and I'm already drunk. So I mean, screw that.
So I just rolled 4 D20s, and I got a 1, and then I got an 18, 19, and a 20.
Okay, what were they for?
For fun.
Test. You realize you just used up all the good rolls, right?
Okay, so you've used up
And
3.
a 1.
You've used up 3 high rolls for lols, and it's actually Sam's go.
Yeah, no, I was just randomly rolling my dice. I threw them all at
Okay.
once.
So Davy Jones has offered you a bargain, equal share of whatever you take from the dragon ship, or you're free to go. Your deal has been completed. He will honor your deal and allow you to leave if you wish. But if you will take him up in one final battle.
So
would be-
now, was that to include the obtuse triangle? Or was that for us to stay on his ship?
No, that's
No,
that's for the obtuse
he wanted-
triangle.
Yeah.
The captain, of course, is looking over at you and shaking his head vigorously. Because you've already gotten him into enough trouble.
Yeah, but as I said, is like, if there's a haul that we take here, like, overall, like a quarter of that, to where the rest would be shared with us.
Okay, so Brian's thinking about treasure. Interesting.
He's thinking about treasure for the captain, though. Like paying him more to do this, right? Like you're going back to that idea?
Yeah, because so far the captain has earned only what you've paid him, which was half the fare.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we got to do a little sidebar here and talk it out, but I think we're going to have to vote on it, and then we drank, and then we stopped. I don't know why I want to, because I've been like, go away for all the other fights, but I'm all in for this one. I don't know why. And I think Brian is in for this one, and I don't know about you three.
It's twofold, because the thing is like the possibility of treasure.
But
the other
think
thing
about
is,
what they want.
If we sink him, he's not following us anymore.
But if we don't, think about what they want.
You hear the clump of the brass heels on the deck of the ship as Davy Jones turns around to speak to you one more time. And don't forget about the prophecy. You all have
He never
a touch
said
of
that to us, anyways.
You all have a touch of destiny about you. It stinks on your souls.
I told you to take a bath, Sam.
I didn't have time.
It's the it's all the leather and the salt water.
Yeah, the leather stanks.
It's kind of having a little bit of a pungent smell to it.
Okay, Musu, you
Here's
can
a
take
clothespin.
yourself and your crew back aboard the obtuse triangle. Stow your equipment and gear and wait for your captain to make his final decision.
Did any of my did any of my crew throw their weapons to the ground?
No, none of your crew. You were fighting. You are allies with the Dutchman at this point.
All right, I was just making sure.
Pick your damn swords up. What are you?
Right?
Beating
Barbarian.
down.
No,
He said throw
not
down your
you.
weapons. He didn't mean you, for God's sake.
Dustin, you wanted to run, right?
I'm gonna vote run.
Okay.
Mr. Pump.
Everybody in the chat, what do we think? Chat, does the party
Don't roll
stay
dice.
with Davy Jones, or do they cut their losses and run? Leather and salt.
Leather
I like
and
that.
salt.
Leather and salt. I have a folder on my phone of photographs called Leather and Ink, because it's all about leather goods and fountain pens.
That's not what I thought it would be.
I was thinking tattoos.
Oh,
So did
all the
I.
tattoos are in a separate folder. I do have. You guys know I've got tattoos. I've shown them to you before. Right, we have one onward to victory, which I'm not too sure which side of the line that comes down on.
Right? I was like,
So one for cut the losses.
Sam's like, cut the losses.
So
No.
do you fight on with Davy Jones and take an equal share, or do we cut our losses and run and continue with our adventure? Mr. P says fight. We have another fight.
Yes, Sam, fight on.
Mr. P is saying to roll the dice if it's greater than 10.
Okay. Okay, right. So, does somebody want to redeem a roll d20? And we'll do
He
this.
did.
He did.
Mr. P did.
Okay. We're going to roll d20 and see what happens.
Uh-oh.
Crit fail!
Boy.
That was a 1, so we are not fighting. Greater than 10 was fight. We are not fighting. You guys are calling it a day, and you are going to reject Davy Jones's offer. The dice have decided. I'm sorry. The audience and the dice have decided.
Is that,
I hate
is
the
that
dice.
just is that final say, or is that
Oh, no,
Should I
that's final.
redeem-
Once somebody redeems a roll
should
d20,
I-
that's final.
Should I redeem for an inspiration?
Do you want to re-roll for an inspiration? Do you want to burn your inspiration point and re-roll? I'll allow
Oh,
it.
hey,
Good
I
God.
have 2.
I will
I have
allow
two
it for one re-roll and that's it. No more.
No, but I'm saying, like, I don't just have the one that I just got.
Okay,
Like,
now,
I-
do you want to do it,
doing
Ron? Do you want to do it?
I am gonna burn that inspiration
Oh,
just
yes.
for a reroll.
It's an 8.
Yeah.
It's an 8.
Ah!
The party decides to chicken out. There is a bazooka somewhere, and there's some French fries. Davy Jones looks you over. You're a solid group in a fight, I'll give you that. But your time here is served. The Dutchman has her crew. And I hope I can count on you in the future if I need your assistance.
Does the assistance include pointing cannons at us and saying, do this or you die?
Quite probably.
Ah, great. Can't wait, buddy, can't wait.
With that, you see the cloud of green smoke envelops David Jones, and David Jones Jr. disappears off the deck of the Clatchian War Galley. You look to your left, and you see that the Flying Dutchman has ensnared all of its new souls, and it disappears down below the waves, leaving you standing on an empty Clatchian War Galley with a quite large amount of golems, armed with sticks and clubs, and a second Clatchian War Galley, which the Flying Dutchman had absorbed, looks like it's been stripped to the bones. What was brand new wood looks like it's been rotted over hundreds of years underwater. There is nothing left of it but a floating hulk. And as you watch, the second war galley begins to sink below the surface of the waves.
So we're going to need to untangle this rigging.
Well, the galleon that you're standing on is still floating, but yes, the main masts are kind of tangled up. But you'll need to get back aboard the obtuse triangle, and you will need to make way very quickly if you don't want to fall foul of this dragon boat that's pursuing you.
Oh, we made such a mistake.
Did we?
Mr. Pump, how are you getting back on the ship?
Mr. Pump's still wearing his Jordans. Jeff,
Mike.
on the other hand,
How
isn't.
is Jeff getting back on the ship?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh no!
Or
might
the other
have to
golems that are
carry
manning
Jeff.
the ship.
No, they're not coming aboard ours. They're staying on the one they were on, aren't they?
So,
Not this one.
Mr. Pump, you are now commanding a small army. What do you wish to do with them?
Wait,
I could
commanding
just,
a small army.
I could just tell them to row close to the other ship, so that we could just jump. Because could I possibly like carry Jeff halfway?
No.
I'm just thinking if like if we jump together. Okay.
You take one Air Jordan and I take the other.
Yeah, if you're each wearing one of the pair of Air Jordans, like 1 foot each, no. You're currently aboard what's left of a Klatchian trireme war galley. The golems are now free; they can do what they want. But the first time they are confronted with free will, they've got no idea what they want to do. Jeff, on the other hand, is following you and following your instructions explicitly. Because
Google.
he doesn't know any different.
Google, how can we both get to the other ship?
Google, how did the golem get to the other side?
The little hatch pops up in the little box hanging around your neck, and the little error 404 pops up. So you see the imp's hand holding his little sign saying error 404, page not found. I'm sorry, insert name here. Would you care to rephrase the question?
Perhaps would a freedom of movement spell help the metal beasts?
But yeah.
Pardon me.
Well, the golems are free to do whatever they want. They just don't know what they want because they've just suddenly encountered free will. They probably still need a little bit of instruction. So maybe if they were instructed to row the ship to shore, and then from there they are free to do whatever they wish, might help them. Hint, hint.
Where's the closest shore?
You're only a couple of miles from shore. You haven't really gone out too far into the sea.
Well, then I suppose we could take both ships to shore.
You could be a good golem and give Jeff an army to lead and be like, I'm sorry for what I did. Here's a whole bunch of bad bitches to be
Jeff,
yours.
you are a king. You are a king amongst your own kind.
He doesn't want to abandon his brother.
Mr. Pump hasn't done anything yet, at least not so far as he's aware. And actually, I've been thinking quite a bit about it, and I've come up with something.
Hit me with it.
If Mr. Pump believes that his conscience can be transferred without consequence, then he would believe the same for Jeff, so he could take it out. Mr. Pump's thinking, you take out Jeff's conscience and just hold on to it and keep it safe until you find another golem.
Okay.
You would kill Jeff
Or
and just make somebody
make another golem, but Mr. Pump probably doesn't
he would know
understand that.
The golems.
Just call him he'd still call him Jeff.
The golems can create other golems. That was discussed in Feet of Clay.
Okay. I haven't fully finished the book.
But the problem with that is that the golems made, when they tried to make golems in their own image, they were flawed. And those were the golems that went slightly mad or shattered or committed crimes.
Sure, yeah.
So,
Omar, as the bosun, I am of course in charge of the equipment and crew. Do I think we could accommodate these extra crew members?
Well, the original golem was strapped to the deck, to the lowest deck in the bowels of the ship during most of the voyage. A second one would put a little bit of a strain on the ship. The rest of the golems, the remaining 20 odd, nearly 30 golems aboard, they are free. They can do what they choose to. It's only Jeff that is bound to Mr. Pump at this point.
Do you think the ship? You said that even 2 put a strain on the ship, so I'm probably 3 and 4 would be too many.
Just Mr. Pump walking around on deck was causing problems with the ship. Was causing problems with the balance of the ship and affecting its travel.
Or whatever you choose, they can't come here.
So,
the captain gives you a thumbs up from the quarterdeck.
Got you.
So my other thought though was that if Mr. Pump doesn't think there's actually an issue with any of it, he might actually tell someone. In which case, that someone might be like, "Hold up, that's not okay."
So Mr. Pump is having an existential crisis here.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah. Okay. Let's, just for the sake of expediency, let's say that the other golems take what's left of this Klatchian war galley and they head back to land. So Mr. Pump, even though he's not the duly appointed leader of the Republic of Golems, does at least instruct the golems, this ship is yours, you are free.
Yeah.
Go and form your own society, go and form your own community, go and trade, go and rampage and pillage across the world. You are free.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it's going to be, because they have no concept of consequence at this stage. Meanwhile, the remainder of the crew board the obtuse triangle. The triangle has taken very little damage in this, apart from where the Klatchian war galley hits you with those 2 harpoons. They're pretty much easy to remove. You cut the cables, and you're able to pry those out of the hull. The captain gives orders to continue to make way. Jeff and Mr. Pump, you are able to cross over to the ship. Mr. Pump's able to jump across quite handily with his Air Jordans. And leaning over the side of the ship, you're able to catch Jeff and pull him aboard. The ship lists alarmingly to one side as the weight of the ship shifts as the 2 golems make entrance to the boat, and the captain insists that both golems are resecured in the hold.
Yeah.
Sam, I assume you're going to go down and tend to the 2 golems? She's talking to her husband. So, Eric, you and Jeff are secured in the hold. Whatever your reasoning is for having Jeff on board, we'll probably explore that as we go on.
Yeah.
But you are both conscious. You are both strapped to the lowest deck of the ship, right down in the bowels of the ship, and you're pretty much acting as extra ballast. The ship is weighed down a little bit because of this. The captain is concerned, but the overall buoyancy is good enough that it's not going to slow you down too much. As you look over the aft of the ship, you see the Flying Dutchman appear out of the water, vertically shooting up out of the water, just as it begins to engage the black-sailed dragon ship that's currently on the horizon. The captain looks across to you. The broomsticks are fried. We ran them too hard. It's going to take a while to get them back up to temperature. So for now, we're going to rely on the wind. We make 6 knots, no more. Get yourselves below. Get out of my way. And for God's sakes, make sure those golems don't go wandering around my boat.
The fuck did I miss? 2 seconds and we're like, get out of my way and don't let those golems get in my way.
Mr. Musu, you take control of the crew. You have the con, sir. I need to get some rest.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Humphreys. The captain shouts down, and the very slender man that billows with handkerchiefs bustles out of the captain's quarters. Oh, yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. Would you be needing more handkerchiefs? Mr. Humphreys, please make my stateroom ready. This has been a long day, and I need no handkerchiefs. I just need a good bath. Oh, of course, Captain. Of course. Of course. Is anyone free? Oh, no, it's just me that's free. Okay. Mr. Humphreys bustles back into the captain's quarters and starts boiling water frantically. The captain looks at the rest of the crew. You have proved to be more trouble than you are worth. But fortunately, my ship has taken no damage, and my crew are still whole. I will tolerate nothing less. We get underway, but we are limping. And if that dragon ship were to catch us, or if Davy Jones Jr. himself was to catch us, this may be a different story entirely. You have proved to be competent fighters, but seamen you are not. From this point, I call the shots. We have a destination. I will get you there. No more deviations.
Can I
Is
just
that
ask what you would've
understood?
Absolutely, but can I just ask what you would have done? Like, would you prefer if just we all died?
Mr. Humphreys, make that extra bubbles, please.
That's a yes. That is a yes. I would have rather all died.
The captain goes below, leaving what's left of the party on deck. You have fought a full-on naval battle. You have bargained with Davy Jones and the crew of the Flying Dutchman, and you have come out alive. I call both of these a victory.
Whoop, whoop.
And we are at 2:20 UK time. So what does that make us? That makes us what? 9:20 Toronto?
20+9, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you wish to continue, or do you want to call it here? We can take a break and continue, or we can call it a night. Because actually, this is quite early for us normally, isn't it?
Yeah.
Zach, how are you feeling?
I'm good for either.
Okay.
I'm also good for either.
Okay. Well, let's take a quick break. Let's nip to the toilet, grab some fresh drinks, run your head under the tap. You know, scream at the moon. Whatever it takes, guys. Whatever it takes.
Run your head under the tap.
Oh, that moon fucking deserves it. I'll be back.
Moon's a bastard.
La Lune.
Twice a month it comes around and fucks up the water. That moon's a bastard. Right, let's take a few minutes, guys. We'll take a short break and we will be back shortly.
There's only 2 minutes left in the quarter.
We
3
are
hours later.
back. Okay, so there was a question in the chat. I can't remember who was asking it, but somebody was asking about what they needed to start running a D&D game. I think this was quite a while ago, and I thought I answered it, but I'm not.
I think it was
Players.
Adam that said it.
Players
So
help.
you need a player's handbook. You need a set of dice. Obviously, if you can print out character sheets, that's great, either with a photocopier or with a basic printer. You don't need things like the Monster Manual. You don't need all the other books. The Monster Manual will help you because if you want to make a more creative environment, that gives you all your pre-built monsters. There's a couple of those in the back of the player's handbook anyway. And most of my characters, the creatures that we've encountered haven't come from the Monster Manual. This is stuff that I've totally homebrewed using the player's handbook as kind of a guide, because you've got details in there for a pirate, you've got details in there for a zombie, you've got details in there for a silver streak that's just managing to get back into the call, and you can tweak those numbers any which way you want. But certainly the player's handbook to start with, get familiar with that. You've got some starting monsters in the back of that. If you buy one of the pre-gen campaigns like Horde of the Dragon Queen, that will give you lots of stuff that you can play around with. It also gives you a campaign that you can just read from the book and not need to be creative or improving the fuck out of a game like I'm doing 99% of my time here. Because I guarantee you there is only 1 page of notes that I've worked from for this entire session so far. And literally, that's it. That's all I've worked from this entire... You can't even see that. That's all I've worked from for today's session. 1 page of notes.
I'm sorry I made it so complex.
So, yeah. Player's Handbook, definitely. If you can get hold of a copy of the Monster Manual, that will allow you to be more creative, but it's not necessary. If you find you're running a lot of homebrew campaigns or you want to create your own world, that's when you get the Dungeons Master's Guide. Because the DM's Guide will give you all the random tables for searching for treasure. It will give you explanation about how the different planes of existence link together. So if you want to stick within the D&D world and you want to craft your own adventure from scratch, then the DM's Guide gives you the ability to flesh that out in more detail. But ultimately, the Player's Handbook and maybe starting with one of the basic campaign manuals is more than enough. Because I know these books are expensive. These books are like, $50, $60 each. And I get mine heavily discounted because I buy them online. But something like Horde of the Dragon's Queen is a good place to start. It's got pre-gen characters. It's got the basic dice set. It's got the basic campaign. It's got a couple of monsters in there that you may or may not use. And it walks you through. It's designed for a first-time player. And it will walk you through that adventure. You literally just read from the book, skip to page 52, read that chapter, skip to page 56. And it makes it so simple. Yeah. But if you want to start crafting your own world, that's when you're starting to level up a bit. And that's when the DM's Guide, that's when the Monster's Manual, that's when things like... I mean, I only own 4 books. I haven't bought in all the other books. The last one I bought was a Xanathar's Guide. And I've looked at maybe 3 pages in this. Yeah. I really need to sit down and read this.
They're probably better for more experienced players.
Yeah. If you're stretching beyond the campaign book that you're reading, then fine. If you're crafting your own world or your own adventure like I've kind of done here, then that's where that stuff will be helpful. If you haven't got the imagination to say, oh, right, okay, well, you've searched this chest and you found such and such. That's where all the tables and the DM's Guide, because the DM's Guide is mostly just tables that you can roll a d20 or roll a percentile dice, and this is what they found in the treasure chest. And then you can fudge it as much as you want.
There's also the starter kit.
Yeah, and the starter campaign manual will have most of that in there for you. So the Horde of the Dragon Queen is always the best one to start with because it comes with pretty much everything you need to get started, bar the Player's Handbook. If you step up, I would stay away from things like Tomb of Annihilation. That's a little bit more advanced, because that's when you're getting into the level 16 plus characters. But Hoard of the Dragon's Queen, Storm King's Thunder, Curse of Strahd was the first one I played, with a kind of a D&D, I think I'm trying to remember the term for it, but it was one of the registered games where all your stats get fed back to Wizards of the Coast at the end of every session. But Curse of Strahd is a good one for that reason. But yeah, if you're building your own world, then the DM's manual, that's a Dungeon Master manual, and the Monster manual will come into play. But if you're working from a pre-gen adventure, they outline everything you need to know. Just make sure you read through that book start to finish at least 2 or 3 times before you try and run a session. Because I've played with a couple of DMs, like amateur DMs before, who have just skimmed through the book, and then as a group of players, you do something, and they're flicking through the pages. Right, give me 5 minutes, and they're reading what's coming up. And I mean, it's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's a bit immersion breaking if they can't string together the kind of, right, we're moving from this set piece to this set piece. So if you want to run a game and you want to really go crazy, then yes, you'll need the extra books. If you just want to run a game, just have some fun, stick with one of the early pre-gen campaigns like Hoard of the Dragon Queen. That gives you your little DM screen, it gives you a set of dice, it gives you some pre-gen characters, and you're pretty much good to go at that point. Oh, fucking hell, we've got another hydrate. Bottoms up, everybody.
Bottoms up.
Oh, it was for water, though.
No, I'm not. Yeah.
For me, as a beginner DM, I could never run a module. They were the bane of my existence.
They're so oppressive, aren't they? Maybe it's just me. I just find them too controlling. I want my imagination to kind of fill in the gaps.
I'm a degenerate DM. When you're like, buy all the books, I'm like, you can find them online for free. And all you need is a good old D6. It's like adventure.
Yeah, you're chaos like I am.
There actually
And
is
chaos.
a game that does just that.
Yeah, there's lots of
one of the
different
ones
systems.
that I game mastered,
Uh-huh.
like not DM, game mastered. It's called Shadowrun. So it's like set in 2050. The newer timeline was 2058, but it's both magic and technology. Kind of think of cyberpunk with magic.
Okay.
That's basically what it was, and it was all success tests where you use die 6.
Yeah, they kind of went that route with Eberron, didn't they? They went into the cyberpunk kind of technomancy. The concept of the golem I've actually pulled from Eberron, in that you've got the Warforged, like semi-human, semi-robotic cyborgs. And I mean, Eberron was just part of. I think that was that was the spin-off from Unearthed Arcana, where it was just, oh yeah, let's just mess around with this stuff and see how it plays, and if it works good, we'll publish it proper. And Eberron became a book.
So in Shadowrun, I actually made a character like that. Is I took cyberware and I like totally modified my entire body. So they have like basically what's called like your life force, which is called your essence.
Yeah.
And the more mechanics you use, the less essence that you have. I had worked it out with all my cyberware. Is I think I ended up with like 0.3 essence left.
Wow, you
Started
became
with
Vader,
6.
didn't you? You turned into full-on
Oh,
Vader.
yeah.
I played an Eberron campaign where we did it as a film noir. And I played a Humphrey Bogart kind of character, but I was Warforged. So I'm this like private investigator in the 1920s wearing the trilby and the trench coat, but underneath I'm half mechanical. And we basically, the opening episode of the game, I was arguing with the chief of the local police station why he should let us free, because otherwise we're not going to help you. Lock us up. Fine, we'll do the time. And start with the player's handbook, learn the player's handbook, maybe get Hoard of the Dragon Queen or one of the early published adventure campaigns because they're nice and easy to get into. I loved Strahd because it was the first 5th edition one that I played.
Strahd's great.
And Strahd is pretty easy. It's all understandable concepts. It's all quite familiar. It's all kind of pop culture, and the maps and the way it guides you through the game is actually pretty straightforward. But I've always been a homebrew guy. I want to do what I want to do in my world, and it's always going to be fair. I don't think I've ever been unfair with any of you guys in the game so far. The fact that I'm constantly saying hint, hint.
I think you've been a little unfair for Sam in a positive way.
Oh, okay. So there's been positive discrimination in Sam's case. Okay. No, I'll take that on board.
But as a new player, that's also
it's what you expect for a new
approach. Player.
Yeah. This is why I think probably in the last 3 or 4 games I've been a little bit more strict on the rules. I think we've all noticed that. And I'm challenging you a lot more than I was earlier. I'm still giving you massive hints because otherwise it's just painful for me to watch you sitting there scratching your heads. But I am challenging you more as players. So yeah, if you're running for the first time, set a dice, player's handbook, read through the PHP, and then maybe pick up one of the early pre-gen games like Hoard of the Dragon's Queen. Run that. See if you like DMing. I've played with too many DMs that just read from the book, and they're boring as hell. It's like being in a high school chemistry class. There's no imagination, there's no fun, because that particular person just can't expand beyond what's in the book. He hasn't got that kind of storytelling gift.
I don't know. I like chemistry in high school.
Well, yeah, I was maths, physics, and chemistry. I mean, I'm not saying I'm particularly good at world building. I love the Discworld novels. I'm trying to bring them to life a little bit more through 5th edition, and I think it's kind of working. But half of what we're doing is my own story, and half of it is Pratchett's established novels and world building and his characters, and I'm kind of blending the two. And I've been told before by Kinu, actually, my friend Marie in Germany, because she's listening and reading the books, she can't remember what was in my game or what was in the novel that she was reading. And for me, that says I'm getting the blend right. The world is blending together with the books and the game that I'm and she can't hang on, did this happen in Omar's game or did this happen in the last chapter of the book? I can't remember. And to me that means I'm doing my job right. Okay. Right. Let's see who's we got any outstanding questions. I think most of the questions, I'm not monitoring chat. I've had way too much to drink to be monitoring chat at this point. So I'm glad everybody else is doing that for me.
Well, it looks like Moko, if he wants to play there, he's looking probably like wanting to play a monk.
Moko, as long as you don't play a shadow monk with half warlock, I will allow it. Because my shadow monk that multiclassed into warlock was game breaking. And if you do
Eric Kokra too.
I was going to say, Moko, if you do play a monk, you're going to be playing one of the monks of time. You're going to be playing one of the history monks. I'm not going to let you play Sweeper, because Sweeper is a character in this campaign, but I will give you one of the history monks. So, yes, you could well be looking at the mandala and spinning those time cylinders. Make sure you grease the bearings, of course. For those of you that haven't read the book, that's The Thief of Time, which is one of my all-time favourite Pratchett books. Because when he starts to get meta and talk about time travel and time control, yeah, this is a genius at work. Anyway, right, where were we? Yes, you are all back aboard the Obtuse Triangle. The 2 golems are now secured below decks. And as we can see, it's almost twilight at Eric's at the moment.
Yeah.
Yes. Hint, hint.
So that half hour just went by.
Well, it is Sweden, and he is just on the edge of the Arctic Circle, so it's almost daylight. Okay, you are all back aboard the Obtuse Triangle. You are under full sail, but the broomsticks are still out of action. They were burnt, they were run too hard trying to evade the Flying Dutchman, and whether they've been damaged or not, you're not going to know until you can do a full inspection. Captain Trent has retired below decks to his bubble bath, presided over by Mr. Humphreys. In the meantime, the first mate and Musu, the bosun, is in charge of the ship. You are making as good a progress south as you can for the time being. And that will take us towards the end of day 6. And towards the dusk of day 6, Musu, you are looking over the stern of the ship, keeping an eye out for those dragon sails through your spyglass. And not only do you see the dragon sails cresting the horizon again, but you see the Flying Dutchman come out on the edge of the horizon and engage the dragon ship. At that point, where are the rest of the party? Tell me what you're doing.
We said this is at the end of the night.
It's kind of late evening. It's about 6, maybe 7 p.m. The captain's already retired for the day. He's had a very troubling day. He's had far too much drama for one day. He's retiring to his. He is retiring to a bubble tubby.
Yeah, what? I actually wouldn't mind watching the show, so I could be up on the poop deck there and
having a poop
behind us.
Okay.
You're gonna watch him have his bubble tubby? Is that the show you're talking about?
Yes.
Rubber ducky. You're the one for me, rubber ducky. Okay. So Brian, you're up on the quarterdeck, with with Musu, the bosun, and the first mate. Dustin, where are you going to be?
Is there any entertainment going on currently on the ship?
The crew are pretty much down in their hammocks below decks. There's obviously going to be a bit of singing. There's going to be the mandatory allowance of grog. They've survived quite a pressing day, so they're going to be celebrating this kind of minor victory. Actually, this is a monstrous victory. They've survived the Flying Dutchman and David Jones Jr. And they've lived to tell the tale, although by the sounds of it, none of them are going to let this tale slip their lips, because if they do, Davy Jones is going to hunt them down for it. But nonetheless, you are all still alive. There is singing, there is drinking below decks. The ship's cook is shink, 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 cooking up his noodles. Shink, 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 shink.
Yeah, I'll be near where singing maybe happened, just kind of listening.
Okay,
Dustin. Staff has a knob on the end.
Dustin, give me a D20 charisma roll, please.
D20 charisma. All right.
Sure, you don't want to hear the one about the hedgehogs again.
Oh, the hedgehog song. Now, the wizard staff has a knob on the end is a classic.
That is a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. Filth. Okay, with a dirty 20, Dustin, you are standing up on the tables. You've got a tankard in hand. You are singing. You are shouting. You are kicking your legs up high. And you are loving life for the first time that you can remember for a long time. If you had panties, you'd be tearing them off and throwing them at the musicians. Sam, where are you?
I'm sure watching the bubble tubby. I'm just kidding. I want to watch this whole thing happen. The battle.
Okay, so you are. Do you want to head up into the rigging, up into the crow's nest?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Sam, you're up high. You're looking out behind the ship at what's taking place. Eric, you and Jeff. My name's Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
Secured below deck. So the two of you are kind of chit-chatting. Eric, you're kind of, because Jeff is new. He's brand new to the world. He's almost like a newborn. Everything that he encounters in the early days is going to shape his existence. You know because you've been there. And you're telling him some of the stories, some of the adventures that you've been through, telling him about the dragon that the rest of the party released. It was nothing to do with you.
Whatever you do,
Brian,
do not hug buns.
Imagine
yes.
that Jeff is like the plant in Hitchhiker's Guide.
Zach, so in episodes 5, our players encountered a swarm of jackalopes. And Eric, the golem, decided, bun, and scooped them all up into a giant hug. And there was a big squish.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That squish is the very reason why I have a bun emote.
Oh, the bun.
it's also the reason for Mr. Pump's PTSD.
Yes, Mr. Pump has PTSD because of that incident.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Mr. Pump is secured below decks with my name's Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
And you're regaling him of your adventures and maybe kind of steering him in some of his decision making. Are you going to be transparent about the mistakes that you've made?
Have you made mistakes?
Oh,
the street urchin?
Oh, not to your god.
Yeah. Yes, I have made mistakes.
The gold room?
I don't know that was a mistake yet.
The bosun's ear? Musu here still doesn't have his ear because you flicked him in the bar.
It's because I picked a fight with them when we first met.
The mistakes that I am aware of actually being mistakes. The mistakes that I know had immediate consequences, for sure, I would want to tell him.
Okay.
So, hey, don't do this. Don't do this stuff.
Arm wrestling with the crew in the mended drum was absolutely fine. Not that you had a slight advantage.
You just get Eric.
What? Oh.
His name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
Okay. Sam and Brian, can I get perception rolls from you, please?
Look at
also,
Zach's background. He's glowing.
We go purple now.
Cool.
I see you are all purple.
I've only got my multicolored behind me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Dustin, say again?
While the singing is going on, while I'm currently not going to be singing myself, as a character at least, I will pull out my lyre that I do have.
No, bollocks, Dustin. You are singing at the top of your voice, and you have no idea what any of the words are.
I was a little nervous there because it's a little dark in the living room now, but I actually rolled a 7. I thought for a second there, is that a 1? It's like, oh no.
Okay, so Brian, what's your perception total?
It's got my wisdom bonus on it, doesn't it?
You got a 10?
So I got 13.
Okay, Sam?
17.
17. Okay, Sam, from up in the crow's nest, you see the Flying Dutchman rise out of the water next to the dragon ship, right the way out on the horizon. You're looking through a spyglass to even see this. As you are watching, you see lightning bolts start near the dragon ship. Not striking down, but going up into the atmosphere. As you see these lightning bolts start to cast, the Flying Dutchman disappears down below the water and is gone. You turn around behind you, looking forward towards the front of the ship, and you see dark clouds start to billow up on the horizon, and they are moving and collecting far faster than any storm you have ever seen in your life. As you are watching, literally within seconds, the entire sky goes black, You feel the wind pick up in front of you, and you see lightning bolts starting to strike the ocean in front of you. The crewman that's with you up in the crow nest begins to rattle the clangor on the bell and shouting down to the deck staff, "Maelstrom!" And as he does so, you see the water in front of the boat, maybe 2 or 3 miles away, begin to churn in a whirlpool as the dark clouds start to billow above it, and the lightning strikes rain down into the water.
See, we should have
Black
worked with
sails, black sky, black water, black everything. Fucking run!
That's a bit racist. But okay.
Omar, can I
Hey, Mike.
could I cast enhance ability to enhance whichever ability would help me steer better?
You can.
The captain isn't up here. I need to take the wheel.
The captain's still in his bubble tubby.
Alright, he can be trusted.
Probably
It'll take
Brian.
extra long. I know it's a 30-minute extravaganza at least.
It takes at least 15 minutes to dry off and all the talcum powder that Mr. Humphreys uses, and then not to mention all the handkerchiefs that have to be deployed.
I need to be ready for these rough seas ahead.
Okay, Musu grabs the wheel from the ship, from the crewman, and immediately steers the ship hard to port. The maelstrom is building in front of you. You see lightning strikes, almost not individual strikes of lightning. It looks like a wall of electricity now, surrounding this whirlpool that's forming in the water, just to the right-hand side of the ship. Sam, you're still up top, and with your high roll, you see something emerging from the water.
Like near us?
We're talking about maybe a mile away maximum. But what's emerging from the water is big, and it's very easy to see.
a Kraken.
And it looks.
No,
It looks.
It's a Kraken. We're freaking out. I know it's a Kraken.
But Lulu's terrified. I can see it.
She is.
It looks
It's okay.
like.
It's okay.
It looks like tentacles emerging from a whirlpool in the sea in front of you. Oh,
No.
Google's just done a search for tentacles.
Close it,
Now the
close it.
question is, what did it come up for a search?
As you stare hypnotized by this whirlpool in front of you, and these tentacles starting to writhe up out of the water, you see the Flying Dutchman shoot up out of the water next to the boat, keeping pace with you, and you see Davy Jones waving you off, and then his ship dives down below the water.
Waving us off how, sorry?
Just
Telling us
Don't
not to
come
go
here.
that direction.
Or don't attack.
Don't something. Don't go near that. Don't go near that. Don't go near that.
as you look behind you, Brian, you see this also for the first time. You grab the spyglass off of one of the crewmen, and you take a look at the dragon ship that's been pursuing you all this time. And you can still see lightning bolts going up into the sky behind you, and then as you turn around, you see those lightning bolts coming back down from the sky into this whirlpool that's forming just off the right-hand side of the bow. And it doesn't look like you're going to be able to steer around it fast enough.
Are we be going through it?
This isn't the black hole. That's one of the greatest Disney films ever made, The Black Hole.
Yeah.
But yes, sometimes you just have to go through it.
Can I command my crew to get below deck?
You can command your crew to secure the rigging. They start to reel up some of the smaller sails up at the top just to control the speed. The winds are picking up something rotten about now. And as you start getting closer towards this whirlpool, the wind is also swirling around the ship, catching the sails and dragging you in towards the center of the whirlpool. With full port side lock on the wheel. You're just about able to keep the boat straight, and the ship is, the whole of the obtuse triangle is listing over to one side as you're being pulled into this maelstrom. And as you look to your right, you're not seeing the horizon anymore, you're seeing water. You're almost having to look up to see the horizon.
Oh, I don't got it.
Actually, what Zach's doing would be hilarious one day. We could literally make a clip of all of us like grabbing onto our side screens and like trying to hold on. I don't feel this way though. I don't feel this way.
Sam's red shirting the wrong way. Eric, sing with the family.
Oh, that's me.
Other side.
Other side? Oh,
Other
right.
side.
Okay.
Oh.
We're all
right.
perspective. Omar, tell us which one's right.
As
I didn't make a single
as you
mistake, I know that.
as you all look up towards where the top of the mast would be, you begin to see this whirlpool growing above you. The ship is almost tilted over onto its side. At that point, the captain comes running back on deck. And Captain Trent is basically wrapped in a towel. He's got his captain's hat on, and he's still got his loofah and his rubber ducky in hand.
Gotta have that loofah.
What in the name of bejesus is going on here? I'm down there for 30 minutes in me bubbles.
Our captain! Whirlpools be coming out of nowhere and the lightning be striking all around us.
Have you got this under control, Mr. Musso?
I think if I just hit a right around here, I'm just gonna flip the wheel the opposite direction.
Grand work, Mr. Musso. The con is yours. I'm going back to me bubble tubby.
I got her!
As you look towards this, well, pretty much as you look up from your point of view, you see the center of this giant whirlpool forming. Lightning is striking up and down from the water. What's going on? Oh, somebody's whispering to Sam. Lightning is striking up and down, and there is lightning arcing up and down from the water to the clouds above as the water starts to churn, and you see tentacles start to come out of the water. Each of the tentacles has a 3-point kind of finger on it, and you can just about see you're kind of soft and squishy inside as each of the tentacles start to reach out and look to grab onto something. The dragon ship behind you, Brian, you can see whatever magic is being employed is still in process. There are still these lightning bolts going up to the sky. And with your knowledge of religious magic, you believe that whatever is on board this dragon ship not only has chased away Davy Jones, but was a far more significant threat than you realized until this point in time. Because whatever is on board that dragon ship has summoned what is coming out of this maelstrom.
I can't tell if it's a good idea we didn't fight it or a bad choice.
Okay. I will give you one hint. Line's going to kill me for this one. But I will, yes, Muddsy, this definitely is a Kraken that's coming out of the water. I will give you one hint. You have one artifact amongst you that will be able to help you in this matter. If not, this campaign may end here. And I'm not kidding. I've kind of been softly and building you up into the tension. Now we're at a point in this game, we're at the end of, almost at the end of chapter 2. We're at a point in this game where this game could end. You have one artifact in your inventory as a group that could help you.
I only have 50 feet of rope.
That's it. That's the one.
50 feet of rope, a toothbrush, and a bar of soap. And the soap's got a bit of rope on it as well. 51 feet of rope.
Well,
We have a
I'm
dragon
thinking,
egg.
Like maybe one of two items.
Sam, were you on the deck of the ship when Brian froze it?
No, I was on the, like I was up high.
Okay.
But you saw it happen.
I did see it happen.
You did, okay. Okay, so you have one artifact with you. And I did give Brian some hints about this a couple of sessions ago offline. But you have one artifact with you that could help you out here.
And that's what's kind of tearing me. It's like, okay, is it one of two items?
Well, it's probably the X. You can just freeze it.
Okay, I'm literally going to give you a 1-minute timer to tell me what you want to do. And then the story is going to progress. So, I've only done this a couple of times in game, but you have a 1-minute timer to decide what you want to do as a party. Oh,
Okay,
The thing that I'm thinking is like two items. Like, you're probably thinking the axe, but that's just a relic. But I'm thinking lightning is the mace, or using the crown. But is the Kraken undead?
We don't know.
But in order to use it, I would have to take off the scales to break the link from the dragon.
We just have to try. If we've got both of them, we could try.
Okay.
Okay.
So
What would the axe do in its current state?
Well, the axe would freeze the water, but that was only a relic you were saying. It's not like an artifact.
Okay. What would the crown do in its current state?
Well, the crown will link with the dragon, but if the scales are removed, it would link with the undead. But the question is the Kraken undead?
What about the egg?
Probably not the crown.
What about the egg? What about the egg? What about the egg? They're 1 minute timer is so close.
You've had 90 seconds already. You're over your time. Things are happening now.
Fuck.
I have no idea about the egg. Because it's just an egg at this point.
No, it's a dragon egg.
Sam felt some vibrations in her backpack a couple of times now during the game, but she hasn't linked it together as to what those vibrations were. I'm pretty sure now the rest of us can assume that those vibrations in her bag of holding was the egg potentially hatching in response to a certain situation that was happening at the time.
What the balls? The necklace I don't think is an actual... Like, it's not an artifact.
Zach, so just because you probably don't know this, the necklace that Sam's wearing now, I made for her. This is the necklace that her character found in the game. And this necklace in the game for her character is an artifact.
Ooh.
Her character doesn't know this yet. My intention was for her not to open the envelope until she actually needed it in-game, but that was too cruel. Okay, you're almost at 2 minutes now.
So I feel like we just need to try everything.
How?
We've got the crown. We've got...
That's 3 minutes now.
Is your dagger an artifact?
Okay.
The
No.
dagger and the crown are both made out of the same material.
So they would potentially both be artifacts.
Right.
Dagger
But
just
if
helps
you
her
modify
teleport.
the
I don't see
scale,
how that would help.
Or it's gonna die.
Well, I'm already taking the crown out and removing the scales from it.
I don't think the Kraken's undead.
Blind,
though.
I'm just trying to build some urgency
could be
in the
wrong.
game here.
Oh,
Okay.
it's either probably the necklace or the egg. If the egg is hatching, we need
Yeah,
to check on
I'll take the egg out of the bag. That's we gotta. Eric's right. We gotta try everything.
Okay, Sam, you pull the egg out of the bag. Nothing happens.
Ah, baby dragon.
Nothing happens.
Fuck. I tried. What if I pet it real nice?
Right, this is 4 minutes now.
That's a hard no. Okay,
I'm going to give you the I'm going to. Okay, 5
how
minutes.
big
You've got
is the egg
53
compared
seconds
to
to
the
tell me
crown?
what you want to do.
How big is the egg compared to the crown?
The egg's about the size of an American football or a rugby ball.
That'll fit.
Put the crown on the egg?
Crown is like, is the crown large enough to set on it?
It is.
Stop putting the egg.
Stop putting the egg.
Petting the egg. God, it's, did you?
But the egg may be his child. If we
Yeah.
take the crown, it's gonna link the child with his dad.
It's potential.
Say that
crown
again, Brian.
Okay, Brian, you take the crown out of your inventory. You place
set it on
that
top of the
onto the egg. Nothing happens.
Ah!
Meanwhile, the obtuse triangle, much as the bosun is fighting the currents that are pulling him towards the center of this maelstrom, you are being forced into the center.
God.
Lightning strikes have now begun to strike the ship, and some of the top sails are on fire.
I can see the tentacles within 60 feet, correct?
Yep.
Can I cast Vicious Mockery?
On what?
The tentacles?
You can do. You'd have to pick a tentacle. It'd be one at a time.
I want the slimiest looking one.
So the slimiest looking one has like a Hawaiian shirt and really like porn star sunglasses on. You aim for that one.
Alright, must make a wisdom save. Arr, you look slimy, your chances are grimy. You have no chances against my crew because we be number one in drinking from the biggest steiny.
That was a 12. That was a 12. I'm assuming that's a fail.
Arr, it'll fail. Arr, he's gonna take some psychological damage. He knew that hurt.
Did it?
Arr, 7. That'd be all.
Okay. That tentacle reels about a bit under the attack and focuses directly on you. Now.
Of course you would. You're slimy.
Brian, the crown on the egg has done nothing. What do you wish to do? This is a free action before I go into a combat round. Which means I'm going to have to start a new damn piece of paper.
Because the only other thing I'm thinking of is the mace, because it's lightning based, which was the gift from the dragon. But would it draw in the lightning?
Do you want to be electrocuted? You're basically turning yourself into a giant lightning rod at that point.
Yeah, well, Thor's hammer absorbs lightning, and he doesn't get struck down by it.
That's 20
okay.
feet away from
Judge's ruling
Brian.
on this one. You're not Thor.
What are you the god of? Dying?
You're a cleric with a portable printer and a pocket full of pamphlets.
Because I'm not.
I got a pocket.
I'm not like putting the pieces together. Like,
You have.
I know the egg is the last dragon.
You have
So it's gotta
one
be the
artifact
child.
that will help you here, and it's the only thing that will help you here. I'm deliberately... Zach, this is what I was talking about, railroading your players. We've gotten to a point when no amount of cognitive psychology will hint them to it. You have to make them make a choice. You have one artifact that will help you here.
What artifacts do we have that we know of? Like, we've been through the egg and through the.
We have the ring.
You don't even know the prophecy yet.
The ring?
I know, he didn't tell us. I asked him and he didn't tell us. I don't know why he didn't tell us. Because I asked him what the prophecy was.
Right, Piss. Like, I don't know why he wouldn't. Like, come on.
Yes, because he's Davy Jones Exposition Jr.
Because the only artifacts that I know that we have is we've got the ring, we've got the crown, we've got the mace.
Which ring?
Can I just...
Which ring?
Sam, did you write this down?
Write what down?
When you...
The
artifacts that you have.
The ring.
Yeah.
Which ring?
The one that's on
the ring.
Hand.
The squid head ring! The squid head ring!
So, you've got a tentacle ring that's permanently affixed to your finger, Sam, which you have not been able to remove. Even the wizard was unable to remove that. What other artifacts do you have that are made of the same material? That was the big hint from earlier in the game.
Oh, made of the same material as the squid head ring.
No, not the squid head ring. The squid head ring was made from coral. Rincewind told you when he identified your items that the crown, the dagger, and the necklace were made of the same material.
Mm-hmm.
All of which had some benevolence to them. They all had a will about them that he did not like. He also said that, Brian, your lightning mace was made of that same material. And when he identified it to you, he identified it as lightning, but he couldn't tell you any more than that because it was beyond his ability. To be fair, Rincewind is the stoner of wizards, so he's probably not the best of guy to have gone to. But, you know...
And this is why I'm thinking the mace, because it's a lightning type effect that's going on. Could I exert my will on the maelstrom?
Or all
I feel
of
it
them.
in my neck.
Or all of them, because they're all the same material. One person. Just use them all.
One to rule them all?
One to rule them all.
Okay, so, right, okay, as a party, give me a decision. What are you going to do? The boat is almost perpendicular to the water, or at least to the horizon as you're being sucked into this maelstrom. The ship has now been struck by lightning several times, and you're barely clinging onto the deck of the ship.
So, Sam, you have the dagger, you've got the necklace. The crown is on the egg at your feet. I could also hand you the mace, where you
So you
have
want me to
4
use all of
items
them?
assembled.
Probably a
Okay.
terrible idea, but like.
Well, either that or we're gonna die, so all of the above it is.
Okay,
I'll
you
pick up the
assemble the items in a pile at the feet of the rogue. The
Bring them
mace,
together to summon
the
Captain
mace
Planet.
flips upside down, with the heavy part pointing down towards the deck of the ship, spinning. The crown seems to be floating a good 5 or 6 feet above that, spinning. The dagger also appears to be floating within the ring of the crown, spinning. Dustin, for the first time, you feel your cloak pull you towards these other items. But that's all that happens.
Is there anything? Did anything happen with the necklace? Was the necklace like within these items?
Nothing happened with the necklace.
Okay.
So, hint, hint. You now know that you have 4 artifacts. Only one of which is going to help you in this situation.
Well, seeing as all the rest did nothing, but Dustin's getting pulled. I guess we're gonna have to see what that does.
Right, the obtuse triangle takes a lightning strike, doing 16 points of damage to the hull. One of the sails is now on fire. Musu, you are ordering your crew to do their best to reel in the sails to prevent any further damage, but given that the ship is almost lying on its side at this point, there's only so much that you can ask of your crew.
Yeah, I'm really only relying on Jennifer at this point.
Damn it, I served coffee!
Because it's probably the mace.
Alright, you do it the best. You're gonna continue doing it.
But the
Why?
question is, what would happen if we grabbed the mace?
We need another crewman called Gunther, don't we?
Why? What makes you think it's the mace?
Is that
Because it's a lightning.
Excuse
type.
me, this is a family place. Put
I
the
would
mouse
think
back
the
in the house.
lightning would do nothing if there's lightning already around.
Or it would absorb the whole shit in. I think we have no other option but to just try. But yours as well, though, Dustin.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull the hood of the cloak over my head.
Okay, are you using the activation word?
Yes.
Okay. For the rest of you that may be watching, the ranger disappears in front of you.
Does he see the Witch King?
I was gonna say, do I see anything?
Dustin, you see the world as before, but in kind of a glowing black and white. Have you ever seen photography from infrared film?
Not in a long time.
Okay, that's probably just a me thing, because I've done a lot of infrared photography. Anything alive will have a glow to it, but everything else that's not alive is just generally black and white.
Right. It's kind of like a negative.
Kind of, but anything that's alive, you see has a bit of a glow to it.
Yeah.
Like you're still seeing in black and white, but everything has an aura, a shimmer to it. So you can make out the people, the living people standing on the deck versus the dead wood of the ship.
Yeah.
To everyone else, you have disappeared. They can neither see you, hear you, sense you. You are all but gone.
The items that were spinning, do they look the same?
To you, they look the same.
And what about the creature down below in this whirlpool?
Whatever tentacles are reaching out of this whirlpool is glowing far brighter than anything else that you can see. Glowing brighter than the lightning strikes that are hitting the water around it.
And brighter than the light in the back of Eric's background?
That's what I said. I literally just typed that out just now.
Eric, welcome to Saturday morning.
Yes, thank you.
Zach, for your FYI, Eric is in Sweden, so it is 4:30 a.m. for Eric. It's 3:30 a.m. for me.
It's 10:30 p.m. for me.
Cool. You're in our zone.
Yeah. Given that he's so close to the Arctic Circle, it is pretty early in the morning. Okay. Dustin, you can see the glowing people. You can see the glowing tentacles, but they are glowing much brighter than anything else that's there.
So, it's alive. Would be the...
Yeah, it's definitely alive.
Another lightning strike hits the ship for 22 damage. Sorry, 32 damage.
If I pull out my bow,
You could send it to me too.
and look through my scope in the different lenses, would there be anything that I would see that seems different?
What are you looking at?
I'm going to examine both the creature and then the items, seeing if there goes up a different...
The items still have that plain black and white look to them, as if you were looking at them normally. The creature is magnified, and that glow is slightly intensified. and you can see that at the tips of the kind of three-pointed tentacles that are reaching out of the water, you can see that the center there is glowing a little bit brighter than usual. Your instinct tells you that that might be a weak point in the creature.
Okay. I will deactivate my cloak.
Okay, you pop the hood down. To the rest of the party, the ranger reappears in front of you. You've kind of given up on thinking that this is an odd thing to happen. You're more worried about the ship, the fact that the ship is sideways at the moment. Time is ticking, guys. I'm running out of alcohol, please.
I'm just going to suggest that Brian use his mace and aim for that super glowy spot.
What's super
with some
glowy
lightning.
spot?
Well, I would tell him where it is in the middle of its like little hand on the end of its tentacle.
Okay. So I guess like grab the mace and like focused intent. Go away.
Okay.
Well, you said you can. Can you not use lightning?
Well, I'd have to strike it though. Like it doesn't project lightning. It causes, like, when I hit something, lightning goes off.
So Brian, you are holding your mace out towards one of these tentacles that's kind of swaying around in the middle of the maelstrom. You are effectively a giant lightning rod. Take 26 points of damage.
Oh.
As several lightning bolts strike the tip of the mace and channel through you into the deck, burning the deck around you dark black.
Well,
the shipwright's not going to be happy about that one.
We only have one other artifact. Well,
yeah, another 10 to 15 seconds. Yeah, the minute was up ages ago. What was I thinking?
Hey, in-game. These are in-game minutes, people. That's like 60 rounds.
60 rounds? I haven't even taken you into combat initiative yet.
See? We haven't even started.
There's still the dagger.
Yeah.
Okay, as you deliberate further, one of the tentacles reaches out and lashes the side of the ship, doing a significant amount of structural damage to the foremast and grappling the front of the ship as a tentacle wraps around it. At this point, the captain comes staggering out onto the main deck. Mr. Musu, I assume things are getting a little bit out of hand here.
Oh, yeah, you could say that, Captain.
Mr. Musu, is this a rubber ducky moment?
Captain, my ears may be clogged. How about you take the wheel while I take on this here tentacle?
The captain looks over to
the magical transmissions to take on a tentacle.
The captain looks over to the first mate and gives him a little signal. The first mate immediately initiates the broomsticks on the back of the ship. Regardless of how damaged they are from the last pursuit, he's going to wring every ounce of magical power out of these broomsticks. And they're just enough to bring the mast of the ship upright and to bring you back into line with the horizon. You get a little bit of a boost that takes you out from the center of the maelstrom, from the whirlpool, pulls you out a little bit to the edge, buying you a little bit more time as the captain gets dressed, puts down his rubber ducky and his back scrubber, and is attended to by Mr. Humphreys and all the hankies.
What is the name of the first mate?
That's Mr. Stibbins.
I'm gonna slap the shit out of Mr. Stibbins. You couldn't have done that before we got in the damn hole! You let me steer right in with some mac.
But it's the captain's order.
I'll slap you again, you say something stupid like that.
It's still the captain's order. Permission to be relieved, sir.
Or ye take the wheel and ye be happy about it.
The ship starts to pull a little bit upright, but you're still fighting at the edge of this whirlpool.
Okay, so the tentacle still has the edge of the ship?
The tentacles
Like
are
the
still gripped onto the bow of the ship.
Am I close to it?
Not really. You can attempt to move towards it, but it is very much difficult terrain.
Okay, so here's a question. If I was to throw my dagger at it, my current person does not know what it does.
No, your character doesn't yet fully understand the power of that dagger.
But if I were to throw it, I guess we would find out. I don't know what else to do. Like unless I literally just hold up my sword in the air, that's the only artifact left. Like that's what we got. So
you could well be throwing away your weapon.
Sam, you got full send in one direction. Which direction are you full send in? I mean, our direction.
Full send the proper way.
Okay, the necklace is not the artifact you're looking for.
We know it's not the mace because I just got electrocuted.
It's not the mace. It's not Dustin's cloak. What else is left?
Crown.
The crown and the dagger.
Say that again, I couldn't hear you.
The crown and the dagger are the only ones that are left.
The crown controls undead, right?
The crown communicates.
Communicates, okay.
So talk to the dragon.
Dead. Well, like with it in its current state, yes. Like with the dragon scales, it will connect with the dragon.
Wait.
So connect with the dragon.
Why would I connect with the dragon? The dragon's not here.
But the crown, if Sam has the ring, is that potential for if she wears the crown to connect with the Kraken?
But I already
somehow?
tried that, right?
Did
You
you?
try
No,
wearing
you
the
never
crown.
put it on. We put it on the egg.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I said okay. Yeah, I'll try putting it on, for sure.
Okay, Sam, you take the crown of feathers. Zach, for you, because you wouldn't have heard this before, but this crown is a very simple metal band with a little spike in the center, made of a Damascus-style gold and silver metal, very similar to the necklace that Sam's wearing right now. It was originally fashioned to communicate with the dead, and the king who used it to basically absorb himself in his dead wife. Think the Philosopher's Stone in Harry Potter. The crown was modified by the dragon priests, and feathers were added to the crown, allowing the king to control dragons, which allowed him and some of his senior soldiers to actually ride on the back of wyverns into battle. And that was the first prophecy of this world, was that the king and the dragons would fight against the wizards. They would lose, and the great dragon was imprisoned inside the orichalcum to power the wizards' experiments. This much you learned from Prince Ilian when you were in the tomb. Sam, you put the crown on your head. Immediately take 5 points of psychic damage as you endure the most painful, biting, stabbing headache you've ever felt in your life. And then all of a sudden, you see clouds. You see a blue, beautiful dawn rising over the clouds, and you feel wing beats behind you. You feel the sense of soaring over the clouds. Well, little morsel, I fear you have linked to me again. To what do I owe this pleasure?
Sugar Daddy! Woo!
Oh, you're not.
Take 3 more points of psychic damage.
No, he was supposed to be happy about that. We reconnected.
Come on.
You contact me. For what reason?
1, by accident. 2, we're getting our asses handed to us by this not fun Kraken right now. And we're gonna die. We don't want that.
Valid concerns for a mortal. But how does that affect a god? Zach, for you, they are communicating with the great dragon that they freed.
Can I hear any of this conversation?
No, this is all in Sam's head.
Okay.
Hence why she's taking another 1 point in psychic damage.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to help us. We helped you. You owe us one. You need to help us, please.
So you call in your chits. Very
Yes.
well, mortal. I will come to your aid. The connection is broken.
Wait, we could have just brought the dragon to us the whole time?
Sam, you feel this overwhelming weight crushing your skull in a vice suddenly lift. And all of a sudden you're back on the boat. You're back in the storm. You're back in the maelstrom. You're back looking at these 3 tentacles spreading out of the water towards you. You're back looking at all the artifacts piled up at your feet and the party struggling to decide what the hell they should do with it. And as far as they're concerned, no time has passed. Nothing has happened. Although Brian has an inkling of what has happened here. Because Brian's
Just
the
the
only
look
one
on
that's
her face.
communicated with the dragon.
She's like, oh god.
Did you speak to him?
Yeah, I did. We'll say spoke, not begged. That seems like a more appropriate term. Yes, I did.
Give it a few hours. Give it a few hours.
As the ship is fighting against the maelstrom, as Mr. Musu is wrestling with the wheel, and the captain is wrestling with his handkerchiefs, you hear the sound of screeching coming from the sky above you. It's the sound of something falling from the stars. The sound of something plummeting to this earth with such great speed that you've never heard anything like it before.
Superman.
And as you all look up to the sky, you see a column of fire, hundreds of feet tall, unleash upon the surface of this water. The column of fire rakes across the storm, rakes across the sea, and hits the dragon ship dead on. And within moments you see the maelstrom start to calm, the storm and the lightning start to disappear, but those tentacles are still there, gripping onto the boat, and the second one begins to lash the center of the boat. The second tentacle does 33 points of damage to the ship, damaging the main mast. And as you look up into the sky, you see the black clouds, a hole being burned through them as you follow this column of fire up into the clouds, and you see that great bronze dragon diving at full speed down towards the water.
Fuck.
That's what the captain said when I told him about it.
Now there's something you don't see every day, yeah?
No, but that's the dragon we were telling you about.
That's the guy that we're trying to deal with.
That's who we're going to see.
Sugar daddy.
As you watch the dragon, the size of a large building dive down from the skies, the column of fire shooting out from its breath, engulfing the dragon ship on the water, about a mile behind you. You see the column of fire suddenly shut off, and the dragon fold its wings back and dive into the water like a heron.
Fuck!
Submerging himself underneath the water. A few moments later, you see him burst out of the water on the other side of the ship, wings beating hard, and you see that dragon's breath unleash across this boat that's been following you for the last 6 days. The tentacles continue to batter the ship, taking another 17 points of damage to the hull and to the mast. The captain runs out onto the deck of the ship, mostly dressed, several handkerchiefs in the incorrect places, with Mr. Humphreys running along fussing behind him. Mr. Musu, give the order. Bring down the masts. We've got no choice but to deploy the envelope.
Alright.
We're gonna push the envelope?
We're not only pushing it, Brian. We're burning the whole thing. Take down the mast.
At that order, the crew frantically begin chopping at the 3 masts with their axes and hatchets. Meanwhile, a couple of the crew are chopping away at the tentacles that are gripping the boat.
Captain, again, I say we could make these retractable, the whole chopping them down, replacing and chopping them down. I won't argue with it again. It's been the 6th time.
Mr. Musu, stand by on the envelope.
Of course,
the ship can't take any more of this, and I want to get back to my bubble tubby.
I imagine he's literally just standing on an envelope, like a little tiny one.
I've just got like a world, like what's like the pageant girl envelope?
Yeah, right.
I'm just ready to open it.
Well, those little red Chinese lucky ones for New Year.
Brazil.
Oh, look, $20.
Jennifer!
Oh, God.
Jennifer, you are a winner.
I think.
Right, yeah, seriously, if you guys find Willy Wonka's golden ticket, that would be a bonus amount now. Okay, as the captain gives the order, the masts are cut down. So the crew scramble onto the top of the shed that runs the length of the ship and start hacking away at the masts, eventually bringing the masts down from the ship. The crew scramble down and they continue attacking the tentacles that are gripping the ship. Do you wish to help them?
Yes, I will fire arrows at the weak points that I noticed.
Okay, Dustin.
I insult the mass.
Dustin, give me a d20 attack roll.
Insult it. You scallywag, you didn't stay afloat when I told you to.
I just want Mr. Pump to make eye contact with the dragon.
Mr. Pump is below decks.
I know!
Mr. Pump has noticed that he's been sideways below decks.
That would be a 21 to hit.
Okay, give me damage.
Oh.
10 points.
Okay. Anyone else? You've got one tentacle tangled onto the bow of the ship, one attempting to wrap itself around the center of the ship, which is where most of you are standing at the moment. Rather inconvenient.
I could grab up the mace and strike at the tentacle.
Okay. Attack roll.
Well, that's not very helpful. I got a 13.
13 to hit.
13
Okay.
to hit.
Mace glances off the kind of slippery, slimy skin of that tentacle. Captain Trent bellows from the bottom of the stairs as he climbs up to the quarterdeck. We need time. Give me a few more minutes to get the envelope deployed.
Captain! I'll give you all the time I can give you. If only your first mate hadn't been so hindsighted.
Mr. Musu, time for feedback and formal complaints can wait for the moment.
Alright, I'll write these out later.
I will give you the form to fill in later.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Until then, I will fulfill my duty to the most.
Hard aport, try and get us out of this maelstrom, sir. Most of the crew are now attacking the tentacles. 2 good hits. 4 good hits. 6 good hits. 8 good hits.
Eric's fighting a fierce battle there.
And I'm writing them out a lullaby.
Doing
it's time for him to
31
wake
points
up.
of damage. Okay, the crew are scrambling to try and get the tentacles to release the hull of the ship. Are you helping? Does someone want to go below and release Mr. Pump?
Sure. I'll do it.
Release the golem!
You getting Jeff too? Or do we want to leave Jeff behind?
My name's
Considering two of them on the top of the ship may not be good in their current state.
Mr. Pump, do you think Jeff knows how to fight in his current state?
No.
Hell nah.
Okay, Sam, you dive below decks
Mr. Pump.
and begin loosening the ropes of Mr. Pump, saying that, basically filling him in on what's happened. Brian, what are you doing?
I'll try and take another swing again. Looks like Shimon's in the same time zone as you all. And like 4 a.m.
I made the most beautiful lullaby for Mr. Pump ever.
Okay, Brian, give me an attack roll.
Alright, let's see if we do a little better this time.
It's beautiful. Thank you.
It is. It's gorgeous.
There we go. That's much better. So that is 28.
Okay, definitely a hit. What was your dice roll? 18?
19.
19. Oh, so close.
Yeah. Okay, so that does 1 to 10, 1 to 4 lightning damage. What the heck was the piece again?
You absorb some health as well, remember?
Yeah. Where the heck did I write that? Oh, there we go. Okay, it's +2.
And you should have 1d4 necrotic on that, which you absorb as health.
Yep. So, jeez, that's a real winner. Will I do the same on this dice? Oh, I did a little better there. So, I did 3 damage.
3.
And I did 3 necrotic.
Okay, so 6 damage total, and you take 3 points of healing.
Yep.
Excellent. Really worth the combat round.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Soothe Operator, welcome, welcome. We are currently fighting a Kraken. Our players have no fucking idea what's going on. And they're trying to get out of a very sticky situation. Meantime, while you're doing that, the ship takes another lightning hit for 13 points of damage.
How much damage does this ship have?
I have a plan.
Speak up, Mr. Musu.
Alright, I want to cast illusionary terrain. I want to confuse the Kraken to think that we are, but the ocean's grabbing.
Okay.
No.
What would be the saving throw on that one?
Illusionary terrain is an insight check, I believe.
Okay, we're going to have to do each tentacle separately. So I've got 3 d20s that I'm rolling here. I've got a 1, a 2, and a 17.
17 will pass.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. The one that's ensnaring the ship at the moment, the 2 that are ensnaring the ship, fail. And the one that's still kind of waving around, kind of doing the jazz hands thing, passes.
So in a 150-foot cube in range of 300 feet, so about 100 feet away, I want to have a large secondary ship that looks identical to the Davy Jones Jr. ship.
The Flying Dutchman.
Exactly. I want it right behind the Kraken.
Okay. The rest of you see the Flying Dutchman appear in the center of the maelstrom, almost as if it's right in the maw of this Kraken. The 2 tentacles that are grabbing onto the ship suddenly release and immediately focus on this, on the ship in the center of the whirlpool. The 3rd tentacle that's still waving around all over the place seems to be unaffected by this. At this point, you hear the sound of the sky tearing in two as the dragon wheels around and heads towards you and unleashes his fire breath. You feel the temperature around you raise by several degrees as the water vaporizes under the dragon's fire. And he rakes through the center of the maelstrom with his breath weapon, charring one of the tentacles severely, and disappears up into the clouds above you. The ship is currently free, Mr. Musu.
Captain, envelope! Envelope!
Free.
The crew scramble quickly to remove the roof of the shed that is set in the center of the boat. You see the crew duck into these sheds, and you hear the sound of gas hissing. And from the center of the ship, you see a balloon start to inflate up into the rigging where the ship was, and the bow and the stern of the obtuse triangle lift clear of the water. The broomsticks fire up with what little life they have, and you feel a boost as the ship leans back and you boost up into the sky. Lightning is still striking around you. Oh, Lulu is back, is she?
Yeah.
Lightning is still striking around you as the obtuse triangle turns from a sailing ship into a dirigible. The envelope fully inflated and held in place by the rigging of the ship as you float gently skywards, carried on the wind.
Does it take us 80 days?
After a few moments...
that's to get around the world?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
After a few moments, you break through the layer of storm clouds and the lightning subsides. And as you float up into the clearer sunlight blue skies, the dragon swoops over beside you and keeps pace with you for a few moments. Sam, are you still wearing the crown?
Yeah, I never took it off.
Okay.
Am I on deck?
Not yet. Sam, you take another 2 points of psychic damage as the dragon link is restored, and for a moment you see through his eyes. You see the obtuse triangle as it breaks free of the cloud layer, this huge white sailcloth balloon inflated with gas, and the body of the ship hanging beneath it, and Mr. Musu spinning the wheel like crazy, trying to get any kind of positioning on the boat. The dragon sweeps across behind the boat, overtaking on the left side, rolls over, inverted, as he circles around the boat, taking a damn good look at something even he has never seen before. And for a moment, Sam, you are stunned in wonder and take another 2 points of psychic damage.
But the real question is, did you look at yourself through the dragon's eyes?
What happens?
Didn't?
No, Sam was
I
downstairs.
mean, I would have had to, right?
Sam was below deck trying to unstrap the golem while this happened.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I thought he was back up.
No, he's. You guys are still down below.
So, the obtuse triangle had one final trick up her sleeve, in that she could convert into a dirigible. The broomstick V8 that you've got patterned on the back of the ship is your form of propulsion, and you are free of the Kraken, you are free of the Maelstrom, and for the moment you are definitely free of the Dragon Priest's ship that was tailing you. You are not, however, fully free of this storm, because looking around you, Mr. Musu, you see that several parts of the ship's hull is on fire from those lightning strikes. The crew have gotten you out of immediate danger. They are now on firefighting duty. And as you break through those clouds, as the rest of the crew see a real-life dragon flying in the skies above them, something that was only a legend, something that only existed in children's stories. But for the first time in 1,000 years, man and dragon fly together. And Sam, you've got a really bad headache.
That's okay, I see the beauty anyways.
And that's where I'm going to end this tonight.
Deck. You don't see anything.
No, Sam's still seeing through the eyes of the dragon.
Oh.
I see the beauty.
And that is where we're going to end things tonight.
Woo.
So thank you very much, guys, in the chat for coming in. Thank you, Raiders, for sticking with me. I hope you've enjoyed this session. This has been a long time planning. Zach, thank you for guesting today. You are more than welcome to come back if you want to join in again. We will definitely be needing Mr. Musu in the coming episodes. But for the moment, our party and the obtuse triangle are out of danger, but not out of the hot water just yet.
No. Eric, did you apologize to Zach for his year?
For what? For what?
Yes.
For a year.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Sooth Operator, thank you very much for joining us today. I hope you've enjoyed the session. Do come back. We normally stream every fortnight, 9 p.m. British Summer Time or 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight. Our next session is scheduled for the 13th, but we may have a bit of a scheduling conflict. So we're going to try and work that out and try and get a game round about 2 weeks from now, but we're not entirely sure when that's going to happen. So if you are following me on Twitch, I'll certainly be posting, I'll certainly be streaming between now and then, and certainly follow me on Instagram if you can, and I'll put all of the announcements up there as well.
Woo! I can't remember if I apologized or not.
If you are still with us in the chat, I'm going to quickly repost the details of our, frankly, our charity raising. We are still trying to raise as much money as we can for Sam and her family, trying to pay off their legal bills. So if you can donate, please do click that link, and every dollar helps. Do donate. We're trying to get Sam full custody of her stepkids, and they've got quite a large legal bill to pay off. So everything we're doing here is just trying to bring that bill down. Any revenue I'm earning from subs, donations, and such is going to be paid directly to Sam as well. So it is 4 a.m. UK time. I think everybody's ready to go to bed. I certainly am. We will pick this up in maybe 2 weeks or so. We'll see how schedules go. But if you are able to follow me, let me bring up my Instagram. And I'll
right now, you little bugger. No, I'm not getting on Dark Alliance right now. Are you super awake?
I'm kind of awake, but like I just woke up at like 3 o'clock.
True.
So, guys, if you do want to keep in touch and you want to see when the next sessions are, this is my Instagram link. I'll always be posting on there. Oh, no, it's not actually. That's not all of the link. Hang on. I missed off the K in UK there. So just throw me a like on there, and as soon as we know when the next session will be, we will get that announced. So, everybody else, thank you very much for joining. I hope you've enjoyed the session. Previous videos are stored as highlights on my Twitch. Previous videos are also on my YouTube if you want to catch up on the previous episode's adventures. But that closes out episode 12. And do we have any suggestions for a raid, seeing as we're still here?
Dustin,
there was a guy.
Dustin guide the raid.
Yeah,
Dustin
did Lydia or not?
Yeah.
It's one of Ollie's followers.
I'm just looking for the message.
Look under your redeems. Should be under your redeems.
I haven't got Twitch open. I'm just going on OBS at the moment.
Okay, here I just copy it.
Okay, I see it. I see it.
Alright, and I was just about to copy it too.
I just want Mr. Punk to see the dragon.
You want what?
I want Mr. Punk to see the dragon.
Show it to Jeff. This is our god.
Okay, Lydia, we're not playing Dead by Daylight. Okay, we are rating in countdown. Right, thank you very much for joining, guys. Hope you've enjoyed today. I hope you come back for more sessions. Do support if you can. All money is going towards Sam and her legal fund. And I really hope you've enjoyed this. This is all homebrew. I'm literally making this shit up as we go. But let's go say hi to Lydia. And we are raiding now.